UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 PM to 8 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Not only is HobbyMaker available live from 1 until 8 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the HobbyMaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with HobbyMaker. Hi everybody, good afternoon, hope you're well, welcome back. We're here, it's 1 o'clock and we're HobbyMaker right the way through until 8 o'clock today, every single day. Lovely Gwen is back with us. Hi, you all right?
Yes, thanks, you.
Good to see you again, yeah, absolutely. Now Gwen was here yesterday launching this collection of stamps we've got coming up, and it was a huge success at the launch. It's your last chance to see the new collection from Poole, and we'll get into that in a second. This is what we've got to look forward to though between now and 8 o'clock today at HobbyMaker. So we've got Nature's Compendium from Poole with Gwen at 1, Eileen Hull's Journaling with Sharon Curtis and SIZZIX at 2. Brand new to us from Carnation Crafts, we've got the Fairy Tale die collection with Carla, of course. That's coming up at 3 o'clock. Jane's Doodles at 4. That's with myself and Gwen again. Then we have Eileen Hull's Journaling Essentials. Last chance to get hold of those fantastic dies from SIZZIX and Sharon. 6 o'clock, it's Carnation Crafts again with Carla. And then the Brother Special at 7 o'clock tonight. Exclusive deals on the Brother label printer and the all-in-one printer as well. That's going to be with Andy and Rosie. That's what we've got in store for you between now and 8 o'clock. Now, what a collection this is.
Isn't it lovely?
It's beautiful. And Poole is a really talented artist designer.
Yes, she is one of our in-house. She does a lot of French haberdashery, journaling sort of collections, but with this one she's gone more botanical. She does that sometimes as well. So this is Nature's Compendium. So lots of botanicals, gorgeous countryside theme.
Absolutely. Now we've got a big bundle where you're going to get everything, all of these stamps. The stamps on the top and the stamps on the bottom are separate collections if you want to go for them individually. So they're on the website for you as well. Everything in the show is actually on the website right now if you want to have a little look. But if you go for the main collection, that's where you're going to get everything, and you get the biggest saving. And you're going to get also the paper pad as well, which is Nature's Compendium paper pad, which is gorgeous. £84.99. Now these two here are rubber stamps. The rest of them are beautiful polymer stamps made up from various different elements like the French seals that you've got there as well. There's about 19 of those French seals in this collection. You've got the numbers from the past, all different sizes. So great, maybe if you love your journaling and that sort of thing, or to give that journal effect. Down the bottom, again, these are not all single stamps. You've got a mixture of different stamps in the collection, including this one here, which has got that beautiful flower, and all the other elements are completely separate. You've got the bees, you've got the fleur, the French flowers, You've got the butterfly in flight. You've got the tree there, of course, as well, which is absolutely lovely. And there are so many verses and words in there too, on like the old-fashioned typewriter font. So what we'll do is we'll go through them individually after we've done our first demo. But if you want to get the main collection, that is on split pay as well, which is really exciting. It's 3 interest-free split payments. So £84.99 gives you a £20 discount for a brand new collection. And on split pay, that means you have to part with less than £30 to get all of this collection home, including, of course, that fantastic Nature's Compendium paper pad as well. £8.49 each stamp set, if you want to break it down evenly. Right, so we'll do a demo first, and then we'll also go through all the collection. I just want to let you know that this is also featuring in Gwen's demo as well, which is the honeycomb die. And we've got a few dies in the show which make wonderful backgrounds.
They
and this
really
is gorgeous.
do. I absolutely love Sam's background dies, and the things I use genuinely myself a lot of the time. And this one in particular, because we've got a bee-themed stamp, which
Yes.
I'm using in the first demo, I thought it'd be lovely to have the honeycomb background to go along with that. So I'll show you how that cuts, and then we'll get on with the demo.
Okay, and it's totally snippable as well. So if you don't want to have the whole rectangle on your project, you can snip it into whatever shape or whatever design you want to do. £11.99 for a die that big, that's amazing. And you'll use this again and again and again. IZ2860.
So this is the die, and as Dave said, it is quite a large die, so it's at least sort of 4 by 6, something like that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pop it through this small machine. All of these dies that I brought for you today will all go through small machines. So that's a good thing as well. Just whiz this through. Now, the beauty of this die is that once you've cut it, you have more than just the actual die itself to utilise.
You've got the positive and the negative.
So you've got this interesting frame, which you could lay over a panel to create a nice card. But you've also got all the little pieces that pop out.
Little hexagons.
So all the little hexagons, and they're not all individual, some of them are joined together. So you get these little things that you can use as well.
Okay.
So really fab. And then you get the actual framework. Just let me prise
So
that
even the honeycomb
out.
is quite shabby chic, isn't it, really?
Yes, it really is. Absolutely gorgeous. And I mean, the bees are just incredible builders, aren't they? And they build these amazing hives with the honeycomb. And I think this really brings that to life as well. So
Kat, our producer's dad is learning to be a bee.
I know, she was telling me, isn't that fascinating?
Wow.
So here we go. That's the actual die cut when it comes out, which is really gorgeous.
Love it.
You can snip this into pieces. The thing is just use a little bit of it here and there. The whole thing is more of a background style rather than sort of, you know, a complete...
Well, obviously it lends itself to the bee
focal
theme,
point.
but also that could
Yeah.
be like a fence, it could be, you know, mesh, it could be anything you want it to be.
Absolutely. So let me just get rid of this,
Okay.
and then we'll get started.
We'll crack on. So lots of you coming through for the actual hexagon die, if you want that. The Shabby Basics Rustic Honeycomb is what it's called, at £11.99. And again, totally snippable. So I think you'll actually use this die more than you realise. You really will.
Yeah, I know I
Sarah's in
do.
for this. Karen, Magali in Hertfordshire's in for this as well. Elizabeth's coming through too. I remember not so long ago when that die would have been probably £35.
Oh, easily.
A few years ago.
Yeah.
So £11.99, and it fits into this collection brilliantly well, but every other project that you're working on it will work with as well.
Yeah,
Look at
don't
that.
just use it with bees, use it with all sorts of other things as well.
Absolutely.
So this is the project I want to guide you through right now, using the beautiful bee stamp and some of the papers and other bits and bobs to talk about as we go along.
Fantastic.
All right. So I'm going to start by laying out my main panel for my card, and I've got some of the papers from the paper pad. These are all double-sided, but you have plenty to go at, so you don't need to worry that, you know, I've used one, I want to use the other side, you'll have another copy of it to use. So what I'm doing basically, and this actually happened because I had a lot of scraps left over from other projects I'd made, and I wanted to use them. So I've sort of collaged the background, if you like, but I also managed to pick out the bits and pieces that I wanted that had bees referenced on them. So this is from the large bee paper.
And that paper pad, by the way, it's got 24 double-sided sheets in it. I'll flick that through for you after the demo.
And you get 6 designs, well 12 because they're double-sided, and then you get 4 of each. So I just also want to show you a little paper crafting technique if you're not familiar, which is to tear your paper. And so I've taken this piece and I just wanted a little different pattern to fill up a corner here. So I've torn it, and when you tear paper towards yourself like that, you get a white edge. And then you can add ink to that, which really makes it stand out and give it a vintage look. So that's what I did with that piece.
And you like using the Ranger Distress inks, don't you, for that?
I do, because they're nice, soft and muted colours, so for making things look vintage, they're perfect.
Yeah.
And then this also came off the same sheet of paper, but just from a different part of it. So I've torn a little piece of that, and that's going to be the basis of my panel. So I'll pop these down. Don't look at the back of the paper when you're doing it, just... Bing.
Do you find it difficult to choose which side of the paper to use?
Not anymore.
Oh, okay.
I just do it.
Right.
At the end of the day,
Life's too short.
It's a piece of paper. If you think about it, it's a piece of white paper that just happens to have colour on the sides of it.
Yeah.
You know? So yeah. I've found that by cutting it and tearing it, and you actually get more from it.
Yeah, sure.
I feel.
And you've inked that one as well? Or
So I've
is that
inked
okay?
those. Now I've inked all my cut edges and my torn edges. It's just it takes a little while, so I've had that pre-done. Then I want to bring in this die set. Now we talked about this yesterday as well. This is Sam's torn and ripped papers, layered ripped papers, sorry. And these are beautiful dies. You get 5 different styles, but they're all to do with tearing paper, notepads, that sort of thing. And today I want to use this particular die from the set.
I love this.
It's gorgeous. It's like a little note page from a book with a spiral that you've torn out, and you get those little raggedy notches at the top. So I've used this on 3 different papers. So craft brown, again, I've done this inking. Even on craft brown, it's worth inking because it just darkens the edge enough to give it that vintage look. And just adding shade here and there to your paper is going to make it more interesting. Then this came from that paper, the back of it, which is beautiful text. And this is a page that looks like a sort of invoice or sort of, yeah, journal page,
Spreadsheet
that sort of thing, something
thing,
like that. I don't think they had spreadsheets back then.
Oh, maybe
did
not.
they? So I wanted these to look as though somebody had just dropped them, you know, randomly on the page. But I want to work on this one with our stamp. So I've got the beautiful beehive, and I'm going to be using a VersaFine Clair. So this is an oil-based ink, so when it dries, it's permanent. So just tap.
The detail in the stamps.
It's gorgeous,
as well.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Just tap gently all over the stamp, and then turn that over, and we're going to print this onto this little piece of paper. It just fits, which is cool.
I mean, even the beehive is vintage, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Yeah,
it's like an old wicker one, isn't
Yeah.
it? Beautiful. So
What
just
where you go to learn about beekeeping?
well,
University?
Kat was saying her dad is doing a course with, I suppose, with somebody who does beekeeping. They're the best people to learn from,
I
aren't they?
suppose so, yeah.
So there we've got that. Now I just wanted to bring out the beehive a little bit more. So I'm going to bring some of Sam's botanical sprays in. We've got 6 of these. It's a liquid dye that's made to mimic natural colours. So this one is lemon peel, and I'm just going to squirt a little bit into a palette. You don't need much of these, they're very concentrated. Now for me, the yellow in this instance was too yellow. So I wanted to bring in, what have I done with my other thing?
What have you lost?
I've lost my stamping plate. Never mind, I'll use this.
Okay.
I wanted to make it more brown. And so just to show you that if you haven't got a brown, you can mix colours, of course. Red and green are going to give you brown. But you can also mix these stains with your normal ink pads. If it's
So the sprays are water-based, are they?
Water-based. They're all water-based.
Yeah.
So it's, excuse me, a water-based ink pad. It's a water-based spray. So there's nothing to stop you mixing them. So I'm going to bring a little bit of the yellow and make the brown slightly more yellow than it was.
Yeah.
And the yellow more of an acceptable brown for this particular
It's like a mustard colour,
piece.
isn't it?
Yeah, so it's just that little bit darker, and this is just, all you need to do is just basically scribble with a paintbrush. There's nothing really technical about this.
And because the VersaFine Clair is a permanent ink, it's not disturbing
That's
that.
right,
Yeah.
it's fixed, it's permanent, and it's not water-based itself, so the two aren't going to mix
Yeah.
and create problems. So let's just get a little bit more ink. So I'm just doing this on top of ordinary paper as well. So it is slightly absorbent, but that works really well actually because it makes it quite quick. It dries quickly.
Is that one of the papers from the pad?
It is.
Right.
Yes. So it's like a journal or from like a receipt book almost, that sort of thing. Okay. So it doesn't have to be perfect. I mean, this is vintage, you know, it's worn, it's weathered.
And those sprays, by the way, come in sets of 3 in different colourways, which we'll give you details of after we've done our first demo. So.
Okay, so you can spend a bit more time than I have colouring that. Let's just clean that, put my stamp back on it. I often use my stamping blocks as palettes. It's because I've got them to hand usually. All right, so I've also then done the inky thing around the edge. So I've just got my ink pad, brown ink pad, and just swiped around the edge to create a bit of a frame. It does make a difference. It really does make a difference. You can paint as much or as little of that as you like. Now I want to show you one other thing. And I've got a little scrap of paper here, which I've cut to size. It doesn't matter what it is. Something fairly faint. I've inked it already, and I'm going to stamp this beautiful accessory stamp from the same B set.
Okay.
And I'm going to stamp this onto the paper. And this is going to give us sort of another embellishment, if you like. I love being able to make everything from stamps. So your panels, your main focal point, your embellishments, perhaps your backgrounds, anything like that, you can make with stamps. That's why I love stamps so much. They're so versatile.
And it's nice that there are so many individual stamps in each set rather than just one big one, because then you'd be restricted as to how you could use it. So.
And look how crisp they stamp as well. So now I'm going to bring in a Versamark ink pad and this tinting powder. This was developed alongside Cosmic Shimmer by Francoise Reed, who wanted something that was going to give her a vintage tint to panels that she'd stamped or onto papers and things like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ink this with the Versamark. I'm just going to press it down, and again, because that VersaFine Clair is permanent, it's not going to move now.
So the tinting powder is an embossing powder?
It is an embossing powder, but it's very subtle. It's got a very subtle tint, and it's super, super fine. So I actually do like it to use as a detail embossing powder. You can use it in the normal way. Just give it a shake, because it tends to have little clumps in it. That's just the nature of the beast. And then we can just cover this.
Oh, it's fine, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like dust.
Like a dust, yeah.
It's like dust. It's lovely.
So it's translucent?
It is. Can I pass that to you?
Of course you can.
Thank you. And I'm bringing my heat gun. Now this is a
Make
bit
myself
noisy.
useful.
Might as well. Just be careful, because it's going to probably blow away. So I'll just hold it by the corner there. And then we can melt the powder.
There it goes. It goes very, very clear, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And it makes the actual imprint from the stamp really pop.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Really brings it nice and bright.
What a great product.
It's fabulous. And what it's done is it's tinted that paper to more of a vintage hue. Don't do what I just did and stick your finger in it while it's hot.
No.
It does cool pretty quickly. But the paper's withstood that quite happily, and now it's got this lovely dimpled appearance. It's almost like orange peel.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you can see it.
Has it made the
Can you
paper
see
more
that?
rigid as well?
A little bit, yeah. But it is still flexible.
Right.
So it's really beautiful stuff. But look at that effect on there now.
I love that.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? So I think now we're ready to assemble. So I've got some honeycomb. It's already been snipped out, but that's fine. I just need some more bits and pieces. So I'm going to stick my book pages together, my little notebook pages together. So let's do that. And again, when I'm doing things like this, that's sort of vintagey, collagey, I don't worry about having everything really flat. I just sort of leave edges floating about. It's quite nice. It gives it a bit more life.
And that's your Cosmic Shimmer glue, by the way, which I know loads of you swear by, and that'll be on the website in various different sizes.
So just higgledy-piggledy. Like I say, it looks like somebody's just thrown them down from a working day. And we can now add those onto the card front. You could also stack these and tie something through the top to make them look a bit more interesting. Oops, I forgot my honeycomb. That's a bit rubbish, isn't it? So let's put that down there. And I want a little bit to go up the top here as well. So pop that there. And then if I make sure I've got glue here, to hold it down. You don't even need to glue the honeycomb down. Just make sure you've got glue on that. And there we are, a nice little additional touch.
Love it.
It's just texture.
Yeah.
It's just really lovely. And then this can go on as our embellishment. And then I'm going to be having a look at one of those lovely seals.
And the seals are basically French inspired, and you get 19 different ones in the stamp set, which is amazing.
Now, even though that's just a little bit of paper,
Yeah.
it really adds something to this layout, and I think that's really interesting. It's the sort of thing people go, oh, how have you done that?
Yeah,
I like
that embossed surface really makes it stand out.
Yeah.
Give it a lovely shine.
So on the seals is one of the bigger stamp sets in the smaller bundle. You get 19 different French seals on here. And there are different sizes, different topics, all really beautiful, quite medieval in feeling. So my first instinct was I wanted to do it in wax. So if I have a look at the original one here, I've actually done it in some molten wax. So
I
just
love that.
put the wax on my craft mat, heated it with the heat gun till it was a puddle, and then pressed the stamp into it. So you can actually do that with these stamps, which
Doesn't
is
it
fantastic.
damage the stamps?
You must protect your stamp with Versamark or something like Perfect Medium, something that will just protect it and help release it.
Right.
But other than that, it doesn't damage it, because wax melts at quite a low temperature.
Right, got you.
So, you know, if it was hotter than that, I probably wouldn't recommend it. And then I've got, from the torn paper set, this lovely little disc, and I've cut one from Craft Brown. I've stamped and embossed one of the seals, again, using that tinting powder over the brown ink. So using it as a traditional embossing powder. And I'm going to now just make this look a little older. So we'll ink round the edge.
You're going to have so much fun with this set, you really are. Because
Honestly.
we haven't counted up how many individual stamps there are in the set, but it must run into, there must be at least, 70 or 80 stamps in total?
There are lots of little words which are fantastic for building up backgrounds and adding detail and that sort of thing. So I've already got a little bit of foam on the back of this one. I just wanted it to have a little bit of depth. And I'm just going to add this. This is a punched circle. I'm going to pop it onto the die cut, sort of like a medallion, I guess, isn't it? And then we can stick this onto our card. And I've also, on the original one, just used a few of those little stamps. Oh, excuse me.
It's the air conditioning.
Oh,
Gets
it
you
gets
all
me
the time.
every time. I'm going to pop that just there. And then, as I say, I picked up some of the little stamps from the B set.
Yep.
So we've got things like Notes, Bees, Mother Nature, Let It Be, Magical Fly Away, Keeper of Bees. So if you have a look on here, I've stamped Keeper of Bees here, Magical Bees here, but you can choose whichever you like. So there are the two versions.
I reckon I know where that card's going to go at the end of the show. Cat. She's got her eye on that, absolutely. And of course, that's just one of the brilliant cards that you can make from this collection. We'll go through them individually in a second as well, but I just want to remind you of some of the dies and some of the other products that Gwen's used in the demo. The torn edge die, first of all, these are the layered ripped papers. So this is the one that's got the kind of notebook sort of effect in there. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dies in total. Also, Gwen used that circular one there too. And you've got that distressed edge around it. So that's really useful, a really useful set to have. We're down now to limited stock on this, single figure stock. So $14.99 gets you 5 dies. That's only basically £3 each, which is pretty amazing. And the effect it gives you on any paper or cardstock is fantastic. $2.99 a die basically. LA2896, if you fancy that, and lots of you coming through for that one. Now the sprays that we touched on, we've got 2 sets over here. I've got a board to show you. Now we've actually put them in different kind of colour combinations. So set number 1, which I think what you're looking at there at the moment, it's going to give you lemon peel, also geranium green and herb green. So these 3 here. So lemon peel is that one, which obviously Gwen used in the demonstration to colour the beehive. You're also going to get that one down the bottom, which is geranium green. They're in a different order, apologies. And then you've got herb green, which is the darker one over there as well. So those 3, 1, 2, 3, $11.99 for those, ME2862. And then set 2 is the one beneath it, and that's going to give you eucalyptus leaves, which is another shade of green. It's also going to give you cottage rose, and it's also going to give you the purple anemone. Not easy to say, anemone. Eucalyptus leaves, cottage rose,
Anemone.
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 Anemone. There you go.
There you go.
So that one, and that one, okay? $11.99 for those three, RE2830. Now, the tinting powders, which are really different.
I was just going to show how vibrant those sprays are. These were 2 samples I did yesterday. The green and the orange and yellow on those tags. It's really vibrant, really beautiful.
Absolutely. So you can use them straight onto a project, or you can put them into a little palette like Gwen did and paint with them. But these two, these are game changers. Yes, they are embossing powder, but embossing powder with a difference. They're going to give you that little hint of a tint of colour, but it will also give you that, it makes whatever you stamped underneath it pop, as we showed you earlier on, and gives that lovely kind of shiny tinge to the paper or the card. So you're going to get your Dove Grey, and you're going to get your soft sepia. Both of them are 50ml each in each pot, so there's a lot there for your money, and £15.99 will get you both of them. AG2815. Now, lots of you have been shopping ahead of us on the website. Now, obviously, lots of you going for the main bundle, but we are doing 2 slightly smaller bundles, and you can buy them individually as well. So this is the set of 5 stamps. Which are the themed ones, basically. So you can buy those individually or as a set of 5 or in the I Want It All bundle. You're going to get them anyway. So there is your beautiful nature, which is that lovely tree. It could be, again, a tree of life, money tree, family tree. But look at all those individual stamps you've got there. Loads and loads of stamps in there, and it's £8.50 on its own. So that's that one. Then you've got your, this one's called Fly. So this is the butterfly that Gwen used in the demo yesterday. And you've got little typed verses there like follow your dreams, free spirit, with brave wings she flies, make a wish, grow, butterfly. Beautiful. That one's $8.50 as well. 30% of the stock of this went yesterday, actually, just this one on its own. Then we've got this one, which is Fleur. So this is very much a Parisian or French chanson de Florian is the words on that one. But again, look, all the other stamps are completely separate. You've got that beautiful franking mark down there. You've got the word Fleur, and again, the old-fashioned type font stamps too. And then 2 more. This one is called Bloom, with that individual flower. Again, you've got some postage stamps on there as well, which I absolutely love, kind of a nod to postcards. You've got Hello Friend, Planted, Beauty and Grace, Seeds Grow in the Garden, Paris, number 27, and Observations as individual stamps. And then finally, you've got this one, which of course Gwen used in that last demonstration. So this is just called Bee, and it's got the beehive, but it's also got the word bee and other verses on there as well. And that's £8.50 as well. So you get a bit of a discount if you buy them from us individually. If you want that set on its own, all 5 of them, that's available as a separate bundle at $44.95, but it's going to go down to $39.99. So you save even more by buying those 5. Okay, LD2807. LD2807 gets you all 5 of those, but it will be in the I Want It All bundle as well. Then the other set we've got is up here. Now, these are 2 rubber stamps, and the others are the polymer. So I'll show you the rubber ones first of all. This is, I love this. I don't know why, but I just do. It just gives you that very kind of shabby chic, kind of Hessian sort of background. Very vintage, very different, and very, very usable, whether you're putting it on a stamping platform or whether you're using it in your hands. 70% of that went yesterday at £8.50. It's rubber, so if you want to stamp into Uti and things like that that are hot, you've got no problem with the rubber. So that's EY2898. You'll use that again and again and again. Then the other rubber one is this one, which is called Script. And that's got random letters and words. You try and kind of fathom out what it says. You never can really, but it's a lovely effect stamp. And again, it's rubber coated as well. You've got the foam on there already, and 60% of that one went yesterday too. That's £8.50 on its own. But all of these are in the I Want It All bundle. Then we come on to the other larger stamp sets. Now, this is your numbers from the past. And if I turn it round, you can see they're all separate. So you can stamp these numbers and these letters into these little elements here. And again, there was a demo that Gwen did yesterday where she used those stamps in there. They all fitted perfectly. So random numbers, but very, very useful. $13.99 if you want numbers from the past. And then the seals, where you get 19 of them, all separate. There we are, look. All with a nod to France. And that is just $13.99 on its own for those seals. And that's IP2832. 40% of the stock of that went yesterday. And then we've got a bundle of those. So if you want those, the 2 rubber stamps and the 2 larger selections, this price is going down from $47.96 to just $39.99. That's £10 a set if you split it equally. RV2817. Sally says, in West Yorkshire, fantastic show, would like to buy everything. Sally, you can. You can buy the bundle that's got everything. One thing I've not shown you that is in the bundle is the book. is the pad. Now the pad is just beautiful. Look at this. Double-sided, you've got butterflies, you've got journals, you've got little receipts and things like that. Isn't it lovely? Beautiful paper as well, Gwen.
It really is lovely, and it's designed obviously to work alongside this collection, but obviously you can use it with whatever you like. But you've got designs in there that are going to complement all the stamps. You can mix and match across the book, and you get lots and lots of them, so it's really good.
24 sheets, double-sided, so there's 48 printed elements in there, but 24 sheets. That, you can buy it on its own. It is available as a separate item at $11.99, but the best deal is to go for all of it. You get all the stamps, and you get the fantastic pad. Should be $104.90. We've taken £20 off if you buy the whole thing, down to $84.99, and we have it on 3 interest-free, fee-free split payments as well of $28.33. That's all you have to pay today if you want to split this into 3 equal payments. NX2864.
Shall we have a look at some samples?
Yes, please.
Let's have some inspiration.
Okay.
So I'm going to look at, first of all, at the samples that our fabulous DT have made with using those seals. This is lovely. This is from Angie, and she's really made an old scroll. It looks intriguing. You just want to get in there and see what it's telling you all about. And then again, we've got this fabulous home decor. This is Angie again. She's made a really vintage piece with lace. And this, she's made one of those seals look like a rosette. It's really cool. And she's used that lovely single flower, which I'm going to use in my next demo.
I mean, put that in the conservatory, in the bedroom, hallway. It'll look lovely.
And talk about that calligraphy background. We fell in love with this one yesterday. This was from Danny. And she's used oxide inks on black cardstock, which I would never have thought of doing.
No,
it's
me neither.
Just so moody and smoky. I love it. It's like an old, I don't know, gentleman's club or something like that.
Yeah.
Not that I've ever been in one, but you know.
I don't believe it.
Again, the wax. The wax seals here have been stamped and then hot glue taken from the hot glue gun, and then a circular disc pressed into it to just press that down. How effective is that as well? That's really fab. And again, one created a beautiful vintage letter.
You said yesterday that could be a wedding invitation.
This would make a stunning wedding invitation, or a gift with tickets or vouchers, whatever you like. Stunning, absolutely stunning. And it's just pieces of card. I know there's a lot of work gone into it, but it is at the end of the day a piece of card. Again, something like a certificate or a panel or an official document, so quite medieval looking. And this, I love this. This is like a proper certificate with one of these seals, making it look very officious.
Absolutely.
Love that. So that's your seals. If we quick have a look at some butterflies, because these stamps are all stunning. This is like a collage type. All of them are like collage stamps. So you've got some seals there in the background, and then the main focal point of the butterfly.
And they're all completely different cards.
Absolutely. Even though they're all using that same stamp. And this is another thing I love about stamps. They're so versatile.
Yeah.
This one's been gold embossed. So again, simple ideas. Yes, there's work involved, but it's a really simple idea. You don't have to do a lot with these stamps because they're so stunning.
And if you're into fussy cutting, stamp
This
it and cut the
one's
butterfly
been
out.
done in vellum and repeated onto a lovely background. Absolutely gorgeous. And then this tree. I think this tree is my favourite.
Yeah, mine too.
Got one, it's just beautiful. And again, inky background, add those text stamps or the Hessian stamp into the background, and then put your focal stamp on there. That one's embossed in copper, that's lovely. And this little tag would be fabulous in a journal. You could clip it onto a page, and this has got the flower there and the tree here. So you're combining 2 of the stamps, so really beautiful. And I must just show you this because it's just gorgeous. It's a set of notelets that Siobhan's made, and she's done inky backgrounds in a kind of an ombre.
Look at this.
Using the tree, and she's done a set of 3. I love this blue one. It's gorgeous.
Well, think about making notelets and selling them.
Making packets like this to sell would be stunning. And then in the other side, we've got the flower. So again, same idea repeated in different colours, but how effective is that?
Beautiful.
So beautiful. So that's one idea if you are making to sell or you want something for a gift. Absolutely beautiful. Again, the single flower, I'm going to feature this in my next demo. So here's a few ideas of what you could be doing with that. Really stunning. All right.
Gorgeous.
And then we'll move on to the bee. Always popular bees. Little tags if you want to add them to gifts or again in your journals. I love this from Emma. She's made it into an actual postcard and bothered to stamp the back as well. Really clever.
Everybody loves bees. Wasps,
Yes.
maybe not.
Can't
Bees,
live without
definitely.
them.
Exactly.
This is from Diane. Diane loves really vibrant colours and it works so, so well. You don't have to go vintage with these stamps and it's nice to show that. But if you do like vintage, you can do that as well. And go completely off-piste and do the blues. Love that. And this one, you've got to have hexagon, haven't you? If you're looking at bees.
Oh, love those
How
colourways.
beautiful is that? So warm and sunny and honey.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then we've got the rose, which we haven't really looked at yet. This is a beautiful old-fashioned rose, and this booklet is stunning. It's got pockets with tags, and I don't know what going off. It's lovely. But again, you can do simple little cards, ink your background, practice with your textures, get that stamp in front, do a bit of heat embossing around the edge. That's lovely. Beautifully painted, coloured in. You could use these botanical sprays for that. And if you really want to do a big project, you can do that as well.
Talk about versatility. These stamps have got so much character. Yes, card making, obviously, that's what we're talking about first and foremost, but think about home decor, think about notelets, think about your journaling that you love. You can use all of these stamps in so many ways. And because these are all separate stamps, you can use them in whichever configuration you want to. You can use as many or as few as you like. So no two projects need ever be the same. I mean, if all of these stamps were just one sheet, you'd be very restricted as to what you could do. But because they're individual, you can really kind of mix them up a little bit if you want to. The complete collection, everything complements each other. The beautiful paper pad is included as well. And by buying it today from us at HobbyMaker, you are saving 20% off the price for a new launch. This only came out literally a few days ago. And we have it here at Split Pay for an interest-free, fee-free split pay. $28.33. Loads of you are putting it in your baskets right now. Jane in Gloucestershire's checked out. Paul in Midlothian. Hello to Eileen, Susan, Elizabeth, Tanya, and more and more and more of you are coming through for this. Think about how you're going to use them and when you're going to use them. And I'm sure this is a set you'll go to time and time and time again. NX2864, and this is the last showing of this collection from Sam Poole as well today. There's another show with Gwen later on, but that's something completely different. So if you like the look of this, don't think there'll be more shows later. It's this one today, and then that's it for a while. So give us a call. If you've never called before, it's a free phone number, even if you use your mobile and from your landline. It's also free to order on our app and also on our website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. If you've never had an account with us, just call the call centre and they'll set one up for you. We can do it yourself on the app and on the website as well. But enjoy interest-free split pay with this. Not everything here at HobbyMaker is on split pay, but when it's over £50, you often find that it is on split pay. Now, I thought there was about, what did I say, about 70 or 80 stamps in there? Okay, I'm going to be told. There's 116.
Wow.
Yeah, our producer just counted them all. 116 stamps in there, plus that paper pad for £84.99. It's an instant collection as well, isn't it?
It really is, yes. And you can mix and match, obviously, across the sets. If you do go for that, I want it all bundle, you can mix up the words, you can mix up the dates and all that sort of thing. Fabulous for journals, but beautiful for cards as well.
Absolutely. Now it's working out to 73 pence per stamp, and stamps are never going to run out. You're going to have them for a lifetime. Obviously the paper pad will eventually run out as you use it, but if you want another one of those, then that is available for £11.99, the 24 double-sided sheets, okay? Right, Gwen.
Okay.
Back to you.
I am going to show you how to do this. And I'm going to start by using the sprays as sprays.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go into my spray box. Well, I'm not personally, but I'm going to work in it. So I've got a piece of card, any bits of card, it doesn't really matter because these dies are so vibrant, you're going to love what effects you can get with them. One thing I am going to do is mist my card on the back just to stop it bowing when I put the ink on the front.
Right.
I don't want water on the front because I don't really want to water them down. So I'm using eucalyptus leaves and purple anemone.
Okay.
And I'm just going to mist these.
And they're both in set 2?
Look at the vibrancy of
Set
these,
B,
they're beautiful. Yeah. And then bring in that purple. Now these are going to mingle and we are going to get, you know, a different effect depending how much you let them mix.
Look at that.
It's fab, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
I mean, that one on its own, if I just spritz that one on its own, is the most beautiful, shocking pink. Mm-hmm. And these, as I said, they do mimic natural colours that are found from plants, extracted from plants.
And you get a lot in each bottle, so they should last you a long time.
Now, I don't like that. I don't like the fact that I've got these like comets and bits. It's not blended enough for me. So I'm going to go back, bring in my green again. And if I still don't like it, I can then bring in some water and allow that to mingle a bit better. Now, that's mingling a bit better now. And when that dries, it'll continue to move a little bit.
It's like it's out of focus.
Yes, and you'll finish up with anything. It'll be different every time. There's a bit more pink in this one. But once it's dry, then you can get to work on it.
Is that your coconut white cardstock you've used?
That was smooth white, actually.
Smooth white, right, okay.
But you can use anything, really.
Okay.
This is watercolour card I used originally. It's going to soak through because they are very, very liquid. So I'm going to use, in this demo, two die sets. I'm going to use the Dappled Ovals, which is another one of Sam's background dies. Again, good size. It's almost 4 by 6, 3.5 maybe. This one's a bit narrower. And I'm going to use the tattered tags as well. So
it looks a little bit like the honeycomb, but it's more oval shaped than hexagon. So
yes. Yeah. So I've used this piece that I'd sprayed to cut that Dappled Ovals. You saw me cut the honeycomb, so I won't actually physically do that. I'll come back to the tag in a minute. So I've got another piece here that I've sprayed, and this is the one I want to stamp onto. So I'm going to grab my flower stamp. I think this one, is it called Bloom, this one?
Yes.
And it's got this lovely, we were trying to decide yesterday if it was a cowslip or something like that. It certainly looks like quite an old-fashioned country flower.
Evidently, the picture on the website is wrong. So if you're ordering Bloom, you will get this stamp set, okay? I don't know what it shows you on the website, but it's not the right picture, evidently. So sorry about that.
And then I'm stamping it in black, and I'm going to emboss it with the Dove Grey.
Okay.
It won't make any difference. It won't make it grey, but it will give it a beautiful gloss. And this is what I mean about using it as a traditional embossing powder. So let's get that stamped.
So if you're stamping that in a lighter colour, the grey would show up. But
Yes.
because it's black, it won't. Right. Okay.
Yeah, the black will come through.
Yeah,
because it's obviously stronger. But again, if you were to use it as Francoise intended, as a tint, you put it over something pale, and then you would get a grey hue.
Right.
Really lovely. It's different from your traditional. You think vintage usually is brown.
Yes.
Can I trouble you again?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So I'm just going to bring my heat gun in and melt this powder now.
Now, if you fancy going for those embossing powders, please do. They are different to any other embossing powder I've seen before. And they're $15.99 for the, you get both colours. You get the tinting powder in the soft sepia, and you get the Dove Grey as well for that price of just under £16. And look at how it makes the stamp.
Really glossy.
Really glossy.
Really beautiful when you use it like this.
Love it. And because it's fine, it actually turns quite quickly, doesn't it?
It does, yes, it doesn't take very many minutes at all. So we've got a fabulous gloss on there. Look at that shine.
Very nice.
And now I want to do something I did this yesterday, but I'm going to do it again because it's one of my favourite things to do. Bleach. I've got bleach in my brush pen here. The thinnest, cheapest, wateriest bleach you can find. Don't get your posh stuff because it doesn't work. Even if you water it down, it doesn't work. So thin bleach in your brush pen, but do remember to clean it out and rinse it each time, otherwise it's going to rot the valve. Mine's pretty much rotted away. So I have to be careful mine doesn't drip.
Okay.
But I keep this pen just for that. And I want to take the colour out, because this is one of my favourite techniques. I discovered it years ago. I wanted to...
I think you're the only person I've seen do this, but I love it.
Well, I wanted to have an inky background and then stamp on top of it, but then all the bits of my flower were the wrong colours and looked a bit weird. So I thought, well, I want to take the colour off and then put the colour back to how I do want it.
So the bleach is only removing the water-based stain.
The spray stain, yes. And it acts quite quickly.
Look at the effect. It's great, isn't it?
Even leaving it like that is quite something.
It's like you've gone over it with a white gel pen.
Yeah, it happens quite quickly. You can heat it with a heat gun to dry it off, and that will actually speed the process up a little bit.
Okay.
You just have to be careful, because like here, I've gone just outside the line, and obviously it's bleached it. But you can go back in with a bit of ink and disguise that if it bothers you.
And the cheapest everyday household bleach you can find will do the trick.
So look how quick that was.
Yeah, that's great.
Now that has to be completely dry before you can start to add the colour back. Otherwise, it's just going to bleach the colour out as fast as you add it in. So I've got one here already done. I've taken the tag, so I've used this shabby tag, and I've cut it around there. So do your stamp in your panel first, and then you can position your tag accordingly. So I've done that, cut that out. I've already added embellishment to the top, just some ribbon and a charm that I had knocking about at home.
Can you see that slight distressed edge on the tag? It's really effective.
Yes, it's got a wiggly edge. And for this one, I decided rather than going brown, I would go with Hickory Smoke, which is a grey. and I've distressed it with grey because I felt these colours more suited to grey or black than brown.
Yep.
So again, just a different look, different effect, but that's where I went with that one. And then I want to bring back the colours I do want. So the purple anemone is that fabulously vibrant pink. And this time I'm going to take the pipe out of the bottle and I'm just going to allow myself a drop because I don't need very much of this at all.
The tiniest amount.
When I want to paint with them, this is what I do. I don't want to add any water to it because they're already very, very liquid. And then I can just go in and replace that colour. And then when you look at the image, you think, well, how have you got pink there? Because all around it's green. And if I'd tried to paint over the green without removing it, I would have got a murky, horrible colour.
Yeah. So you let the bleach dry first?
Absolutely, let the bleach dry. Because otherwise the colour won't stay.
No.
But once it's dry, it goes back in and it's really lovely. You can layer it, you can shade it like you do when any of your colouring. And then I'll also go into the eucalyptus. I've already got a little bit here. And you can just, and the thing, because I've embossed it, you can go over the embossing, it doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. You don't have to try and stay within the lines even.
Yeah, the embossing resists the colour. So.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you can go in and add, you can be as concentrated.
Or you could leave it white if you like that effect.
Or you could go in with pencils,
yep.
Whatever you like to use. But yeah, so that's how I've achieved that effect. And it is very effective, especially if you've got a really colourful background with more than two colours going on, because you can make your focal image really stand out against that background, and it's quite surprising the effect it creates. So let's start to have a look at some other components. Obviously I've got the base card. Now this is interesting, and I've got these dies for you today as well. These are some of Sam's Artisan Mosaic dies. They're like corner pieces. You get an outer edge and an inner pattern.
Yep.
So to achieve this effect, I've not used the outer edge, I've just used the inner pattern.
Okay.
And I've just cut it through the piece of paper. So it's given
Looks like a broken tile, doesn't it? Or
yes,
like that.
Stunning. And I've done that again on one of the papers out of the book. And I just need to now apply this. Sorry, my nose is off again. Oh. Apply this to the card. Before I do that, I want to take a piece of that coloured panel that I had, and I'm going to set that behind it to just set that off. Now I can pick and choose which bit. I like that bit there, so let's cut that. And this can sit behind, and this really brings this pattern to life then.
Very nice.
There we go. So now that's given it a whole nother look.
Beautiful.
So if I just add some glue to the back of here.
And again, a shopping list of what Gwen's used in this demo will be on the way in a minute, so love it.
And then we can stick this together and add it to the card all at the same time.
Yeah.
Just to get that glue on there. Get that behind. And then
Down it goes.
pop some glue on that.
And by the way, Gwen's show later, just to let you know at 4 o'clock, is Jane's Doodles. So this is your last chance to get hold of this particular collection today, or to see the live show anyway.
Okay, so that's a nice idea for a background as well, isn't it?
Love
I
it.
think it is anyway. And then I've got, from the torn and ripped papers, I've got a panel again, cut from the papers. And I want the blue side. I'm going with the blue tones, and there is a beautiful blue paper in that pad. So I've picked that out as well. So everything works together. Again, do my jaunty angle. I do like a jaunty angle. And then I'm going to bring in the tag, which is going to sit like that. Now I did that and I thought, well, that's quite nice, but how much nicer would it be if I brought in some texture from that beautiful
The dappled
ovals. So I'm going to snip that down a little bit so it's just...
And that gives you the effect, again, of like a mesh maybe, or possibly even, it could be falling leaves, it could be all sorts of things, but they're oval in shape, the apertures.
Well, it could be eggs as well.
Could be eggs, yeah.
You know, it would have been great for Easter. We've missed it now. But So that's going to go just down the side, something like that. None of this is precise, you know, it's just do what you think. I'm going to have another little bit at that side just to carry it on. So you see, I'm not using very much. So you could cut one of those and it would maybe do you 2 or 3 projects if you wanted it to.
Absolutely.
So let's pop that there. And then I can add my tag. So very quick this to put together once you get that initial spraying done.
If you ordered them yesterday and saw the show that Gwen and I did yesterday evening, yours is on the way. If you're ordering it right now, it'll be dispatched very, very soon indeed. You'll get it in the next few days. And the fun you're going to have working with these stamps.
Yeah. So that's where we're up to so far. And then I wanted to create some embellishments. So with this one, I picked out a little tiny piece of paper that had some flowers on and cut it with a postage stamp and then put it on a square backing. And I've inked that, same with the hickory smoke, so it's got grey edges rather than brown. And I'm going to pop that up here. When I'm doing this collage-y style of thing, for me, it's all about making everything on there connect with each other. So you haven't got one thing here and one thing here and one thing
Things
here.
overlap.
And they look separated. If you overlap them, it becomes much more cohesive.
Yep.
And then the last embellishment I've got is this one, and I want to show you how to do this. I did one yesterday, but I'll do another one. This is slightly different. And this is from the dates set.
This is from the numbers from the past, okay?
And so you have these 2 gorgeous little labels here.
You've got 39 stamps in that set alone.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it? And they are all really usable. I mean, when you're doing things like this, it doesn't have to make perfect sense. It's, you know, it's art.
It's art.
You can make it fit if you want to make it fit something, or it can just be art for art's sake, in the words of a song. All right, so let's stamp this little rectangle.
I think that's what makes art so fun.
Yes.
Is that there are no rules.
And it's finding what appeals to your sensibilities, isn't
Exactly,
it?
yeah.
This might not appeal to everybody, but you might be sat there thinking, oh, but I could do that instead. That's what it's all about.
And this is going to go on a card, but equally these could be pages in the journal. Or
Oh,
something like
definitely,
that.
definitely. Now, what shall I use? I'm going to go back to the seals, actually, and I'm going to use this little one here. Quite like these little funny shaped ones. They're almost like a little lozenge. And I'm going to stamp that into one of the little spaces.
And this is the first time I think I've seen a collection of seals like this.
Yes,
in the
I
stamp
think
collection.
it is me.
Yeah.
And then I want to bring in some words. So I think I've used something off here. Yes, so we've got hello, friend, where you bloom where you're planted, seeds grow in the garden, all sorts of things. Really lovely. So I'm going to use hello, friend. I am going to stamp them independently because trying to line them up on the stamp together would
And
be
it's the old-fashioned
tricky.
typewriter face, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really nice,
Yeah.
and it's slightly distressed. So that makes it interesting as well. And let's get the friend on. So this, if this was a card, then that would be lovely to send to a friend, wouldn't it?
Beautiful.
So there's hello, friend. And then the only other thing I've done, and I don't think I've cut myself a piece ready, so I'm sorry about that, but I've used here a tiny little piece of paper off. There's a sheet that's got like little postcards or adverts or countryside scenes on it, and there's a little border with flowers, and I just cut literally a piece to fit in there.
So it looks like a little stamp sort of thing.
And then cut that out, ink it to distress it, and you've made your own embellishment out of next to nothing.
Yeah, just a scrap of paper.
Absolutely gorgeous. And you could go to town with those, especially if you're into journaling. I think they dress up your pages beautifully. So let's have that at a jaunty angle. And by putting this here, I'm now going to be connecting all this section of the design. And there we have it.
There it is.
And there's the original one.
Our second masterpiece. Amazing. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Let me show you the dies, or some of the dies that Gwen used in that. Now this looks, from a distance, it looks a little bit like the hexagon mesh that we showed you earlier on, but it isn't. This is the one that is the ovals, okay? So this is basically, it's called your dappled ovals, okay? And again, snippable, totally snippable. They could be little eggs, they could be little leaves, but it could also be like a trellis that you could have flowers growing up and that sort of thing, like a climbing wall. $11.99 for that one, but there's a lot of metal there. and great quality too, OG2821. Now the only other die that we haven't shown you that Gwen used, this is the one that's the artisan mosaic. So this is 2 dies in each shape, but it gave that kind of look of a chipped or broken tile maybe in the corner of that card. And this is an even better value. It's $10.99, but you've got the outside cutting edge and you've got the inside detailed die too for £10.99. So that's LR2873. Now, loads and loads of you are calling in from Gloucestershire, funnily enough. Very popular for this collection.
Are they having a party?
Yeah, I think it sounds like it, yeah.
I love that idea, a crafting party, and everybody's watching and shopping.
Why not? But the tag dies, if you want those, now they are, where are they? They're buried. Where have I put
Here.
them? Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very broad, isn't it?
So there are your tag dies, and these are going to give you that distress edge all the way around. And you've got 9 dies. You've actually got the kind of reinforced rivet dies there as well, which are really useful to have. But you've got the tiniest one, and you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different sizes of tag, which look great as embellishments on cards, but also you can use them on little boxes for jewellery. You can put prices on the smaller one, that sort of thing. You could put a larger one maybe around the neck of a bottle of wine if you wanted to. $11.99, yeah, it could be a handmade by tag that you want to sign or something like that. But because it's not straight-sided, it's got that kind of deckled edge to it. Gives it more character, gives it more of a vintage sort of look. So that is $11.99 for all of those. You'll use these all the time, believe me, EN2852. Now, we've also got the cheesecloth. Now, although we're calling it cheesecloth, I liken this almost like a sack or some Hessian. If you looked at it through binoculars or a magnifying glass, this is the sort of thing that you'd see. Very kind of rustic and rural. Again, that could be a fence panel, but this goes so well with these stamps and everything about the collection as well. So that one, another great investment really, and that's what it is really. $11.99 is your price for that one, KA2895. Now Sue in Devon is watching. Hi Sue, good afternoon. She said, hi Gwen, hi Dave, Gwen and the HobbyMaker team. Is it possible to have another flick through the paper pads, please? Kat, my producer, said no. Yeah, she was joking. Yes, of course you can. Okay, have a little look at this. $11.99 for the paper pad. If you buy the big bundle, this paper pad is in there. But if you want an extra one, I mean, look at that one. Can you see? Look, you can easily cut those out.
That's where I got the little blue paper, the little blue flowers from.
Oh, that one there?
Yeah.
At the top?
Yeah.
Isn't that beautiful? Look
So
at that
when
little...
you start to really look and pick bits out, there's loads in there.
Absolutely.
Loads.
And you do get more than one of each. And again, the only difficulty is choosing which side of the paper to use. But you do get multiples of each of the designs. And there's 24 sheets in total in there. Isn't it beautiful?
And if I can show you this with a little bit of inspiration to how to use papers, if you like to make books, I've made a little folio here showing how well all these papers work together. So this has got a little magnetic closure here, and then each page has got one of the papers on. It's also got pockets in here, which I haven't decorated, I just wanted to show off the papers. So we've got that lovely bee paper, leaves and journal pages, invoices, all that sort of thing.
And actually hold fire, if you're liking what Gwen's showing you at the moment and the sort of idea behind it, like journal making, the next show is going to be right up your street as well. Actually, go for this set today, because it's going to work so well. It is a good segue, because we're talking journaling with
Mine's
SIZZIX.
handmade though.
If you want to go for this stamp set today, remember there's absolutely the most amazing deal and the most amazing value. £20 saving, 20% off. And you get the paper pad in there as well. You don't have to buy that separately. It is included. You get the whole lot, and it all works together so well. But remember, I don't know what your budget is. Everybody's budget is different. We've got a separate set of the 4 on the top row available separately, or you can have the 5 on the bottom row available separately, all designed by Poole. And you can buy, of course, the pad on its own as well, and you can buy them individually. If it's just the seals you've set your heart on because they're so unusual and different, you can, of course, buy those individually as well. All of them are individually available, but quite a few of them individually are limited on the website. So if the website says sold out, all I can do is apologise. But you can be making wonderful work of art cards like this with the help of Gwen's demonstrations and of course Poole's brilliant designs. And I know out in the marketplace, in the global scheme of things, this has been a really popular collection. It's brand new. It's only been out a few days. We have it here with split pay, which you won't find everywhere else. So $28.33 is all you pay today plus your P&P. And we're back with Jane's Doodles at 4 o'clock. Which you may or may not have seen recently here on HobbyMaker. So that's going to be something to look forward to with Gwen at 4. But if you want this, it's 116 stamps at less than £85 with the paper pad as well, and you'll be making amazing vintage shabby chic projects just like this. And remember, if it's in your basket, Viv, Amanda, Susan, Elizabeth, Tanya, and many, many more, it's not yours until you check out that basket. All we ask you is for that first split payment, and it's on its way straight away. You don't have to pay all 3 payments before you actually receive it, okay? Thank you, Gwen.
Thank you, Dave.
Great to see you.
Lovely.
Oh, quickly, message from Sarah. Sarah in Somerset says, those cards are lovely, Gwen.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
And yours will be too.
Brilliant. Okay, next up, we've got Sharon here. We've got SIZZIX, and we're talking journaling. So if you like these stamps, you're going to love what's coming up next. And it's a back-in-stock item after selling out yesterday. See you in a couple of minutes.
Not only is HobbyMaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the HobbyMaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with HobbyMaker.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Back in stock, so are we and so are you.
Yes.
Yeah, back in stock, here we are, just after 2 o'clock, and what a busy show we've got for you. We know it's going to be busy because it was really busy yesterday, and so much so, actually, what we're about to show you, the die that we're about to show you, sold out twice yesterday. Now, we weren't sure until we came in today whether we were able to get any more stock, but luckily, the guys at SIZZIX have said,
Yes,
"Yay."
thankfully, because I don't know what we'd have been doing otherwise.
I know, absolutely. What we're talking about, actually, I know Gwen has just ordered this.
Yes.
Because she came in today and said, I think it sold out yesterday. Are you going to get any more? And we didn't know at that point. And then as soon as Sharon found out that we could, Gwen was on the phone ordering this. Because this die is going to allow you to make journals or books or whatever you want to call them, like this, of this sort of size. And it's literally, the die makes the front and the spine, the die makes the back and the spine. So you run it through twice with your hardboard or grey board, whatever you're using for the cover, and it's an instant journal.
It's instant, and being an A4 die, of course, it means you can create this great size journal because it's kind of A5 size. And of course, you need a really big die to do that. Because
exactly.
You need, even with splitting it between front and back cover, you still need a good sized die. So,
I mean, who doesn't love a notebook? Whether you're a list maker, whether you write little notes about gardening, whether you write little notes about cookery, recipes, things like that, whether you could be putting photographs into an album. I mean, this is a really great size and really practical to use.
it's a really practical size because it's kind of A5 size, which means if you like using a planner, as I do,
Yep.
you can go online onto that shop and get digital downloads
Yes.
of your whole year's calendar, things like print them off, put them in here. I've put pre-done notebooks in there because you can use elastic for the binding. It means that this cover can be used again and again, and I can just keep swapping out the notebooks that are in it. So it's a great gift to give someone.
I think the reason this has been such a runaway success and so popular is it's so quick. You make journals, books, whatever you planners, whatever you want them to make them into, in literally a few minutes. And you can decorate them how you want with your decorative papers. We've got the texture roll in the show. You can decorate them with that. But if I just show you, on the back, it's difficult to see, but there are little slits in the foam. And where the slits are where the blades are hidden. So when this goes through the corresponding machine, it's compressed and then the blades are exposed and it cuts through grey board, mount board, all that sort of thing.
Yep, leather, if you want to, you don't have to even make a hardcover journal. If you want to be using some nice thick leather or double up leather, you can use felt. So so many different fabrics with a big die. So you're not limited at all.
So the die, if you have a little look down the bottom here, this shows you exactly what your die is going to cut. The die is cutting out either the back or the front plus the spine. So you need two of those. So it goes through the machine twice to get the front and the back. You've then got all of these extra little embellishments that you can put onto the spine of the book, or you can put onto the front cover of the book if you want to as well. All of those are cut at the same time with one pass through your machine. Now, before anyone buys this, I've got to stress, you do need to have the right machine to use these. If I turn it to the side, you can see this is actually what I call a cartridge die. It's actually called a Biggs die. So basically, it's much, much thicker than conventional thin metal dies. So you will need to have a SIZZIX Big Shot or the equivalent.
You basically need machines I know of, obviously SIZZIX, so the SIZZIX Big Shot, the SIZZIX Big Shot Switch, the electric machine. The other big A4 machine with a wide mouth that I know of is the Spellbinders Platinum, the bigger one.
Right.
Other than that, I don't think there's any other machine that you can fit that through.
But if you're looking at this, and I will be at home thinking, do you know what? I love the idea of having a die that makes instant journals, instant books. For £40.99, I'm going to buy that. And do you know what? I'm going to treat myself to a machine that I can use it with as well. We've got the SIZZIX Big Shot Plus in the show today as well. And we've got that deal back that we sold out of yesterday, okay, for under £170. It's on the website. This die is not £40 either. It should be. And I think it would fly at that price. So we got a clock on the screen, which means this is going to go down. If you watched the shows yesterday, you'll know where it's going to go. If you ordered it yesterday, it's on its way. But we have got more stock that we didn't realise we could get today. So thank you, SIZZIX, from the bottom of our heart for giving us a nice, big, healthy stock for today. And Liam as well is working on his day off, arranging the stock. Liam never gets a day off. £40.99 to make your own journals, books, albums, whatever you want it to be. I'd be lost without my planner.
Me too. They were just laughing at me in the green room with my planner because it comes everywhere with me.
Me too, me too. I wouldn't be here without it. I'd be somewhere else by mistake. £19.99, better than half price, to get the Biggs die that cuts the front and the back of your journals perfectly every time. You can make these and sell them. You can make them for your best friends as fantastically personal gifts. I mean, you can go and buy organisers and planners from stationers and that sort of thing, but they're pretty kind of soulless. This is personal. You can decorate it how you wish. You can use your embossing folders we've got on the show, maybe with your texture roll, and then cover that on the books. 20% already gone on that big stock we were able to get from SIZZIX today. So this could be your last chance to get hold of it. You've got another show later.
Yes, yes.
But I think this is all the stock we've got now.
Yes, I'm not sure it'll last till then.
No,
so,
we did ask the question, is this all we can get? And we were told earlier, yes. So if you do want it, don't think, oh, I'll call in this evening. I'm going to go out now. Do it before you go out, because tonight it won't be in stock, okay? $19.99, it's a huge die, so you make sure you've got the correct machine. If you haven't got the correct machine, we have got it in the show today. And I know lots of people were buying the machine and this together because it was this that you wanted to do. You wanted to make journals and planners and sell those rather than, you weren't really that bothered about, say, the thin metal dies or whatever. You just wanted to be able to make journals like this as like a little side hustle, maybe a little second income possibly for you. Because if you go to local fairs or anything like that, and you can personalise and offer personalised or take orders for personalised journals.
Yes, it's a great thing to be able to sell. The other key thing about that is that they're so quick to make.
Yes.
Which, when you're making to sell, is a big thing because your time is money, basically, isn't it?
Okay, now we're going to do a demo with this in a minute, so we'll show you exactly how easy it is to use. About 30% of that stock of that die is now gone. You need to check your baskets out to confirm it. Don't worry about the machine just yet. Check that basket out. That's your die sorted. Then if you decide you want to go for the machine, make another phone call, go online or whatever. You can order as many times as you like for 1 P&P of $3.95 per day, and the free phone call, remember, is always there, even from mobiles. Now, this machine is a hero. This is an icon in crafting. It's been around for decades, and it was one of the first die-cutting machines out there.
It was. SIZZIX were the first company, to come up with a die-cutting machine.
Yes.
The parent company to SIZZIX have been around since 1977.
Wow.
And they were selling kind of industrial-type die-cutting machines into the educational market in America. And then they came up with the SIZZIX brand in 2001, and they've developed machines for us crafters. I can't remember what year the Big Shot Plus came out. The smaller size Big Shot was about 2005, and the Plus was a couple of years later. I've had a Plus since the day it came out.
It's your machine of choice, isn't it?
Before I worked for SIZZIX, because having the capability to cut big dies and A4 dies is quite a universal sort of,
And don't get me wrong, yes, you can cut thin metal dies in the machine as well. You get all the plates you need for the machine to work, but you get the added benefit of being able to use the big dies in there as well. All your embossing folders, 2D and 3D, can go through there. So this is really a machine that's going to future-proof you. No matter what you want to use the machine for going forward, this machine will say, yes, I can do it. You are going to get all your plates. All the plates are pre-printed with the sandwiches that you need to do different cutting techniques. So there's no instruction book to lose, or you can't find it in 2-3 months' time. It's all printed on the plates, which I love. Also, with this machine, you're also going to get extra cardstock from SIZZIX. You're also going to get an embossing folder and some thin metal dies as well as a thank you for purchasing. And it should be $229.99. What we can do today is let you have this machine with those extras at an incredible $169.99. Once you've got that machine, you can buy dies like this at a fraction of what you should be paying for them and make things like this. I mean, the other dies still work. Yeah, thin metal dies work in there. Your embossing folders from whichever brand, whichever make you love, no problem. But when it comes to big dies, there are only a few machines on the market that will do it, and this machine will. There it is. It's going to take pride of place in your craft room, and it's peace of mind. You know it's going to last you years and years and years. The reason for that is I know people who've had their Big Shot Pluses for decades.
Yes, absolutely. And if you think about the fact that SIZZIX have kind of been around since the beginning, they were the first die-cutting machine. So since then, any other company coming up with dies, I know, I've worked for other companies, they all test them in a Big Shot because Big Shot is kind of considered the industry standard.
Yes.
There are over 2 million Big Shots out in the world.
Wow.
So that kind of shows you where it stands in terms
and
of
it's
the
really
market.
Changed very little over the years.
Very
Maybe
little.
cosmetically, the colour may have changed slightly, but certainly, when it's perfect, why change it? And that's really what you've got the chance to invest in here today, which is why we're so pleased to have it at HobbyMaker. It is on split pay as well. which means that you can spread the cost of this into 4 split payments, which is $42.49. That's all you have to pay today. Once you've paid that on your debit card today or credit card today, it will be on its way straight away from our warehouse. We have SIZZIX products in our warehouse to ship direct to you. It doesn't come from SIZZIX, it comes from us, and you'll get it in the next few days. And you pay that split payment today, it's on its way. Simple as that. We don't ask you to pay 3 or 4 before you get it sent. You pay the first payment, it's on its way with all the plates, with all the extra cardstock, with all the extra dies as well in the embossing folder as a treat from us and from SIZZIX to you. And it works with the big dies. Sandra in Norfolk. Hi, Sandra. Good afternoon. She says, do you need any other dies other than the A4 die to make the big journal?
No.
No.
No. That's it.
That's all you need.
So on that die itself, it will give you a front and back cover. You also get included the extra little bits that I've put on my journal. So this closure is included on the die. This label is included on the die. You might want to add in some of the thin metal dies that we've also got on the show, because they are going to give you some other elements like this little pocket and the waterfall. But to make the journal itself, with the closure and the label on the front, that's all on that one A4 die.
And those thin dies, again from Eileen Hull as well. By the way, Eileen is going to be joining us in the studio very soon as well.
Yes,
which we're
beginning
really
of
excited
May. We're
about.
very excited.
These thin metal dies, these are for basically things that are going on inside your journal. So you've got little pockets, you've got the spine, which you can attach your pages to.
Yes, you can attach pages. And these thin metal dies aren't specific to these journals that we've got on the show.
Right.
They're going to work with lots of different journals, not even SIZZIX journals.
Okay, they're coming up soon.
Even pre-bought journals. You can use these in anything.
Okay, demo time, Sharon,
Yeah,
if that's all right.
make one.
Yeah, let's go and make one. Show you how easy this die is to use. But the big news is we got it back in today, not thinking we'd be able to, and the stock that we've got is going very, very fast. So much so that will we have any in the next show? Well, I haven't got a crystal ball, but I don't think so, is what I'm thinking at the moment. IU1, what's that? IU1S12. IU1S12, there we are. So it's item numbers that are letters and numbers there. For $19.99, you're going to get that cartridge die, which will make that beautiful journal that Sharon's going to show you.
Yes. So I've got my die here in front of me. As you can see, it's A4. So the first thing I'm going to need is some A4 matte boards. You can use grey board. I know Keith was here on Monday, I think, with some A4 grey boards. So anything like that, because you're going to need something big enough.
Okay.
So what I've done is you're going to need 2 sheets, one for the front cover, one for the back. I've done one already, and then I've got an A4 sheet here of matte boards, and I've put some double-sided adhesive roll on it. I think we've also got that on the website. I think Wild Spider do a roll, A4 roll of this sort of double-sided adhesive tape. So I'm going to peel that back.
That's not going to gunk up your blades in the cartridge?
Nope, not at all. Right. Nope. And I'm only putting cardstock on one side of this because I've got white on. Oh no, I'm going to do both sides. I've done both. As we said, I was only going to cover one side. I've put tape on the back so we can do both.
Okay.
So, but if you want, you can. The choice is yours. If you've got some nice grey board, you probably want to cover both sides of that because grey is a bit. You don't want grey on the inside. But if you've got some white or coloured matte board, you can do just the front if you want to. It's totally up to you. So I'm using a 12 by 12 paper. So I'm just going to trim off the excess so I can see exactly where I am. And then we can put another sheet on the back.
It's a lovely thing to do as well, to actually make a physical book, a book that can be anything.
It is. And it's a great way to use up if you're like me and you keep buying 12 by 12 paper kits and then you don't actually want to use them because they're too nice to look at. I find it hard to use nice papers on cards because with a card I'm going to give it away. If it's something that I really, really love, I like to use it for things like journals because at least it's got, you're going to keep it then.
It's going to be with you in your bag, it's going to be with you on your desk, by the phone, wherever you keep it, so you'll always be looking at it.
Yeah, exactly. So from this same set of 12 by 12 papers I had, I've got a really nice background cardstock that I thought would look nice because this will be the inside of the journal. So I'm going to do exactly the same. There's my poker tool. I'm going to peel the backing off, and you can see this this matte board I bought is red on one side, white on the other. So I really don't want red on the inside of my journal when I've got that lovely pretty paper on the front. So I'm going to do exactly the same thing. Pop that on, cut off the excess. Then I've got my mat board covered both sides with some nice patterned cardstock.
And check our website for double-sided adhesive sheets. We do rolls, we do A4 sheets.
Yeah, you can
different
buy
companies.
A4 sheets as well, whatever you prefer. You can use a wet glue. I just find it's much quicker and easier to use a double-sided tape. It's less messy.
Less messy, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. So I've got my two covers ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
So if I bring the die back in, I consider these kinds of dies, and even the thin metal dies, these are tools in my mind, because this is going to create a blank canvas for me to work from.
For me, they look industrial. You know,
They are
they
kind of
workhorses.
industrial, and actually, in a lot of manufacturing, dies like this are used to make sort of products, everyday products we use. So it is kind of industrial, isn't it?
But also, when you have a tool made in
Yes,
commercially, they can be thousands of pounds.
they can. Yeah, you can pay thousands of pounds to have the die made up to then start that process. So I don't worry about what this looks like. And you can see I've written on mine, because when you're making a journal, obviously you're going to have a front and a back cover.
Yeah.
Now, if you've got just a floral pattern paper, there's no right way up or down, doesn't matter. But of course, sometimes, as with this paper I've chosen, there is a right way to this, because you can see I've got my florals, but this has got little jars with paintbrushes in, so I need that to be facing the right way.
Right.
I don't want my front cover with those facing down.
No.
That's going to look really odd. So that I remember, because also I am a bit dim with anything to do with measuring, anything to do with maths. So I will literally cut the front cover and then forget which way around I did it, and then do the back the same way.
I think we're all the same, to be honest.
So if you're like me, you might want to just write on here. So I've written with a Posca pen, front and back. So when I cut this out, it's going to be the right way up on the paper.
Yep.
So we'll do the front cover first. You've got all these extra elements on here as well that are all going to cut. So we'll cut those as well so I can show them to you. And if you want a particular pattern to be on the front, you're going to place that face down. I want this lovely floral to be on the outside of my journal.
Yeah.
So I'm going to place that face down on the die. And then with my Big Shot, with a big die, you just need your two clear plates, that's all. So you sandwich your die in between the two clear plates. Make sure you're not right up to the front of the plates, because if you think your rollers are grabbing this when it comes into the machine, if you put the die right up the front, you're making it fatter in a way.
Right.
It's harder for the rollers to grab it.
Gotcha.
Whereas if you're a little bit back, there's a bit of give there, the rollers can grab it. So
Now, Cassidy is just getting in touch. Hi, Cassidy. Good afternoon in Hampshire. She says, I have the Big Shot for about 3 years, and then the last year I got the Big Shot Plus. I love using them, and they are my go-to die-cutting machine. Thank you, Cassidy. Yeah.
And I love the fact if you've already got the smaller Big Shot, you don't need to learn anything to use this, because the plates are the same, just bigger.
Right.
There's no sort of difference in the plate combinations.
I mean, the number of times I've heard from people that are Big Shot owners, they love talking about their machine because they're so pleased with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Go and look at any reviews, and or ask in any sort of generic Facebook groups for crafting. I quite often see people say, "Oh, what die cutting machine would you recommend?" I always look at the comments, and there's a huge amount of people recommending the Big Shot always.
Definitely.
So all my elements are just going to pop out. So this big die has cut through my mat board and 2 layers of cardstock, no problem.
Well, just like, 15% of our Big Shot Plus stock has gone already before you even really see it in action. So lots of you deciding you either upgrade or go for a machine that will do all the dies now. You've got a machine that will do every die out there and embossing folders on the market. So it makes sense to me.
So we've done the front cover.
Yep.
Now we're going to do the back. So I'm going to flip this round so my back is the right way up. So now I know if I've got my cardstock the right way up, this is going to be how I need it. One thing to mention, where you've got your holes for the spine, there are little springs in there, and you'll see all the little pieces have just popped out.
Yeah.
If they don't, get your poker tool and just dig them out, because you don't want them building up in there, because eventually it won't cut the hole for you. So if you just get in the habit, if you see any stuck in there, just pop them out. But generally, and as they have done, they spring out without you needing to do anything. So we're going to pop that on there, run that through, and that's going to give me my back cover.
Okay. So 2 runs through your machine and you've basically made your book.
Yeah. And of
album,
course,
your journal.
I've covered mine with cardstock. I could have covered it with felt, could have covered it with fabric, leather. It will
Texture
cut
roll.
through. Yeah, texture roll, anything. Yeah. There we go. So.
Imagine maybe a fabric-covered book for a garden journal. How good would that be?
Oh yes, that would be nice, wouldn't it? You know, and if you're making your own sort of planner or diary, it's quite nice to have something like fabric on it, isn't it? So that's given me my back cover. So now when I put these together, you can see the pattern's the right way up on both because of my little system of writing on there. And then I've got all these extra elements that I can use if I want to. And we'll have a look at those in a second because we'll be using some of them. So to put the journal together, I like to use red line tape. Red line tape's kind of the strongest adhesive we have, really. You don't need wiggle room because you are literally just lining them up over each other. So you don't kind of need to use a wet glue so that you can adjust because it is very easy to do. So all I need to do is put my red liner tape up along the spine.
Could you use glue if you haven't got red liner tape? Or?
Yes, absolutely. And if you're someone that just prefers using glue, by all means, you know, go
now,
for
Moira in South Yorkshire. Good afternoon, Moira. She says, so sorry, Sharon. May I ask, is the SIZZIX Big Shot electric? Will it take the journal die? Loving the show. Thank you. The Big Shot is manual.
This one we've got today is the manual machine.
Yep.
If you want an electric machine, then you're going to need the Big Shot switch.
Yep.
But that is also A4, so this die will work in the switch as well.
So if you've got the switch, yes, it will work. If you've gone for the Big Shot manual, yes, it will work. So thank you for the question, Moira. Chris in Manchester. Hello, Chris. For the front of that die, the label is at the top, and for the back, the label is at the bottom, question mark.
Yes.
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 Yes. I had to work that out then, but yes. Chris, the answer is yes.
Yes, that's right. And actually, this is a good point to mention because I didn't work that out for myself. I'm not taking the credit for that. Eileen Hull has a Facebook group called the Eileen Hull Fan Club.
Right.
And she posts on there, she does Facebook Lives every week on there. And when she brings out new journals and things, she always does lives showing you all these little hints and tips.
Right.
So I would recommend joining that Facebook group if you're on Facebook because there's loads of inspiration in there.
Eileen Hull herself will be here flying in from the States beginning of May. Hope I'm here. I'm away beginning of May, but hopefully I'll be
here. Hopefully you'll see her. Yeah, she is absolutely lovely. I can't wait. And she's going to have some lovely new things for us.
All good. Will you be in with her?
Yes, I'm going to come in with her.
Right.
Yeah.
Thought you might.
Yeah, you wouldn't keep me away. She might not want me here, but I'm coming anyway.
Yeah.
So all you're going to need to do is overlap those. Now I'm overlapping directly so that I've got 3. If you want to maybe put 4 notebooks in here, you can put it there, or you can go up to 5 by popping it there.
Wow. Okay.
So you've got the flexibility to make a chunkier journal. Now, in terms of lining it up, I was safe with my red liner tape because you can just hover over and you can see, as long as you can see through the holes, you know you're straight. Now, I can't bend right over this with the cameras that we've got here, so if I've managed to do it in the studio, then you know it's really easy because it's quite hard to do it here. And then your score lines are done for you, so you just need to bend that.
Oh, look at this. An instant hardback book.
Gorgeous is that?
Jennifer in Worcestershire says, I have the Big Shot Plus and the Big Shot. Love these machines. Sturdy, so well made. Love all things SIZZIX. Jennifer, thank you so much. That's so many people saying that they love their Big Shots and Big Shot Pluses. Chris said, glad you figured out what I meant. Also, could you show how you could use an embossing folder for the front of the journal, please? I think we're going to do that, aren't we?
Yes. Watch the show later, actually, because I'm going to do that with the other journal we've got on the show.
Right.
Some texture roll later.
Right.
Because obviously I've used paper on this one, but we'll do one with texture roll and embossing later. So, yeah, we will cover that.
We will cover that later on, but yes, you can.
Yeah.
That looks gorgeous.
So that's the journal. Now, in terms of decorating it, of course, in there, you've got your label. You've got, this will be your closure. Now, I like to cut this separately from texture roll, because I think having this from some sort of fabric feels nicer, which is what I've done on mine. But I think we will put the label on. Now, that's too busy. If I put something on there, you're not going to see it. So in that case, all you're going to need to do is run it through your die cutting machine just with some plain card. So I've done it with some nice pink because I thought that would go.
Yeah.
But I'm going to stick it directly on here because I like having the thickness of this mat board. It's like a chipboard.
Well, this die, by the way, half the stock that we're able to get for this show has now gone. That's not including whoever's got it in the basket at the moment. So if it's in your basket, you're not in that statistic, please check that basket out. Half stock completely gone. With everyone putting it in their baskets, we're looking at about 3/4 of the stock gone. The die, the Biggs die that will allow you to make these journals into whatever books you wish, whether it's a photo album, garden journal, recipe ideas, scrapbook, whatever it may be, photo album, you can make them whatever you like, out of whatever you like, because now this die will cut through even a mount board, leather. And the Big Shot, the machine, the Big Shot Plus, thank you for all your endorsements, by the way, saying how much you love yours. 30% of the entire stock of that has gone. Remember, I don't know if you've got a picture of what you actually get. We did have one yesterday, but you get all the plates. You get, of course, bonus thinlet dies. You also get extra cardstock as well. You can see all the cardstock you get there, the fantastic cardstock from SIZZIX. You're also getting an embossing folder as well. You're getting all of that, and we did some price comparisons yesterday, and we saw this machine without the extras for £312. You're saving £60 off what our normal price should be, and you're getting it on four-way. Is it four-way split pay? Yes, it is, four-way split pay. So £169.99 divided by 4, spread it over 4 payments if you want to, or pay in full if you wish. It's entirely up to you. Right, back to you, Sharon.
Fabulous. And I'm just going to personalise this one. And because my little best friend is here today, Carla, I'm going to put her name on here.
Ah.
So I'm going to give this to her as a gift. So I've die cut my letters from a lovely die that we had. I was here last week with it, actually. So you'll find it on the website.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Eileen Hull tiled alphanumeric die set. You remember this one, Dave, where it cuts the whole alphabet?
Yeah.
So I've just used some gold cardstock.
Does she know she's getting this?
No.
Ah,
No.
she'll be very surprised.
I only decided as I came on air, because I'd bought some gold cardstock to put something on the front here, and I thought, oh, I know, I can put a name. Because I think on the other one I just put notes. So this is great if you're selling or if you're making gifts. I do quite often make journals as gifts and fill them with photos and things.
But I can't think of a better gift to give someone because
So personalised, isn't it?
It is, yeah. We all use notebooks and things like that for all sorts of different reasons.
Yeah, I mean, most of us love a bit of stationery, don't we? So to be able to make your own and then customise it is just fabulous.
And to be able to take orders to make for other people, people at work, friends down the road.
Yes, exactly. So we'll pop that on. I probably should have plugged in my hot glue gun actually, which I haven't, but we'll pop that on with wet glue. So that can go on there. And then with those thin die sets we've got on the show, we've got one called Folio Page Pockets and Flowers. And there's some lovely flowers in here, which are going to be great for embellishing the front of your journals. So I have already die cut the flower from that same pink cardstock that I've used for that. I probably need some leaves as well, so we'll die cut some of those. So in this set, let's run you through what you get because you get so much more than the flowers. So you've got a die that creates a page. Now this was designed, Eileen had a previous journal called a folio journal, and the size of this is for that. But the key to this is that there is a little notch on one side. So if you fold a large piece of card in half and line the fold up with those notches, it will create folded pages for you. Now it will create them for this size, but obviously if you want to maybe use them in the smaller journal we've got today, you would just chop them on that side.
Right.
But it's helped you create that fold and the nice size, you know, the cutting for you. So you've got that. You've then got 2 little pockets. One that has little tabs you can fold in and add your glue there. One that you would just put glue around the edge and stick directly. Then we've got a variety of little flower details. So I've die cut 3 of those already, and I'm just going to die cut a couple of these leaves so that I can add these onto the front.
While you're die cutting those, let me give you the details of the dies themselves. So these are what you're using at the moment from Eileen Hull. This is your page pockets and flowers. So you're going to get all of the dies you can see in there and a few more besides hidden in the packaging just there. There's 12 dies in total. And that is only £16.79. So it makes these wonderful little pockets, and you've got the flowers there too to decorate them too. So that is NP1546, or is it 1S? NP1S46, there we go. So that's the product code for that. But hang fire, if you like the idea of having all the other dies to do different jobs, this one is your waterfall die set. So this, if I just open up,
Yeah, it's in the back of that one, Dave.
in the back of this one. This is the waterfall, just there. So look at that.
We will make one of those in a minute to go in this journal.
So basically it's like little flaps. which you can put pictures on, or you can put little notes on if you want to. So this is going to cut out all the elements to make sure they're exactly the right dimension and the right size. That is $15.39. Don't buy that one though. If you like the idea of going for all of them, we're going to do a deal for you. And then the final die set is this one here, which will make basically the spine that you can put on the inside of your book to attach your pages to. So there we go. That die there, that's VT1S05, that's the product code. That will give you basically all the score marks where you fold it to create that internal spine. So altogether, you're looking at about £45, £46, but if you want to go for all three of them, we'll do a deal. $69.97 is the combined value of all three of those. EVXC83, but we are going to give you a really, really good deal. I mean, if you've made the investment to go for the big die, the Bigs die, these are the thin metal dies that will still go through your Big Shot and any other die cutting machine, but that's for all the kind of workings on the inside. $34.99 for all three, so about £12 a set, which is crazy, isn't it? EVXC83, hello Ira, hello Emma, Susan Dawn, Susan in Nottinghamshire, Crafter coming through, brand new Crafter coming through. Nice to have all our new viewers watching. And a few questions coming through as well. Feel free, send them all in. Anne in Lancashire says, hi Sharon, can you use the extender plates in your switch machine? Thanks.
You can, but you don't really need to because the switch machine comes with big A4 plates anyway.
Right.
But yes, you can use any of the plates from any of the machines really.
Right.
You can use the plates from your smaller Big Shot, from the Big Shot Plus, all in the switch. They're interchangeable, so yes, you can.
Now, Trudy in Devon says, sorry for being late to the party, guys, but will this die fit through the Big Shot, please, or will I need the Big Shot Plus?
You need the Big Shot Plus.
Right.
You need an A4 machine, so you need either the Big Shot Plus or the Big Shot Switch, because you do need A4 plates.
But Trudy, we have got the Big Shot Plus in the show.
We have got the
at
Plus.
a great deal and on split pay. So think about it. If you are going to be buying this die to make journals and then sell them, you'll be paying for this in next to no time. You'll be paying for the machine in next to no time. I mean, a journal like this, with a bit of love and tender care and a bit of time spent on it, you could probably sell those for like £15 to £20. I would have thought.
Easily, yes, I think so. Yeah,
without a doubt.
Yeah.
So this could be a nice little sideline business.
You have to sell a couple to get your money back, wouldn't you, on the die?
Yeah, and the alphabet die that you were using, actually, we found that for you. If you like the idea of personalising your journals and you want to use the alphabet die that Sharon showed you a few minutes ago, here it is. We've got it for you. It will cut out all the letters of the alphabet in one pass, rather than having 20-odd different tiny little dies. Should be $31.99. There it is on another website somewhere. Oh, that's our website. Okay. $31.99 should be the price. We're going to do a deal. And remember, even if you buy something off the website and the price goes down later, everyone pays the final low price, $19.99 for every letter and number that you need in a very, very classic, classy font. And just one sheet of paper, you've got every letter of the alphabet and every number there as well. And
it's a handy one, that one.
Yeah, and you can use the positive and the negative, the cutouts and the...
You can, yeah. It's a nice font, perfect size to work with this journal, I think, that to go on this label, as you can see. So, yeah, it's the perfect one.
Now, do remember, the only machines that you can use this cartridge die or Bigs die in are the Big Shot Plus, the Switch, which is, of course, the electronic version from SIZZIX, and what other machine?
I think it will go through the Spellbinder's Platinum bigger machine, because that's A4.
Okay, but that's it. You need either of those machines for this to actually work, because, of course, the height of the die is so much wider. So, yeah, but do remember, we have got the Big Shot Plus available in the show today if you're deciding that it's time to upgrade your machine to go for a machine that will do all the dies and all the embossing folders on the market. Big Shot Plus in the show today at a special deal and on split pay as well. There it is, $169.99 on 4-way split pay as well. But let's have a look at your journal now. It's looking good.
So my journal's all done. I've added a little flower from that folio set in the corner. It would be quite nice to add a waterfall though, wouldn't it?
It would be.
And we could have a look at that die. So let's bring in the die set and show you what you get, because you also get a load of tags in this set. This one is a die set I use a lot. I even used it a few weeks ago. I was here with a Ciao Bella paper show.
Oh, yeah.
And I made a journal with, we had, the collection was called Wizard Academy, and it was all a little bit wizard, sort of Harry Potter type theme. Mm-hmm. And I did a waterfall to fit in that. So this is something that you're probably going to use quite a lot in all sorts of journals, not just this one.
Right.
So you've got the elements to make your waterfall. So this is the first part that creates, it's got a little score line at the top so you can fold over, and this is what creates your sort of layers. So you've got that die. Then you've got a die that will create a panel to go onto that. So if you were using a waterfall maybe to document photos, things like that, you would cut your photo out with this and you can layer it on there and it looks beautiful, matte and layered. You've then got a lovely little scallop border which will go on either of those elements to just give it a lovely little finishing touch. These funny looking dies will create slots. So when you've created your waterfall, if you want to tie some ribbon to sort of secure all the little flaps to stop them sticking up, you can use these to put a slot for your ribbon. We will do that because I'll explain that. Then you've got 3 really good sizes of tags there and the little reinforcers to go over the holes.
I didn't realise you got the tags as well.
Yeah, and they're good. I mean, on its own, I would pay that.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Because they're so useful. The tags will also fit in, which is why we've put all these together. If you're using the set I just used with the flower, and if you're doing the pockets, of course, you could put your tags in the pockets. So these all work really nicely. They're all like the little finishing touches to go inside your journal, really.
Well, the bundle for all the thinlets, the set of 3, the waterfall, the tags, and your book binding, all of that for $34.99. And remember, they will go in any die cutting machine.
Yes.
It's only the cartridge Biggs dies that are restricted because of the size of them and the thickness of them. Thin metal dies like this will go through any die cutting machine on the market, size permitting, obviously. So $34.99, they're giving you all the interesting elements that you can put inside your journal, or you can use them on the outside. You can put a waterfall on the cover if you want to, or put a little pocket on the cover. It doesn't have to be inside the book. But then you've got, of course, the spine there as well for all your pages. That set, that bundle, $34.99, EVXC83. A message from a collector in Cheshire. Don't know your name, but thank you for getting in touch with us. Maybe I'm being a bit dumb. How do you attach the pages in the journal?
Lots of different ways.
You're not being dumb. It's
You're
a
not
very,
being
very
dumb.
good
There
question.
are lots of different ways.
Oh, dim. Sorry, not dumb. You know what I mean. You're not being either.
Dave, would you pass me the purple one?
Yeah.
Sorry, let me show you, because it's easier to show you. So you've got your spine with the holes for you. So there are different ways to do it. I like to use elastic. I buy big rolls like this of 1.5mm elastic. I find that's the perfect width. You might even find this on the website. You can get it in different thicknesses. If you're putting heavier sort of books in, you might want to go to 2mm, but this is my kind of go-to.
Okay.
So that's one option. And that's what I've used for this one.
Does it have to be elastic? Could you use just ordinary thread?
You can use just ribbon. Sometimes I use ribbon or thread. Elastic is obviously easier to tuck your pages under because it's got a bit of give. Now for this one, I've bought some really cheap notebooks and just literally I've slid them under the elastic. So you would just put elastic through.
The good thing about that is, though, when you filled up the notebook, you can take it out and put a fresh new one in.
Exactly.
So you never have to say goodbye to the book.
So you don't have to throw out your book. When you filled up your notebook, you slide it out, put a fresh one in.
Yeah.
And all you will do if you're doing this option is thread your elastic through the top. And this 1.5 is a good width because it fits really easily through. You haven't got to sort of poke it through or anything. Thread it through, tie it in a knot, that's it. So this is a good option if you're adding in notebooks. Or if you want to just make pages, of course you would just get paper or cardstock, fold it in half, cut it to the size, and then just slide it underneath.
Where do you, I know I'm being a bit dense here, but where do you get elastic like that from?
I bought it on that auction site.
Oh, okay.
You might find it on Sewing Street.
Oh, good point.
Because it's something that's used a lot in with fabrics and things. So
Okay.
you might find something on Sewing Street. It's kind of a haberdashery item, really.
Right.
So you'll find it in a haberdashery department. So that's one option. And then you would just either slide your pages or your notebook under. The other option is you can, if you've got a thermal cinch, you can make your own notebooks and then just glue them to the inside of the spine.
Yeah.
So that's another option. We've also got the bookbinding die on the show. Dave, sorry.
There you go.
Come and get that off you. You could glue a couple of these in here so that you've got the height, and then fix your pages directly to them, or just one in the middle actually. And,
Would you glue the pages to those? Is that the idea?
Yeah, you would just glue your pages either side of each of these spines. I've put this on a bit of card so that it's easy to see, but obviously you can trim this to any size. So you could do one of those and maybe trim one off and pop that in, and then you can just stick your pages. So there's lots of different ways, and I love that with Eileen. She's given us all, there's different ways of using it.
Well,
but
thank you for your questions, because that's what we're here for. Any questions, any queries. It's not obvious sometimes when you see something how to actually do it. So we don't always think to tell you. So yeah, message in.
And I can't stress enough to you all, go to Eileen's Facebook group, because these are the sort of questions that are asked every day in there, and everyone helps out and gives you the answers. So what I'm going to do, we're back to the waterfall. I'm going to cut out a background piece from this lovely floral, and then the mat and layer, I'm going to use the same card we used on the inside of the journal. So this is all going to tie in. Now I'm just going to pick a nice floral part for this bit. I think that'll do. Actually, that one at the top is quite nice. We'll go with that one. So I'm just going to trim this off and run these two through. I've already done a few to save time. Obviously, as Dave said, these will go through any machine. They're just thin metal dies. So the fact that I've got the plus means I can run them both through, though. I've got plenty of
And don't forget, of course, the show that preceded this, if you missed it, the Sam Poole show with Creative Expression. A lot of those stamps, well, all of those stamps would go really, really well in journals. So if you went for those, you might, the shows kind of segued into each other brilliantly. So that
would be a nice theme for a journal, all of that kind of sort of floral botanical. I saw a lovely, I was a bit tempted to buy the butterfly, actually. There we go. So I've now got all my elements. Now, I like, when I'm doing a waterfall, you can stick these directly onto your journal and layer them down, by all means. I quite like to make my life easier, because lining them up is a little bit tricky. So I cut a strip of card, just to the same width as these. The length is up to you, because obviously you can add as many of these as you want to. Your waterfall can be as long as you want it to.
Right.
So if you're using the big journal, you can literally do it the whole length if you want to.
Great for photos, though.
Yeah. I just thought we'll have a little strip that gives me enough room for about 4 of these. But obviously, if you want to go right from the top to the bottom, you can. You can do whatever you like with these.
Love it.
So the easiest way to attach these is put your mats and layers on first. I'm just going to fold them all on the score line so I know which is the top and which is the bottom. And then I've got my little mats and layers. So we're going to pop those on just with a bit of wet glue. And this is then giving me my lovely background, so I can put on here, I could put a stamped image, I could put a die cut, I could put a photo. It's a blank space now for me to carry on decorating.
More questions? Absolutely. Keep them coming.
Yeah,
anything you don't know that you want to know the answer to. Tina. Hello, Tina in the West Midlands says, hi, Dave and Sharon. Could you use this in a thermal cinch to bind it with the journal cover and the sheets you want to add? Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You know, it's funny, Carla and I were just chatting in the green room about the thermal cinch and how great it is, because we were just chatting about that. And yeah, you can make notebooks, because of course with the cinch you can choose your size.
I mean, I know how many hundreds of you have actually bought the thermal cinch. This is the perfect die to go for.
It is.
To make your own, absolutely. Not just on the launch. Deborah in Hampshire says, hi, can I please ask what's the thickest grey board you can use for a journal? Good question.
Well, the SIZZIX mat board is kind of the optimum, and that's 855 GSM.
Yeah.
So that's optimum. You can go a little bit thicker than that.
Could you use kind of photographic mount board? Or, yeah, you could use mount board that picture framers use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's... it feels to me that that's about the same thickness as the SIZZIX mat board.
And if you are looking for any mount board of a certain size to work with this die, have a little look on our website. I know Paper Dynamics have done like mount board before. Whether there's any in stock or not, that's for you to have a little look maybe to find out. But certainly I know that would be all under the 1p&p, of course, as well. It's just 1p&p every single day between midnight and midnight. Julie in the Wearall says, hi, I've missed most of the show. Here's my dumb question. Can the dies be used on the SIZZIX Big Shot switch? Yes,
Yes, they
Julie,
can.
they can,
Yeah,
absolutely.
they can.
Switch and the Big Shot Plus, absolutely not a problem. So if you've got the electronic machine, these big dies are fine, absolutely. Because you've got the wider mouth, that's what's going to allow this to go through. So thank you for the question, Julie. And it's not a dumb question because, yeah, I mean, it's not obvious unless you join us for the whole show exactly what machines you need. So you need the SIZZIX Big Shot Plus or the Switch if you've got that.
Yeah.
Or you said the Spellbinders.
Spellbinders do an A4 machine. The Platinum. It's the bigger of the two because I know there's two sizes to a Platinum.
So
I don't know if it's got.
that's the machines you need.
Yeah,
and we've got the Big Shot Plus in the show.
You do need A4 basically.
Yeah.
So we're going to put our waterfall together, and I'm going to do the same actually as I did for this journal, where I'm going to thread some burlap through. So I can cut a slot top and bottom of my background piece and then thread some burlap through. So I thought we'll do that one because I can show you exactly how I did that. Now I've got my burlap ribbon, and I can see from my dies, I've got the choice of which size. If I go for the smallest one, it'll be a snug fit, because you can literally feed it through your die to check. So we can go for a snug fit, which will mean it doesn't wiggle around much, which will be nice. Or you could go for either of the other two, depending. So we might as well do the small one, since we know that's going to be a nice fit.
Burlap ribbon, evidently you'll find on our sister channel, Sewing Street's website. So it should be there for you.
Excellent. I like a bit of burlap. It gives you a nice kind of rustic look.
Yeah, it's a great name too, burlap.
Burlap, yes. And I'm going to use a bit of SIZZIX Maker's tape just to hold this down. This is kind of like washi tape, but a little bit less tacky. You'll find it, I'm guessing, on the website. It's really handy to have because it's not quite as sticky as washi tape. It's also really hard to find the end when you're on live television. Oh, here it is.
There you go.
Because obviously the pressure of your machine pushes it down even further.
Yeah.
So if I find with washi tape, sometimes it still tears my cardstock.
Right.
So I'm just going to tape that in place and run it through. And we'll do that top and bottom. You could measure it. I just eyeball it because I'm lazy. But if you want to be really accurate, you can measure it. So we'll run that through.
And Sharon's got another show, remember, at 5 o'clock this afternoon. So if there's any stock of this die left, there'll be more demonstrations then.
So we'll take that off and pop it on the bottom and do exactly the same thing. And that's going to give me a lovely feature for my burlap. Now, of course, think about these little dies I'm using. They don't have to just be used for this. These are great if you want to add like a little slot inside a card. If you're maybe giving a gift card to someone or something like that,
Yeah.
they'd be perfect for that. Lots of different ways to use them. And generally, you know, if you are adding ribbon to things, this is a really nice way to sort of finish it off and make it look more professional.
Well, maybe you want one of these.
Oh yes, yes. See, that would slot nicely. If you were giving someone a gift card, you could slot that in, and it would be very professional.
I always come prepared.
Is there money on that, Dave? If there is, I'll hang on to it.
I don't think so. But if you want a HobbyMaker
do
gift
some
card,
shopping.
get it online on our website, phone the call centre, they'll sort one out for you.
Lovely. So now we can put this all together, and it'll be ready to give to Carla. So this is going to be my background. We can put our layers on. I just like to use double-sided tape for this because this is quite easy to line up. So you're just going to put tape on the back of each of those little flaps where I've scored it. And then because I've cut that background piece of card, I can use the edges of that to make sure I'm going in a straight line. Because quite often when you're doing this without a bit of card behind, as you go down, they go off it a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, it's easy for them to go a bit wonky. So the easiest thing to do is kind of feel the edges, then you know you're in a straight line.
Good idea.
So you can't go wrong then.
We've had a massive response to this hour. Thanks ever so much for all your messages and all your calls, all your orders as well. It's nice that you can kind of interact.
It's lovely to have so many questions, isn't it?
And we've had loads of questions, and hopefully we're giving you the right answers. I'm sure we have. But yeah, it's lovely to interact with us and us to interact with you. If you've missed a question or haven't had a question answered, just send it again, because a load came through all in one go. We've had so many. So just send it in and we'll answer it for you.
Yes, and we'll be back later, so
Yeah.
we can hopefully cover everyone's questions. So I just work my way down with these, like so.
It's exciting to make something different. If you've made cards for years, you might be at that point where you want to do something a little bit different. And
It
challenge
is
yourself
nice,
a bit.
and this waterfall element I think is fabulous because you could even do this in a card.
Yeah.
Now it really helps to have the ribbon because it kind of holds those flat, especially once you start adding photos or whatever. So what I'm going to do is cut my burlap. So the burlap is going to feed through top and bottom.
So it's like a buckle or a belt.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah, almost, yeah, like a sort of, do they call it a belly wrap when you put it
Yeah.
around something?
Belly band.
Belly band, yeah. So I'm just going to cut this randomly for now. So that
I could
can
do with
work
one of
it out.
those.
I could do one of those. And then something else that you will find on the website, for the closure, I did stick a button over it, but I've used everyday craft magnets from Carnation
Yep.
for the closure. These will also work for the closure on the front if you want to, but the Carnation magnets are really thin and quite small, so they're easy to hide, and it's a really nifty way of doing that.
I think
So-
we've got some of those on our website, and if you watch the 5 o'clock show, I think we'll put them in that show for fun.
Yes,
So-
yeah, because of course Carla's here with Carnation today. So what I'm going to do is overlap that so I work out where I'm going to want my magnet. And then the easiest thing to do to stick your magnets on, they come in a little plastic case. So the easiest way to do it is we're going to stick it on. I'm going to put a bit of card underneath because obviously this burlap, the glue can go through.
Oh, of course.
I don't want to glue this to my project. So the easiest thing to do is get one of your magnets, slide it off, put a bit of hot glue on it, pop it on like so. It will stick to that, but I can unstick it. Then get the next magnet, because obviously with magnets, one way is the right way, one way is the wrong way. Stick it on top, because then you know it's lined up perfectly. Pop some hot glue on that,
Right, gotcha.
and then if I take that off of there, where it's stuck to, I'll take that off after. Then you can bring this down,
So you've got a nice
so you've got a
tight
nice
fit.
tight fit.
Perfect.
And it works perfectly. Then you can trim off underneath, and I would put a button or something on there just to neaten that up. But I think that's a really nice way, and having those slots, I think, just makes that, how professional does that look?
I know. Yeah, I love it. So remember, we've got, a few things in the show that are an absolute must. If you want to make your own journals, your own books, your own albums, that sort of thing. We just used the waterfall dies. Now that's those, but remember they're also going to come with the tag dies as well, which I didn't realise because I didn't see them. They were hidden underneath the little flap on the back. But you are going to get the tag dies in there as well. So you get that one. You're going to get this one, which when you look at it, doesn't look much, but what it will actually make for you are the spines, the channels that you can attach your pages to inside your journal or book. And then you're also going to get your little pocket dies as well. And also it makes little pages too. So all of these for £34.99 should be nearly £70. So a great deal if you go for all three. And if you've treated yourself to the big planner die, the Bigs die, then obviously they're going to work in conjunction with this. But the main rule of thumb is that thin dies will go in any die cut machine that's out there on the market, whether it's a SIZZIX one or not, doesn't matter. But the Bigs dies, they will only work in the SIZZIX Big Shot Plus, the manual, or the Switch, which is the electronic SIZZIX machine, or the Spellbinders Platinum, which is a machine we don't have here at HobbyMaker. But if you've got that, you'll be able to find that these will work. Now this die now, 80% of that restock stock has gone. This is the size of journal or book or planner you can make, whether it's going to be a little jotter that you can have by the phone, whether it's going to be a coffee table book, maybe it's going to be a book full of your own artwork, maybe you've done some watercolor paintings, or you've done some sand-tangled tiles, or whatever it might be, or it might be just your thoughts on the day. I mean, I've always said this, but my biggest regret as I've got older is I never kept a diary.
Yes,
And
it would
that's
be
such-
nice to look back, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I've got such a scatty memory about where I've been, what I've done and when I did it, you know, who I am, where am I. But yeah, to have had diaries that I could have just collected over the years and looked back on. A friend of mine's writing an autobiography and he's got diaries that go right back to his 20s.
Oh, lovely.
But he's kept all of that information on and never did it. So here's your chance. You can make these your little diaries if you want to. Now, Elaine in Suffolk. You can use Biggs dies in the eBosser 2, Elaine says, in Suffolk. Well, thank you for that.
Yes, you can. Yes.
Great price, just had to buy the die. Thanks for the great demos, Sharon, from Elaine.
Thank you, Elaine.
So the eBosser.
The e-bosser, yeah,
As
of
well.
course, that's got a wide mouth, hasn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Jeanette says, it's brilliant, your tape. Is it on the website? I couldn't find it last time. My go-to tape, you can get it back off easily without ripping the paper.
Oh, the maker's tape. Yeah, it usually is. If not, it will be back in soon because it's something we generally...
Is that a SIZZIX product?
Yeah, it's
Right.
called maker's tape. So if you're looking for it on the website, that's what it's called.
Okay, so go to our website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk, then go to the brand shop, look for SIZZIX. If it's not there, it should be back in stock soon, but if it is there,
Yeah.
Philly boots. So it's called Maker's Tape.
Maker's tape.
Another question from Karen. Wow, we've had so much interaction today. Thank you for all your messages. Karen in South Yorkshire. Hi, Sharon and Dave. Is the texture roll wide enough for the A4 dies, please? Thanks from Karen.
This one isn't, no. We've got the 6-inch texture roll.
Yep.
SIZZIX do make a larger roll.
Right.
So it might not be on our website. You might have to look on the SIZZIX website. They do make 2 sizes of it.
Okay, so yes, they do it. We do have some fantastic texture roll in the show as well. We've got the lavender, we've got the pink, and we've also got the yellow available, all on the website for you. And we've also got some of the metallic ones as well that we were able to put into the show, gold and silver. If you go to the website, we've got some of those bigger sizes there for you, actually. 12 by 48 is there.
Ah, perfect. So we've got them, yeah.
In grey, white.
Comes in all the different colours, so
holographic.
you've got the choice. The smaller one is much easier to use when you're using the longer, thinner dies.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to trim it, but yeah, the big one.
So there you go, Karen. Go to the SIZZIX brand shop on our website and you'll find it, okay? Brilliant. Just type in texture roll and they'll all pop up, basically. Now, Sharon, you're back at 5 o'clock.
I am, yes.
Great, for another chance to see this. Any stock remaining, we'll obviously tell you about that. But we've also got a demo coming up in the latest show.
We'll do
on
the other
slightly
journal
smaller
later.
one.
Yeah. Yes,
this
you
one.
get to see both.
So that's coming up at 5, and that's on the website right now. You can shop ahead for it if you want to. It is there. Again, another great journal die from Eileen Hull. This is also a Biggs die. So if you bought that Big Shot Plus today, then why not put that one in your basket as well? Take advantage of it. Okay, see you later, Sharon. Thanks ever so much.
Thank you.
Coming up next, Carnation with a brand new to HobbyMaker collection I've not seen before either. Looking forward to that with the lovely Carla. We've got the wedding season on the way, so bearing that in mind, you're going to want what's coming up next. Don't go away.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Afternoon, everyone. Hiya. Look who's back.
It's me.
Where have you been?
I don't know. Don't know.
Oh,
Not here.
We've missed you.
Thank you. I don't know. I had an accidental holiday.
Oh, an unplanned one.
An unplanned holiday.
Oh, it's good you're back,
So
though.
there you go.
Now, Carla is here representing the fantastic Carnation Crafts for the next hour. I've not seen this collection before. This is brand new to us at HobbyMaker. Now, bearing in mind, we're at that kind of time of the year, people are thinking about maybe engagements, getting married, civil partnerships, all that sort of thing. If that's the case, and that's on your horizon, or that's on your radar at the moment, this collection is going to be absolutely perfect. It's the Fairy Tale Day collection. And that's what everyone's wedding day should be, isn't it?
It should be the fairy tale day, yeah. And it's a really beautiful collection because you've got a book, you've got all this gorgeous stuff going on with it. So you're going to see how all those elements come together. But it's very wedding, graduation cards as well, stuff like that, christening cards even, because it's got that fairy tale idea behind it as well. Loads of elements in here. And can I just say, it's huge.
It's a huge, huge collection. It really is. Have a look at what you're actually getting dye-wise. I mean, there's so much in here. It's absolutely amazing. You've even got the grand carriage, which is straight from Cinderella, as far as I'm concerned. It's absolutely beautiful. You've got the bride and the groom, or it could be the groom and the groom and the bride. You've got the book. You've got all these intricate, wonderful doily dies there as well. You've got the overlook as well, which is amazing. You've got the sentiment dies in there. Now, the only thing that's on the counter that doesn't come in this collection are the numbers. Everything else is included. You've got the king and the queen, you've got the princess and the prince. So it's regal, it's about togetherness. It's a fantastic collection that should be $151.93. And we're going to do something that is just incredible.
Rip the plaster off, Dave.
$151.93. Can I quickly show you just a couple of cards to kind of set the scene?
Sharon Curtis just flashed me.
Did she?
Yeah.
It's playback. It's playback. Okay, look at this. We're taking this collection to under £100. That is saving you over £50 off the price, and it's on a 4-way split pay.
It's an incredible price for what you're getting.
I know. All you have to give us today is $24.99 for all of these dies, apart from the numbers at the end. They're a separate item. But GS9C35 will get you the entire collection. Whether it's announcing to friends and family that you're getting engaged, whether it's announcing civil partnerships, marriages, whatever it might be, or anniversaries for that matter. Now, your die set with the Mr. and Mrs., this one here, that's $49.99 on its own. So do the maths. If you pay $49.99 for that, you're getting the rest of the dies for £49 or £50. Now remember, if you want the vignettes, the artwork, that's what we call the artwork for all of these dies, all you have to do, once you've purchased this from us and got the deal from us today with split pay, is go to carnationcrafts.co.uk, and that's where you'll find the artwork. Just go to downloads and then click on free downloads and then search for Fairy Tale Day. The artwork will be there, and you can print off all that artwork as many times as you want, free of charge, because you bought the dies today.
Yeah, and Carnation have been very good as well, because we're doing Back to Earth, so this was seen Eileen, a couple of years ago with Carnation, what they're doing is eking those up to the top of the list. So it's much easier for you to find when you're looking for your artwork. Good. Your artwork's free. You will also find backing papers and stuff on there as well for free, because Carnation like to take care of every step for you so that everything is dealt with and you just get to do all of the beautiful crafting with it. So they don't try and make us work hard. I like that. But this collection is extraordinary. Now, it's always been one of Carnation's most popular collections. The gorgeous horse and carriage is exactly why. You can see that along with that gorgeous weeping willow there on the steps.
I think what they've done so well is they've kind of merged the wedding theme with the kind of fairy tale castle, prince, princess. So it's a bit of all of that in one, which everybody loves, don't they? A bit of escapism.
Well, the idea of it being, you know, everything that you want it to be, and also the fact that it can be that or it cannot. It depends what you want it to be. So it can be fairy tale, it can be wedding, but it can also just be a structured card. So you could use it for sympathy cards. There's a load of different variations in which you can make with this particular collection, but it's just perfect for weddings. Let's have a look at what you're getting on the board so you can start to see the amount that you're getting home, because it's huge. It is a massive, massive collection. You've got the gorgeous wedding journal here, which is stunning. Sorry, the wedding volume, which is gorgeous. It comes in book formation. You can see all the cut line detail here. So you're going to get this really beautiful design work. I'm going to show you the artwork in a second for it. You also get these lovely, lovely embellished corners, which sit and make it that fairy tale piece, that gorgeous, gorgeous fairy tale story. And you're going to get your artwork for that book as well. Really pretty. Your banding corners come as if they're burnished gold, and it's stunning to look at. It's absolutely stunning. But that's only one of the die sets that you get within that main wedding volume die set. You're actually getting 2 card bases.
That book could be, you know, turning a new leaf. Someone's got a new part of their life, a new chapter in their life that's starting.
Well, also people who love books, right? It's an idea of just doing a card for people who love reading. There's, especially if you've been collecting Carnation for a long time, the amount of things that we can mix and merge with, this is when it gets really exciting, because where are you going with it? What are you making? You've got a beautiful, I love this so much, the circle card base that comes with the wedding volume. Just to put that so it's in, look at that filigree.
Isn't that lovely?
How stunning is that? So we've got your card base here, then you've got your mat, as you can see. So your card base, then your mat, and then you've got this gorgeous filigree tender lace in there. Then you've got all the layers in the middle as well. They're nested on the inside. Are you going to use those for sentiments? Are you going to raise them up? Are you going to create apertures? Where do you go with that? Do you create, say, easel cards or just your standard circle card? There's so many options here. And of course, they're beautiful.
You can use those center dies completely independently of
yes,
the big
of
rosette
course.
if you don't necessarily want to use that all the time.
But that's stunning. I love that card shape. Yeah. That's a card just on its own. It's absolutely exquisite. You also get your bride and your groom. Excuse me. This is all still within that same big die set. Now you get your artwork for this. I will say that it does come with each skin tone as well. So it goes across the whole. So you can have your Mr. and Mr., your Mrs. and Mrs., your Mr. and Mrs. You've got every skin tone going through, so everything's taken care of. Beautiful, beautiful design here. Obviously you've got her in her gorgeous wedding dress. Yeah, they're just saying in my ear, Kat saying wedding cake toppers. Gorgeous for it, right?
Perfect.
So, but again, graduation, those kind of elements too. Pretty as a picture. These are stunning cards. And of course, there's your elements for that book, that wedding volume. So we've now got those stunning edges to that book, which is so pretty. Look at your rose. If that's not fairy tale, I don't know what is. But also, as crafters, when we're making cards, one of those elements that we're always going to look for are our corner elements. And here you go. It's all embellished for you. The beautiful flourishes that come from it. And your Mr. and Mrs. sentiment.
And all of that is in the wedding volume. The Mr. and Mrs. is separate. But if everything else that you've seen on the board so far is in the wedding volume there for $49.99, but it's in the main collection.
Your Mr. and Mrs. is in the wedding volume. It's Kat's saying it's separate dies. So you could have, say, Mr. and Mr. or Mrs. and Mrs. It does come in with that main wedding volume.
Gotcha. Yeah, I can see it now.
Now, with Carnation, what I will say, and I will always say, your value with Carnation is always going to be in the bundle because they're always going to reduce the price on the bundle. Yes, you can get individuals. I'll be honest with you, you're always better going for the bundle. You get your most money's worth with it, and you get so much for that.
Well, already 10% of the bundle is gone.
Not
if
surprised.
you're like me, I'd not seen this collection before. This is totally new to me. It's
Yeah.
totally new to HobbyMaker. Get it in your basket and check out, because it's the theme you'll come back to again and again and again, and always be asked for making cards for. as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the castle, the fairy tale castle. Everyone needs one, right? And it's a beautiful piece because when you start to add it in with the other, I mean, it's gorgeous anyway as it is, and it would be great as well. You could dress this up for Halloween, so it would be great for that as well. You can have it either way. But if we're doing it, because we've got that gorgeous, gorgeous tree line that comes around, it seats perfectly at the back. So you've got this beautiful element of perspective that comes through as things get bigger as they go forward. So you've got the castle, you have the weeping willow, then you've got your horse and carriage in front of it. This stunning view of perspective coming through. Look at the detail on it. All of those are cut lines. That means you get the quality of the cut that we're not used to seeing in the industry because the artwork is there as well.
It's like Bagshaw Towers, really, isn't it?
There's a Bagshaw Museum, you know.
Is there?
There is a Bagshaw Museum.
Featuring your very good self?
No, I'm too old. You've then got your horse and carriage, which is absolutely stunning.
great.
So I love this, and this has always been such a popular die. I'm going to ask the question to those of you at home, because some of you have already said about it this week on the socials, that some of you have already got this and you've worked with it previously. If so, please do email in and tell us how glorious it is, because honestly, it's a joy, this collection.
Absolutely.
It's an absolute joy, and you're going to have the best fun.
Also, if you've got any pictures of cards you've
Ooh,
made
yeah.
with the collection, send those in as well. That'll get you into your Share Your Mates draw. You could win yourself a £100 account credit at the end of the month.
We like them apples. So when we go into this and we start to look at the detailing that comes through, the flourishings that are on the carriage here, this is where carnations start to become different to any other suppliers, because what we're focusing on is absolutely minutiae detail here. And it does show, it does make a difference in your finished artwork, and you're the artist with it at home, right? So you want those quality details. It's what we're looking for when we're buying cards. These are pure quality. They're stunning to look at. That is a card on its own, isn't it? The beautiful horse and carriage there. So you've got all your elements coming in.
Oh, the
So your
crown.
grand carriage. I love these.
I do too.
Got your crowns. I love these just for a very plain, clean and simple card. And I've actually got a demo with that where you can just use one of these, because we've got some words that are going to come through later on that work perfectly with this as well. And they're kind of tongue in cheek, but you've got the different crowns and tiaras. Now, they're so pretty and they go in so well, but this is where we start to go to things like graduation cards and those kind of things. Really pretty, but obviously as well, you have the royal ceremony cards, those kind of things as well. So it'll go through, and for weddings, of course. So here we go. King, over here, king, queen, prince, princess, everything of. And so king of everything, princess of everything.
Queen of everything.
Queen of everything, king and queen of everything, princess and prince of everything. So how many, certainly, you know, of us have a friend in our life who might be, for instance, female, who we're just like, queen, you've got it. You know, that's the sort of cards we're sending here as well. So yes, they've got their traditional value, but man alive, can they be modern? Stunning set. And I love the idea of it because it is a little bit tongue-in-cheek, right? There is something a little bit tongue-in-cheek about it.
I love the fact that you've just kind of bridged the gap. It's not just for weddings and civil partnerships. It's also that fairy tale element. It's luxury. It's all about books as well. I mean, if you just use the crown on a simple card like that, I mean, that's really, really effective. But then when you bring the book into play here, just look at that. Isn't that amazing? Another one here quickly with the couple, the happy couple on the side. That's been done by Lavinia.
I love the idea of creating that traditional book. I think it's so pretty. Those floral corners are just breathtaking, aren't
yeah,
they?
that's more than a card. That's something that happy couple will keep for years and years and years to come.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a keepsake.
Carnation have just got a way of doing things smoothly. It's silk, isn't it, when we're looking at Carnation?
Yeah.
It's got that just beautiful flow. We've got the overlook next, which I love. So what this is, obviously, is your sunset, your sunrise, depending. You've got that beautiful sweeping willow and the staircase going up. We were talking about the castle earlier and how that can just slip behind that sun. With Carnation, everything has a snip line. Now, it's probably easier to show you the detail here. By a snip line, what I mean is every single white piece going down. If I was to take a pair of scissors, I could cut along those steps around the bench, and I could get rid of that sun if I didn't want it to be there. I could keep the bench but get rid of the sun, so then I would have the castle behind there. So I get the idea there that I can completely change everything. It's got all this snippability and craftability.
And to be fair, that could even be a sympathy card.
Absolutely. It's beautiful, isn't it? But on its own, it's a really lovely Valentine's card, actually. There's something very, very subtle and very pretty about it. And your artwork then comes in and we see it just sweeping through. So because of the tonal shift in that purple, that gradient, we could be morning or evening.
Exactly. That could be a holiday memory of when you've seen the moon.
It's
the
so
moon in the
pretty,
sky or
isn't
whatever.
it? There's
Beautiful.
something really beautiful about that piece. And it's always, always been a popular one. Not surprising, is it? Because it's breathtaking when it's on a card. It makes a card on its own.
And we're still on the bundle.
Still on it.
20% of that stock has gone. There's supposed to be 2 shows of this today. It's a big, big bundle.
Yeah, I'd grab it.
Yeah.
Especially at that price.
I know.
Then you have got your gorgeous shoes here, your wedding shoes, which are just stunning. Look at these. So you've got your card base, then you've got your mat as well. So you're not left just with a die or a die cut. You have actually got the base to make a full card with if you want to from the shoes. And that is super pretty because just with a sentiment sweeping over, that's a card in and of itself, and it's very pretty. Again, we go to graduation, we go to engagement, we go to wedding. It can be any of those things. 18th birthday, Cat saying 21st, all of those milestones. And it's so pretty. I love the detailing of the florals going up the heel and the way that sort of shapes out. Again, the snippability on here. If I don't want the roses to go quite so high, I can cut them away. Or alternatively, I can cut these twice and use the roses, the second one, just tucked behind so it gets higher. I can do all of these things with them to create the most extraordinary cards, and they are truly beautiful. It is, we still haven't finished, Dave.
There's still one more.
Woof, I'm out of breath. It's been a while since I've done this. Now, we're going to have a fairy tale day. We've got this gorgeous, great big sentiment, and it's stunning. If ever you wanted an impact on a sentiment, here it is. Have a fairy tale day. You've got the gorgeous 2 fonts, you've got the sweeping drive of it, and it's absolutely stunning. And it's got your mat, it's got your layer, so it sits forward. This can be your showstopper. And it's incredible. Imagine that just with the shoes coming off the side of it. It's already absolutely breathtaking for a card. That's where we're going with Carnation. That's the difference.
And this is new to us at HobbyMaker, but it's a theme that is, I'm sure, close to so many of you's hearts. Maybe it's not you or your family that's having a wedding in the next month or 2, but maybe you're the card maker that always gets asked for anniversary cards, wedding cards, civil partnership cards, anything like that, or you just love a good fairy tale. I mean, this one here, look at the dimension. You've got the couple in the foreground, you've got the wedding carriage and the horse behind, and then that wonderful castle cut out twice in the background. That's been done by Lavinia as well. 25% of the stock's gone. Here's the book with a couple of the numbers that we've got as a separate item in the show, with the shoes in the corner there. Someone that's into their shoes, that would be really appropriate. Let's have a little look at this one. There we go. Again, using a little bit of your non-shed glitter cardstock. Isn't that beautiful?
Look how stunning that is. That horse and carriage is something else, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, it's straight out of Cinderella. It really is.
Look how pretty that is.
Look at that. Look at all the layers on that as well. Beautiful anniversary card. Couple more. There we go. There's another one.
Look at that.
Tina's done that one.
This is, I think this, as we're flicking through here, you start to see the importance of Carnation. Of course, it's themed with fairy tales. It's meant to be themed with fairy tales, but it absolutely lends itself when we take the fairy tale theme away as well. That's a beautiful 21st birthday, and there's no hint of fairy tale about it.
No.
So it can be what you want it to be. The true, joy of Carnation is we craft as we want to craft. That filigree is extraordinary. How pretty.
30% of the stock has now gone. If you want it, get it in your basket and check out. Remember, it should be over £150 for this collection. Today, you're going to get it for a third off. Under £100, and you'll have it at home in the next few days for less than £25. We've put it on 4-way, no fee, interest-free split pay. We don't charge you for the interest or don't charge you for the split pay at all. And Carnation, as soon as you place your order, they're picking it, they're packing it, they're posting it. So you'll get it in the next couple of days without any exception. So go for it today. enjoy the collection, enjoy the artwork, buy the deal from us, get the deal from us, GS9C35, then go, once you've bought it from us, go to carnationcrafts.co.uk, go to the downloads, free downloads, and then you'll see the artwork there for this particular collection, the Fairy Tale Day collection. And all that artwork is free. Print it off as many times as you want. It's all there for you now and in the future by buying this collection today.
Yeah, and I'll show you that process in a second, but I want to show you the numbers. And we keep calling them the numbers, but that's such a simplified version of what this is, because in and of itself, this is a little mini collection. So you've got your numbers here, and they're absolutely stunning. They're beautiful, really gorgeous fairy tale numbers. So they're designed to go, obviously, with the fairy tale collection. Stunning. And I was talking to Mark this morning from Carnation. We were talking about Elevate, which is a foam that Carnation have, which create elevated stickers. And when we do them with numbers or letters, they look incredible. So check out your Elevate as well, because it will change things. You can use Elevate on a die cutting machine or on a, you know, a Wadgum electric cut.
A Wadgum.
All the words have gone away. An electric cutting machine. So yeah, so you've got all your numbers there, but it doesn't stop with numbers. That's just one part of what's on this die, because we've also got another frame now for you. And this is beautiful. It's like a traditional cameo frame. It's really pretty. So again, your matte layer here, and then that gorgeous filigree with the embossed detail. Now the embossing won't show up as well on camera, but you can see it here. It's stunning. Now, I don't know if me turning it will show you that any better. I just want you, there you go. Look at the detailing there.
Yep.
So all of that embossing detailed on the inside panel of that is so pretty. It's just breathtaking. If you want to take away some of the outside filigree, absolutely go for it. This is what you want it to be, but that, turn that way, could be your fairy tale mirror.
So
You've got everything going
designed
through.
for the number to fit in? Is that
You'll be able to fit some of the numbers in. I mean, everything with Carnation is designed to go. So yes, it will.
That will fit in.
It'll fit.
Yeah.
That was an official measuring tool. I never trust a Yorkshire woman. But yeah, they will fit on there. Of course they will. But if you're going to try and put something like 100 on it, then that's maybe going to be too big. But the point is, it's so perfect for anything that you want it to be. It's just deliciously pretty. We still don't stop there, though.
No.
Because if ever you needed the words.
You've got every type of celebration you can think of.
Anniversary, birthday, communion, holy, years, congratulations,
Yeah, they're included too.
all of them, you get all of them. And they've got their matte layers, and then they've also got your, obviously, your layer there with your actual words on it. Stunning, stunning font as well for you to use, all your ordinals, everything else going through. Now, this becomes really important because how many times do we see things like Holy Communion? You know, they don't come in that often. I love the fact that it's got the sentiment for years, because that's something we don't see very often. Whenever we've got cards, like you see in front of you, got here 80, but isn't it nice to have the years at the end, 80 years old? You know, those things are just lovely to have as well. It's a strong collection.
And that's using the numbers in conjunction with elements from the previous collection we showed you as well. So it all works together so well. Karen in Nottinghamshire. Hello, Karen. Hi, lovely
Karen.
Carla and Dave. I have this collection and it's exquisite. I've made several wedding card themed cards, but I think the horse and carriage is my favourite.
There's something about the horse and carriage.
There it is.
It's just very whimsical, isn't it? The horse is playful. Of course, you can cut the horse away if you don't want it with the carriage. That's absolutely fine. You might use the individual pieces separately. You all, if you follow Carnation a lot, you'll know that one of the Carnation's sort of emblems, if you like, is the mouse. They have lots of mice.
Yeah.
Well, how perfect a mice with a carriage. It's just the way we've got that fairy tale theme, haven't we? So again, it's all coming together.
Okay.
My advice, can I just say, you don't have to listen to me, of course. Most people don't. But while it's so low priced on the main bundle, because it won't always stay like that, while it is that price, I would grab the numbers while they're doing it on the offer.
Because it kind of works together so well, doesn't it? Whether it's an anniversary or whatever it may be, a birthday, whatever, the numbers are going to be so useful to have. And again, there's artwork for those. The vignettes, you can print those off too. So the numbers are $49.99 and 30% of the stock of the numbers is gone. That's $24.99 the first payment of 2 on split pay. And remember the big collection, which is absurdly priced. It's great. It's under £100. you get that on 4-way split pay, so that's another £25 per month. So you can have split pay on the numbers, you can have split pay on the main collection, and that will be £25 a month each, one for 2 months and the other for 4 payments. Okay, so that's the main collection, which is absolutely flying. It's called, of course, the Fairy Tale Day, and it's GS9C35. 35% of the main collection gone, and 30% of the numbers gone, and there's another show at 6.
Yes.
So it depends if there's any stock, obviously. Get in quick if you want it. Now, these are the vignettes.
Yeah.
And you can print either single-sided or double-sided.
Mirrored vignettes.
Yeah.
So what Carnation do, I'm not going to go into great detail about this. Everything you need as far as your information for the education side is on Carnation's website and on their YouTube channel as well. So you can go and find it all. But I will just explain briefly that when you're downloading the artwork, please print it on ProPrint. And that's not just me trying to sell something to you, but if you're trying to get your best quality, that's where ProPrint comes in. Anyone will tell you the same thing. Grab it while you can. If you're doing something like a mirrored vignette like this, get the 120. That's my advice. It's got a black line down the middle because we're going to whip it over here and we're just going to chuck this on that black line. I'm just going to fold it. Okay. Now, my advice, when you get this home, use some spray glue on the inside or use a Pritt stick, a glue stick on the inside. I realise that Pritt stick is something from the 1970s apparently, and I'm very old-fashioned for saying it. But you put that on there and you seal it.
Well,
now, I'm not going to.
Purple glue sticks they do, that'd be brilliant for that.
Is that the same thing?
Yeah, it is. Just purple.
Purple.
Goes on purple, dries clear.
Now, I don't know how to use this die cutting machine, as we know, so let's have some fun here. If this doesn't come out, I have got... Don't say break it in my ear. I've done enough damage in the past. Right.
Over the years...
That's true, I have been off. I think I've actually got grace to break something
today.
today.
I wonder where you actually gone. I wonder if you were still all right, you know.
Well, you didn't message to find out if I was dead in my house.
I saw you on the schedule, so I knew you were coming back.
Oh, Dave, it's not doing... What do I do?
Push run.
Dave?
Don't push reverse, run. That's it. There you go.
I really hate die cutting machines.
You're out of practice. It is, it's weird, isn't it? When
I
you go
can
away
use
for a
my
couple of
own.
weeks- When you go away for a couple of weeks, it's like you've forgotten everything that you knew.
No, I don't think it's cut anything. Oh, I got a horse! Yay for me.
You didn't think it'd work then, did you?
No, not
See
even
the fear in your
remotely.
eyes.
I'm not bothered about it not cutting something. I'm bothered about me actually breaking it and, you know, the people come in and saying, oh, no, I might have cut through the rubber mat. I'm not bothered about that. I've done that loads of times. That's not even a mistake. Look!
Here we go, look. How amazing is that?
Look, it's so pretty. And then I can turn it round.
So if you want to go left rather than right, there you go.
How clever is that?
A mirrored vignette's all about.
Mind-blowingly clever, right? So how do we then put that into a card with Carnation? Let's do some demoing. Let's have a look at that gorgeous wedding volume now that I have celebrated my win with that machine. Jimmy, you can take that machine away now. I've done all the fear. Gives me prickly armpits, Dave. I don't like the fear. Right, let's place that together. So we've got our card base, and then look how beautiful that is. Now, I've got foam tape on the back of mine because I'm going to stick it down, obviously. But what I will say is, where Nick, who is the creative director, has put in our cut lines, they're here. You can just see them. That allows me to actually fold that perfectly. Now, I've got foam tape on the back of mine, so I can't do it. But what I will say to you is, when you've got this at home, if you've got it folded, hold on, let me ferret a minute. I don't want to ferret for too long. I'll ferret in a minute. When you've got it folded, if you fold that in half and then just curl those book pages round. Right. So you've got it there and you would curl it and stick those to it. It creates the most beautiful dynamic sweep on the card because you're doing it that way. And the die is designed to be able to do that. Those pages will lay flat for you. I don't want to do that on the demo that I'm doing, but it is an option for you and it's stunning. So.
And, you know, it makes you think of like maybe when you used to get read to as a child or whatever, fairy tales, that sort of thing. But I mean, the book can be used for all sorts of things, for all sorts of occasions and celebrations.
I used to love Grimm's fairy tales.
Yes.
They're quite dark when you read them as an adult.
Yeah,
but
as a kid,
I
they're
absolutely
innocent,
love them. Hansel and Gretel. Right, let's get your applicators. Applicators are always your best friend with Carnation because we work with tiny, tiny detailing with Carnation. And if you want to get a good adhesion on there, things like this are really hard to get your adhesive attached to. So Carnation provide us with a tool to allow us to do that, okay? So you've got your tiny, tiny applicator with its elongated head, and that allows me to get into tiny, tiny areas.
So these are the everyday glue applicators. They'll be on our website as well. Have a little look on the website, you'll find them. And also the everyday glue is there as well, 7 bottles at a great price.
I love the everyday glue.
Yeah.
So I have learnt some things about PVA glue in the last few days, which have been very exciting.
In the last few days?
While I was on holiday,
on your own.
while I was on holiday, I researched PVA glue. It's a fascinating world.
You know how to have a good time, don't you?
Dave, honestly, I was in my element. I learned a lot about PVA glue. I did.
Right.
And so what I learned is that some PVA glues, I am really boring, aren't I?
No, that's the way you tell it. Go on.
Some PVA glues, right, you need to dilute because it's got very, very, almost zero water in it. Now, when you're doing that, when you're stippling a wall or getting a wall ready to be plastered and you're using it, you dilute it. I lost you, didn't I, Dave, when I said plastering? I went into a man's world,
Yes.
didn't I, Dave?
Yeah, you
anyway, because obviously when I'm plastering a wall, I would happily do that. But when we're crafting, we don't want it watered down.
No.
So, as it turns out, what I've worked out is that Carnation's glue is not really diluted very much at all. So it's got the same strength as builder's glue.
Okay.
That's what I learned when I was on my days off.
Time well spent.
I had a really nice time.
Did you?
When I was learning those
Learning
things.
about glue.
I learned some weird stuff. I did learn some strange stuff. Right.
See, everyone thinks you're a party animal, but actually...
I don't
Deep
leave the
down.
house, Dave. Hardly a party animal. No, I sat in my own little world.
It's a
Scary
lovely little world,
place.
though, isn't it?
No, it's awful.
Is it?
Watched lots of people getting arrested on the telly box. That was nice.
I think it's
Not outside my house,
your
no.
street.
It was all very
Rough
entertaining.
area where you live, isn't it?
It's very pretty where I live. There was no people getting arrested there, but lots of people on the telly box get arrested. Anyway, it turns out you don't want to be arrested in America. Wow, it's frightening. Right, so that's that there. I'll stop talking. So, right, I'm going to put that in the middle so that I've got that centerpiece. What I'm trying to do at this point is build forward. So the next point of call, obviously, that's flat. I want to raise this slightly, but I don't want to raise it too much. What I'm trying to do is stepstone the perspective on those pieces. What have I done? Everyone's... Oh, no. I'm sorry.
I don't want to get arrested anywhere.
I'm not even going there, Dave. I don't talk about those subjects while I'm on air. Right, I'm just going to take this off here. So I've got my foam tape now, so I'm stepping up another level. So this is going to sit in forward of the castle. So then I'm going to have that extra raise, which is going to give me the extra perspective going through. I bet they're upstairs going, I wish she was still off.
Oh, they got the sound off, don't worry.
I really hope so. I'm just going to place this in. Now, obviously, you can see here, I've got white space at the top, and I don't want that much white space. Now, I could fill it with a sentiment. What I'm going to do, because I'll be using the sentiments in further demos, and I want you to see as many elements as possible, is that I'm going to just place these on here. This is coming to you via the skills of Gwen, who's currently on camera.
Yeah,
I'm just going to
place...
place...
My life, I looked up and Gwen was on camera too. I thought, what's going on?
I'm just going to place this just behind the head to add that flourish so that I'm guiding upwards. Now I do want another one because I want to guide it round and sweep it. This one may be little bit too long for me because I don't want it to cover too much of my gilding. So all I'm going to do here is just snip away, and this is the joy of Carnation. Each piece that we get, even down to the minutiae, these tiny, tiny little flourishes have a point at which I can cut and still achieve perfection. That's the strength of Carnation. This is where we change the game. We change the ball game.
This, I think, is one of the most impressive collections I've seen for storytelling. That's what this is doing. The book is telling a story, the characters are telling a story, the carriages with the horse too. But look at the sort of scene you can build up and the story you can tell. I mean, that's real myth, magic, whimsy, escapism. it makes you think of Cinderella. It makes you think maybe of tales that you were taught and read when you were a kid. But remember, the thing about this as well, it's all about togetherness as well with this collection, because you've got the beautiful couple, you've got the groom, you've got the bride, of which you can have 2 grooms, you can have 2 brides if you wish to as well, with that fantastic mirrored vignette. You can have one guy facing one way, the other guy facing the other way, and so on. Same with the girl too. You can, of course, reverse the direction that the horse is travelling in with the mirrored vignettes as well. But the scenes that you've got here and the value for money and the wonderful, stunning cards you can make with this is just out of this world. Look at this. Barbara in the design team has made this one. Now, all these dies, by the way, if you just want, say, the crowns, or you just want a couple of dies on its own, you can find those on the website. You can buy them individually. But, of course, the best value is always the bundle. That's where you get the biggest discount. That's where you save the most. And everything works beautifully. Half the stock gone of the big bundle. Currently through, we've got Sarah in East Riding of Yorkshire, Moira in South Yorkshire, Anne in Somerset, Linda in Kent, Deborah in Kent, Sarah in Yorkshire as well coming through. $99.99. You've got the crowns. You've got the couple. You've got the book. So you've got 3 or 4 different themes in one collection here, haven't you? Really?
There's loads. Actually, the card that I'm about to do for demo is something very fresh, very simple. So we're going to go away from the fairy tale theme. So it's just to try and show you the different kind of scope that you've got with this collection. I don't really need to show you. The samples that we've got here show you it well enough, but also I know as crafters yourselves, you know exactly where to go as far as making your cards with this collection are concerned. But isn't it nice to see the different dramas that we can create with it? And that's what Carnation gives us. It's this world that's sort of unexplored yet until we get it home. I will say Carnation are the quickest supplier I know for getting things out to the customers.
Oh, yeah.
So they'll
Speedy
receive the
what?
order 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. They're going to start pick, packing and posting. It could possibly potentially be with you by the end of this week, if not Monday, Tuesday. What that means is, my advice to you is to jump onto the Carnation Crafts website today and download your artwork, get it printed so you're ready when it arrives. And that's a really nice feeling too, because you're suddenly in half of the possession of what you've ordered, and that's a nice feeling for a crafter.
You can sit and just look at the artwork and love that straight
and
away.
stroke
you
it,
don't have to wait
it's
for
pretty.
it. Absolutely. Now, can I just also say that whenever a collection comes out, Carnation always provide perfect papers. Now, this is a great GSM cardstock. 300 GSM?
300 GSM.
300 GSM.
Yeah.
And look, if I hold up some of the finished cards here with the artwork that you're going to print off free of charge, can you see all of these colourways tone beautifully with the artwork?
Your purples are picked from the purples here.
Yeah.
The sandstone colour that you've got here, you'll see it on the steps, you'll also see it on the benches and everywhere else. So you'll see each tone that comes through on your perfect papers have been colour picked from your vignettes. And that means that there are no clashes. Colour theory being the hardest thing that we can ever try and access in our brains when we're trying to work with craft or art. And so because of that, Carnation take that headache away from us. Everything is tonally matched.
So you've got 48 sheets. It's coated cardstock as well. Gorgeous, gorgeous quality.
8 of each.
Yep, 8 of each, and you're getting it for £14.99, and a quarter of the stock went just from people automatically putting it into their basket as a matter of habit, because when you go for a collection, it makes absolute sense to have the coordinating cardstock. OJ9C28 is your product number. Now, Tracy in Yorkshire says, "Hi, Carla, please don't change. You're brilliant and entertaining."
Thanks, Tracy. Is that because you're from Yorkshire? Because I think we're all a bit mad from Yorkshire. It's in the blood. Oh, Linda.
I think Gwen's taking exception to that.
She's crazy as well.
Brilliant. Right, sorry. Oh, a picture. We've got a picture from
Linda.
Hello, Linda. Linda says, "Good afternoon, Carla and Dave. The wedding volume die set is amazing. Makes great cards, Linda." Oh, look at that.
That's stunning, Linda. Can we just have a look at it, where Linda's showing us the card there? If you look at the embossed detail that Linda's got on the book edge there, because our cameras can't show it as well as that. When we're talking about Carnation, you're talking about the quality of it. That's what we're discussing. And the magic, honestly, there's no feeling better than when you take out one of your die cuts from a Carnation die and you see that detail and you just go, I just literally, it's butter. It's literally, it's like, it's such a pleasure to work with. I can't wait for those of you who've never had a go to have a go, because
Absolutely, absolutely do that. Well, Linda, you're in the Share As She Makes draw, so thank you ever so much for sharing that with us. Yeah, you can win yourself a £100 account credit. At the end of each month, on the last Saturday, we give that to someone who's basically shared a picture of something they've made during the month. So you're in that draw now, and you can
Good luck,
send them in
Linda.
there. Yeah, good luck. We keep our fingers crossed for you. But yeah, all you got to do, remember, if you want to go for this collection, is order it now on our website or on our phone lines. You can call the free phone number, free from a landline, free from a mobile. You can order on the website or the app, and you can choose whether you want split pay or not. The choice is yours. GS9C35. And then, when you've ordered it from us to get the deal, go over to carnationcrafts.co.uk, go to downloads, free downloads for the artwork, and then just print them off now onto your ProPrint. That's what we all recommend, of course, at Carnation Crafts and here at HobbyMaker. ProPrint is going to give you the best quality of print without a shadow of a doubt.
It's ace, isn't it, ProPrint?
Oh yeah, ace, absolutely ace.
And if you did buy Elevate, smell it. It smells real nice. Don't smell it. Right, making a card base. So what I'm going to do here, instead of going with one of the card shapes, and we'll be doing more demos later on with the different card shapes, but I want to bring in something very, very clean, just very, very simple, very clean. So we're taking both sides of the scale here, that big fairy tale adventure to the very basic sort of clean. When I'm working with the card bases, I always put a piece of foam in the middle. That's just to support the center so we don't get a saggy bottom, because that's never a good thing.
Nope.
So I'm just going to pull these halfway, so I'm creating tabs, and then we'll start to layer up our mats and layers so that we can create, look at that blue that comes in those perfect
Beautiful.
papers. Is that not just so gorgeous?
Air Force Blue.
Is that what it is?
I think so.
Sunny day blue, that to me.
Yeah.
Moira, you're absolutely right.
Moira says, Carla, you are correct, as us Yorkshire lasses are crazy and full of fun.
100%. See? No, I don't take the tape off the middle one. It's only there for support. You can, but then I get myself into a horrible pickle. I'm awful at getting stuff stuck before I want to, so that's why I use this method. Otherwise, everything's on the wonk. So this way, where this is, I've still got slip and slide at the bottom because it's not sticking. So I can just maneuver until I've got it exactly where I want to be, at which case I then push and pull. So now we're working on gradient colour. So we've got the dark colour at the bottom, the light colour at the top. So it casts like a drop shadow almost. It's very pretty. Now I always lighten my tone, mainly because my brain works in a funny way and I struggle working on colour. So I always bring in a light at the top, and that just makes it easier for my brain to process the colour. So I bring in another layer, same process. I'm working on a 3mm foam tape. That just allows me to build some height and some shadow play. And I'm going to pop that there. Okay, so now we get this beautiful stage that's lit. Let's go something really, really
that's impressive
simple.
in its own right. It's like steps that lead up.
I know, but that's the power of Carnations, because Nick's got a really weird knack with colours that not many people have. So his brain works in really beautiful colourways.
Well, we're glad it does. I've got to let you know, the main collection, 60% of the stock is gone. It's brand new to us at HobbyMaker today. There's another show later on, but what we're going to be left with when we get to 6 o'clock is, might be looking at some essentials or something like that.
Or Rosie will be tap dancing.
Yeah, she will.
Could be anything. Right, I'm just adding a little bit of shape to these roses, just so that I can shape them out, just to add a little bit of oomph into them. Not much. I don't want them to, overshadow, but I'm going to use them as corner elements, and I think they're so beautiful, these. I love the colour. I love the gentle nature of them. They're very sweet, very, very pretty. So I'm going to add in my silicone gel glue here, and I'm just going to play. Look at that shadow. Shadows are just beautiful, aren't they?
And they're free.
Shadows are free. Look at that play on shadow there. And that just gives that artwork
Why stick something down flat when you can have that perspective and have that kind of...
It's my favourite thing, shadows. I love them so much. It also adds a sense of gravity, of course, which gives it a sense of realism. So just to place that there. Look.
Carla, you're never in the shadows. Never in the shadows.
I mean, I think most people would like to push me in.
Always centre stage, Carla.
Oh, in a bush somewhere and leave me there. Nobody would notice.
Yeah, that's where you've been for the last 2 weeks. Yeah.
I'm not denying it. I'm not denying it. Yeah, Dave wouldn't know. I'll send you a postcard next time, just on it saying, I'm still alive, Dave. Could at least ring. Miss Phyllis isn't speaking to you anymore.
Really?
Yeah, I know. If he'd have rung, I could have told him
probably why I
about that
didn't
glue
message.
before today.
Because I knew it was going to be a lecture on glue for...
Next time, I'm just going to message you that randomly and be like, Dave, you need to know what I found out.
Oh, boy.
When I'm on holiday, is it really a holiday for you, Dave?
I didn't realise you were on holiday. No.
It's all right. Dave's agreed I can go to Vegas with him in April. So, you know. If Rob's watching. I'm very excited. Right, I'm just going to put some of this on here.
Can you imagine us in Vegas? You, me, Natalie, my other half.
And then some people from home as well who are watching. Let's all go to Vegas.
Did you ever see that film, The Hangover?
No. Is
Just
it bad?
saying, watch it.
Would that be us?
That's what it would be us. Yeah, it would be us.
Is it just a big hangover?
No, it's worse than a hangover.
Dave,
It all goes horribly wrong, doesn't it? Yeah.
I don't want to get arrested in America. I'm not coming to Vegas with you, Dave. I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. Just gonna put this on. Be awful, Dave.
Oh, imagine.
I ain't got enough money to bail you out. Skin. I have to leave you there, Dave.
You can win. Win it.
Have you ever seen me? Look. Look how pretty this is. How gorgeous is it when we
Isn't that
pare
lovely?
things back and go clean? There's no need to be excessive with Carnation. It's beautiful when we do the full showstopper, but it's absolutely stunning when we pull that back and we go in for those clean details because the artwork is extraordinary every time.
Maybe you've got a grandma or an auntie or someone that you kind of refer to as like the queen of the family and that sort of thing. I mean, what a wonderful card that would be to give them.
Really pretty, really,
beautiful.
really stunning.
And just using the crown. I mean, it's wonderful. Now, this collection, remember, is supposed to be on again at 6 o'clock this evening. We're not quite sure whether that's going to happen at this stage because the stock is going very quickly. And the entire collection, you're going to get everything apart from the numbers, okay? 65% of the stock has now confirmed as gone. Hello, Aida in Hertfordshire, Karen in West Yorkshire, Sharon in Nottinghamshire. Check out your baskets. Look again at the sort of amazing cards you can make. Yes, there is, there's fantasy. There's the Princess's Castle. There's beautiful overhanging branches and foliage on the trees as well. You've got that beautiful kind of step up. Imagine them being married at the top of that step. You've got the bride, you've got the groom. You've got the beautiful, beautiful horse and carriage as well, which when I saw it was straight from Cinderella as far as I was concerned. So you've got that sort of escapism, you really, really have. But look at this one. Isn't that beautiful? I mean, that reminds me of the Chichi Chichi Bang Bang Castle, you know, Neuschwanstein.
Chichi Bang Bang.
Yeah.
That had the kid catcher in it. I didn't like that.
You what?
That kid catcher.
Oh, I know. He scared me when I was a kid.
Oh, there's no need for that. That and the Incredible Hulk.
Fiona Abbott has done this one. And again, with those beautiful stiletto heel shoes, aren't they lovely? You've got the crown, you've got the word the princess in there. All of those words come included. This one here, have a fairy tale day. I mean, look at that.
That sentiment is stunning. And I love the idea of fairy tale day. So that could be somebody who might be going over to, say, Disneyland. It could be somebody who's having a birthday. It can be anything, can't it? And also that sentiment can be used for Litleys or for the grown-ups. It can go either way, can't it? So I love that. I think it's such a glorious sentiment.
Absolutely. Now, you've got, remember, in total, 7 die sets in this collection.
Can you remember the Mr. and Mrs. TV show?
Yes. With Derek.
I didn't know if I was making it up.
No, Mr. and Mrs. Yeah. I can't remember his name now. Derek.
Not Akora, no.
No. Anyway, yes, I do remember it. I remember the theme tune as well.
Mr. and Mrs. Be nice to each other.
There you go. Yay. $99.99 is your price. It's £50 off. It should be $151.93. Have we taken you down memory lane in the last 5 minutes or so? Yeah, you save over £50 and it's on 4 interest-free split payments of just $24.99. Brand new collection to me today. It's been out before, but I'd not seen it before. Sharon in Greater London says, I was in Vegas a couple of months ago. Ooh, what a great adventure. I watch HobbyMaker more than usual TV, and today you two are making me laugh out loud. Sharon, that's really good. Thank you ever so much.
Good to know, Sharon. It's better than being arrested.
Glad you had a good time in Vegas. I'll let you know how I get on, or how we get on. Suzanne in West Sussex. Hi, Colour and David, all the Carnation Army out there watching the show from a caravan. Been a wee bit wet here, but a bit poorly with my back.
Suzanne. That's Suzanne P. That's Suzanne P.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
I won't
get
say
well,
her full
Suzanne.
surname because I don't like doing that, but that's Suzanne P.
Get well soon, Suzanne, and enjoy your little
Hope
break.
you're okay. Yeah, glad
you're
we're
watching
keeping
and we're
you
keeping you company.
And I'm very sorry. I had to come back at some point, everybody. There was a point it was going to happen. It just, sorry.
I tell you what though, if you have got this collection, because it has been out before, if you have got this collection and you want to share, like some of you have already, some of the cards that you've made with this, send us pictures in. We'll then put you into the Share Your Makes draw, okay? Derek Beatty, that's it, Derek Beatty, Mr. and Mrs. Derek Beatty. Or
You're a lot
Beatty.
older than me, Dave.
I know.
I don't remember the surname.
Yes.
Be nice to each other.
They're singing Mr. and Mrs. theme tune in my ear. Yes, that was the theme tune. $24.99, your first split payment. That's all you need to pay today, plus your P&P.
I lost it about an hour ago, Kat, I'll be honest. I don't know even what anyone's saying anymore. Right, should we make a card? Let's make a card. So I've put my card base together with my mats and layers. So we've got the stage set. So let's start to build on that. Now we're looking at those beautiful toned purples that are coming through. Really, really gorgeous, isn't it? So what we're going to do is build on there, and we're going to have a look at the frame that comes with the numbers. We're also going to have a look at that beautiful bride and groom so we can see it all to come together. Now, I really, really want to show you this because that detail, look at that.
And that comes with the numbers. And thank you, Ellie, in Essex. Yes, thank you.
That
Right.
detailing is absolutely exquisite, isn't it? Now, I do want to use the whole frame in this circumstance, but what I was saying to you previously, I don't want to ruin my cut, but I do want to explain what I mean. If I was to take a pair of snips here, can you just see how those pip lines are there for me to just snip into? Now, I'm not going to go the whole way around because I want to actually pretend that that's never happened, but the idea being that I can change that frame to however I want it to be, and that's really important. What I want as a crafter is choice. So when I buy something, I want it to have more than one purpose visually, and so that's why I like to get the most out of those things. So I've got my bride and groom here. I'm going to use this on the doodah landscape.
Yeah.
Just across here. I knew there was a word. Now we talk about shadow. Look at that.
Oh.
Just a little bit of foam tape offers you something really, really exquisite as far as your shadow details are concerned. Filigree is always going to give you that sense of prettiness, isn't it? That kind of soft glow that we get from it. It's really beautiful. Now from that, I want to start adding in some florals. Now I'm just going to pop those in the corner. What I don't want to do, in the last card I did them in opposing sides. I'm not going to do that this time because I don't want to overvalue the card or overface the card. So I'm actually going to put in the other, just one of my corners, which I love. Now I've got the choice here of going at the top or at the bottom. It's up to me which way I go. I like it at the bottom, which is why I'm going to use it there. But I love the fact of using different corners. So never feel like you have to use the same one for each, each of the four. We can swap and change quite nicely. So I'm just going to whack this onto here and just place into that corner. And I keep that one flat. So that is literally a visual down into where we're working with.
And, Carnation are the only people I know of that actually give you and gift you the artwork. They don't ask you to pay for it. They could do, but they don't. They say thank you for buying the dies and thank you for buying the collection. And it's free. And there's not a restriction. You can only print that once or twice. You can print the characters, whatever, dozens and dozens and dozens of times, and you can make and sell to raise funds for your own crafting hobby or indeed for charitable purposes. They don't mind you selling the artwork, the card you've made, provided it's something you've physically
You've got to cut
put
it
together and made.
Yeah, you don't even have to put it together. I'll be totally honest. Carnation have got a free angel policy, but it does mean you've got to cut it. So if I get it, I've got to cut it with a die, or I've got to cut it with an electronic cutting machine if I'm using a USB. But at that point, I can sell stickers. I don't need to make a card with it. I can sell the die cut.
Oh.
It's a free angel policy.
Right. So
you've got to
provided it's
cut
been
it.
cut,
You've got
you
to
can
cut
sell
it.
it.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's the angel policy with Carnation, which is incredibly generous. The other side to it as well is, I've said this before, but I will say it again because it's somebody's artwork. This is somebody has sat and drawn this. Nick, has sat and drawn this. It isn't something that's downloaded from, a corporate company and then used. Nick draws each piece. So every time it's designed with the cut lines that are going to happen in mind. So every time it's perfection. And I think that's a really nice thing.
You know where the artwork's come from. And you can tell your customers that. You know, it's Carnation based in the UK. Nick and his team do the artwork. You've got that story. We tell you the story. You can tell that to your customers if you sell your cards. Why not?
So by folding her dress around in this kind of concertina shape here, it gives me a time to just fill that with silicone gel glue, which means I can recess him behind her. Okay, so I'm going to use the base of that frame as my grounding device. I'm going to play with the shadow above where his head is. And so I'm just going to put some glue on his lallies just here, and that will hold him in place. You don't need much glue, but I'll place him there so his shadow starts to play with the shadow of the filigree. And then I'm going to fill her skirt with silicone gel glue, things you never thought you'd say live on TV. Fill her frock up so that she can be placed with that frill of her skirt coming forward, and she's just slightly in front of him, and again, that shadow play. Notice the difference in skin tones, because all skin tones are taken care of in this collection. And then from here, I've got my sentiment. So I'm doing it white on white, and I love white on white very, very much. It's one of my sort of favourite things.
It's a favourite of mine too.
It's pretty,
Yeah, I
right?
love
There's
it.
something about it. And because we're recessing colour when we work white on white, and so that just
Very
gives it...
sophisticated.
Yeah, well, it's a hint, isn't it? It just sort of recesses it back. So, Kat's saying that we're sophisticated. I think we're far from it, but, let me place
We're
that
the
there.
definition of sophistication. Crikey.
Woo. I
We
feel
got
sorry
problems.
for the rest, Dave. Right, let me look at that.
Yeah, love it.
It's like a cake decoration. It's
You
so
think it would
pretty.
disappear, but it doesn't, because it's got the height, and again, there's that shadow element.
Then foam tape here. So all we're going to do is just lay out that sentiment just at the top with that congratulations. Again, shadow play all the way. Really beautiful cards, aren't they? I think this
Stunning,
whole
that.
kit is just lends itself to any taste, any style, any occasion. That's why it's such a powerful collection. And I don't think it'll last the full day, but it really is just incredible.
Louise has just got in touch from East Dunbartonshire. She says, hi, Dave and Carla. I bought this collection previously, and as a novice crafter, it helps me make nice cards. I now only buy Carnation Craft dies.
Thank
There
you,
go.
Louise.
Thank you,
That's
Louise.
a really, really important message. And I think that's a message we hear a lot.
Yeah.
So people who tend to buy Carnation then stick with Carnation
Well,
because...
it's nice to hear it from you rather than
Yeah.
us saying it.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, we agree with you completely. It's a great collection. Carnation are a great brand to invest in. And they hold your hand every step of the way. You know, Carla's always doing, say, Facebook Lives and demonstrations, that sort of thing, on their Facebook channel. But also, you get live demonstrations here, and you can join the Carnation Crafts team, the army, on Facebook as well if you want to, and share your makes. with
Carnation
them too.
Crafters on Facebook. So if you go to that on Facebook and join it, don't put Carnation Army, it's Carnation Crafters, and then they'll let you join the group and come be part of the community.
Exactly.
Lovely.
But 70% of the bundle is now gone. That's not going to be much left for Rosie in her show at 6. So grab it while we can offer it to you. If you order it right now, you are guaranteed to get it. If you leave it till later, we can't guarantee that'll be the case. GS9C35 is the product code. And remember, you're saving £50, over £50 off the price. And we've got it on 4 split pays as well. And the numbers, do not forget the numbers. They are in addition to the main collection. They are available for you. And you've got not just numbers, you've also, of course, got that beautiful, beautiful, almost like a cameo-shaped die that Carla was using in that last demonstration. Congratulations, anniversary, communion, and those numbers are just gorgeous. They really, really are. They don't come in the big bundle, but they are available if you want them. There's a £50 saving on the bundle. Maybe put that saving towards this. And then you're not really kind of paying for these, are you, really, if you think about it? $49.99. It's on 2 split pays of $24.99, OP9C57. Back at 6 with Rosie?
Aye.
All right. Good to see you, my love.
Thank you.
Coming up next, though, we've got another show with the lovely Gwen. We've got Jane's Doodles, and that's coming up at 4 o'clock. Don't go away.
Not only is HobbyMaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the HobbyMaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with HobbyMaker.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. you can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Hi everybody, good afternoon, welcome back to HobbyMaker. Great to have your company, with you till 8 o'clock as we are every single day. Rosie's taken over at 5 o'clock and Gwen's back for a second show of the afternoon.
Hello.
Yeah. Totally different to the first one.
Yes, completely different. Different designer, different products.
But still creative expression.
Gorgeous. Yeah.
Absolutely. Now this is Jane's Doodles. Now it's a collection called Rain or Shine. Now it's whimsical, it's really, really cute. And of course, Gwen's going to have loads of ideas and inspiration how to use the stamps and how to decorate them, that sort of thing as well. Now let me show them to you individually first of all. They're polymer stamps. Let's have a little look at this one. This is the biggest one of the collection. So this is special delivery and every element here is completely separate. So it's Noah's Ark, isn't it?
It is. And baby things, and birthday things, and lots of other things. And it's just lovely.
Welcome to the world, little one. Adventure begins. Congratulations, special delivery. Hello, baby. Birthday, happy birthday and blessings. There's 21 stamps in this set alone. And for $13.99, you can see just how beautiful they are, and also how easy to colour in and to paint or colour with pencils or pens or whatever. Really, really gorgeous. So that's the first one, $13.99, and that one is called Special Delivery. Next one is Rain or Shine. So this is everything you associate with like rainbows and sunshine and clouds and rain, basically the weather. Come rain or come shine. Welly boots, tulips, umbrellas up and down. The words I love you, you are my sunshine, hello. Really sweet. And again, wonderfully open, so very easy to colour in, easy to cut out as well if you wanted to.
Yes, they are. Nice clean lines.
Yeah.
You can cut to the line or just outside, whichever is your choice. And yeah, lovely to spend an afternoon just colouring.
Yeah. Well, there's 18 stamps in that one, and that price is £8.50 if you want those individually, LN2851. Now, I can imagine you, Gwen, doing this.
Dancing in the rain?
Yeah.
I do, I love it.
Do you?
Oh yeah, thunderstorms, I love thunderstorms. I'll be out there.
You're an outside lady, aren't you? You do like the
Yeah,
great outdoors.
I do.
Here we go. So Dancing in the Rain. So you've got your bear, you've got your little mouse, you've got your rabbits. Really sweet. So you can kind of make up little scenes and tell a story with these. Oh, happy day. Maybe that's reminding you of your kids jumping in the puddles and that sort of thing. £8.50, 13 stamps in this set. And then the last stamp set in the bundle, you can buy them on their own, obviously. We've been showing you the details. This one is your tulip and crocus. So we've got thinking of you, birthday wishes, hugs, little bumblebees, butterflies as well, and colouring tips actually on the packaging, which is nice.
Yes, if you're not sure where to start or how to shade, it's quite nice to have that guide.
And the actual stamps are much bigger than the actual image on the front of the packaging. So you get a lot for your money. That's also £8.50, FQ2864. But the bundle, if you're going to love one set, you're going to want all sets. All 4 sets of these stamps should be £41 and 96p, DL2804. Today you can have the whole lot for $34.99. How about that? Saving you about £7 off the price. 63 stamps you get for $34.99. So it's about, I don't know, 45, 50p a stamp, something like that. DL2804 is the item number, 55p a stamp. And stamps, you know, if you look after them, will last you a lifetime. They really, really will. $34.99. Now, you've got some finished samples and finished
Yes, which one shall we start with? The Noah's Ark?
Yeah, why not? Let's
Okay.
have a look.
So our DT, again, have done a fabulous job. And I've also got to say a big thank you to Jane, who managed to get some across from Croatia to me in the post. So I've got some from Jane herself, and this is one of them. I love this, the whale with his cupcake special delivery. I love that. And look, you don't have to be making massive cards. You can make that beautiful Noah's Ark stamp the feature of your card. And Jane's added here the rainbow, a balloon, and then on this one, she's added one of the little cheeky birds up here.
And there's no mistaking Noah's Ark.
And some cakes.
Oh,
and
yeah.
just giving it a completely different look. Isn't it lovely? And then Diane has gone down the baby route because you've got that baby option in this set as well. How beautiful is that? A little baby grow. Gorgeous.
Really cute.
And a stunning rocker card with the Noah's Ark on there.
Like a bit seasick, rocking backwards and forwards.
Yeah, I'm a bit like that. And then this one is another absolutely stunning creation. When you open it, you've actually got this easel element. This is from Angie. So much work in these cards, ladies. You are amazing. I just love that.
Beautiful.
And then just simple baby with the stalk. I love that. You can use a simple element and then dress it up with your matting, layering dyes, some stamps around the edge, just beautiful. And then how about creating a real work of art? Angie's done a stunning picture here. You could frame that, couldn't you? It
you
looks
could.
stunning in a child's nursery.
Absolutely.
Really gorgeous.
So there they are, 2 by 2, all the animals in Noah's Ark. So that's the first bundle. And then we've got lots of finished cards for all of the bundles, actually.
We
for that
have.
set.
So let's have a look at this one. I think this is the Rain or Shine. Now on here you've got little tulips, so you could pick those out and feature those. That's what's great about these sets. There are things that are just stand alone. You can pick them out and do a completely different card. How about rainbow wellies?
I love that one.
That's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
A really bright, vibrant colour here from Emma with balloon and wellies and the sun coming through the clouds. Just lovely. And all these stamps are on this set. This one's done on canvas and it's quite pastel and quite pretty. And then we've got a beautiful one here from Danny with stunning colouring. Lovely colouring, Danny, with rainbow umbrellas. Love
Very
that.
vibrant, love it.
Again, some lovely pastel examples from Emma. Love these. Little notelets these could be. Could make a little setup easily with these. And then this one's from Jane. Again, beautiful colouring. She's a colourist. But how lovely. And I love to see how Jane thinks and how she puts her style together. And I love this. Again, from Emma, completely different. That striking black. And then those beautiful rainbow brollies. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous.
So that particular set, remember, is called Rain or Shine, £8.50 for that one. Then we've got Dancing in the Rain and Tulip and Crocus.
So this is Dancing in the Rain.
Yep.
And these cards are from Christine. I love how she's put this rainbow stencil in the background. And this one as well, how she's created this rain effect. I love that. And he's dancing with his brolly there. This is from Jane herself, and she's used that little floral stamp to create like a border there on the background. Quite subtle, but it's there. Really lovely. And here he is dancing with his umbrella and his little friend again. And this is one that just arrived literally yesterday morning. And she's used that little tulip or crocus thing all the way along to create a flower bed and the little rosy rabbit sitting in there. And then what about this? A lovely triptych card using all three of those little characters. Stunning. And I love this. This is just fab. It's got a little boingy springer on there. Look at that.
And so many
Such
different
fun.
colouring mediums have been used.
Yes.
Pens have been used.
Yes.
Obviously, we've got these fantastic inks in the show as well today, the watercolour inks. That's on a pick and mix of any three for $11.99, I think it is. And you've got pearlescent or the base colour you can choose. We'll get to those a bit later on.
And
the
then,
last stamp collection.
So this is the Spring Tulips
Yep.
one. We've got cards here from Kim Reigate, who's a really classical stamper. She always does interesting techniques. Love this spotlight technique. Love this colouring on the craft brown. Probably coloured pencils perhaps on there. Really beautiful, slightly muted look on that one. Or you can go really pretty spring pastels. Absolutely gorgeous cards, these. And I love this one. This is Kim again. She always does something a bit different.
Yeah.
So we've got an embossing folder in the background with some gilding polish over the top, and then those tulips there. And again, another different one, very different. Gold embossed on black, really striking, and iridescent watercolours on there.
So Jane is an artist based in Croatia, yeah?
She was born in Croatia, was brought up in Canada, now lives back in Croatia. And she is a fantastic artist. She designs all of these herself, hand draws them. And then she is, I would call her an illustrator. She colours beautifully. She's just got a lovely style. Tulips in abundance.
So you've
It's
got
very
characters,
spring.
and you've got the flowers and the butterflies and the bees in this set as well.
Just a couple more with the tulips, just to show you great variety of what you can achieve with these beautiful stamps. And Sheila is a lovely watercolour artist. She always brings gorgeous colouring and shading and backgrounds, and look at that.
Love it. Absolutely
Stunning.
love it. $34.99 then gets you the 4 stamp sets. You can buy them on their own if you want individuals. If you just want the Noah's Ark or you just want the tulips on their own, you can go for those. But if you buy them as a big bundle, I say a big bundle, four sets in the bundle, $34.99 is all it's going to cost you for all 4 of them, DL2804. Now, we do also have lots of other things on the show, which we'll get to a bit later on after we've done a demo with Gwen, if that's all right.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, great.
So let's do a nice little happy card. I think it's a happy card. Here we
I
are.
love that.
So this reminds me of, the kids are out playing in the rain stops, the sun comes out, they discard everything, the wellies have gone, the umbrella's gone, and they've run off to do something else. Just made me think like that. So I'm going to start with just a piece of plain white cardstock, and I'm going to bring in some of our inks. So I've brought for you today the watercolour inks from Cosmic Shimmer. These are beautiful, very vibrant, water-based. They come in a beautiful pipette dispenser bottle. So you just push the button to draw the ink up into the pipette, and then you push the button to release the ink from the pipette.
It's got to be the easiest way to get
and it's
ink out of the
so
bottle.
unmessy.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
great. So I'm going to be using the green just to start with. I want to create a little grass line down at the bottom of my bit of card. So I've got a piece of torn paper, and I'm just going to pop that along the bottom, and then I'm going to use this green to make some grass. I don't want it too wet because I don't want it to soak under the edge of the paper. But this is how easy creating scenery can be. You don't have to do anything too remarkably fancy. And this is just plain white cardstock, smooth white. But equally these work beautifully on watercolour card. Take that away. And we've got a little bit of grass going on.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll just pop that to one side to dry, and I'll show you a couple more bits. I've got some wellies here that I've cut out, and I want to colour these with one of the inks. So I've got here Raspberry Jam. This is one of the flat colours, superb red, a really beautiful colour. Now I only want the tiniest bit, so what I sometimes do is just literally touch the pipette into the bottom of my little well, and then paint with that. So I've got a small brush. I don't really want to water these down because I want the vibrancy. So I'm just going to go into my welly, stick into the edge.
That is a vibrant red as well, isn't it?
Isn't it just?
Yeah.
It's so lovely. You can water them down, of course, and create pastel shades. You can get beautiful pink from this red.
But you get a lovely coverage with it.
Yes, they are so easy to use. They take a little longer to dry because they've been specially developed like watercolours with a long, what we call open time.
Right.
So they give you a lot of time to work with them. If you're doing watercolour techniques, you sometimes need that. If you want to reduce the drying time, this is going to sound a bit weird, but add water to them. Because what that does, it waters down the effect of the special ingredients that makes them stay wet longer.
Right, got you.
So if you want a quick dry, bear in mind it will thin out your colour a little bit, but you can certainly do that. But other than that, they don't take that long. Just leave them to one side and they'll dry to a beautiful even finish. So there's some wellies. I've got a couple of brollies just to show you how easy this can be. I've already coloured the bits I need for my card, so I'm just showing you a couple of other bits. These are the iridescent inks. Now these ones have got mica in them, and you must shake them till all that mica's dispersed.
Right.
And they've got a little ball bearing, you can hear that in there. If you don't, you'll end up with a clump of mica in the bottom and not much liquid, and then you get stuck then eventually. So do take the time. Sometimes I do get a little cocktail stick, well, I say a little cocktail stick, a kebab stick, and actually stir it like you would paint. And that just helps as well, get it moving. So I'm just going to colour my brolly. And again, I've stamped this and I've embossed the outline with clear powder. So I've got a little wall that's just going to help contain that colour. But this is how easy it can be to create a beautiful little embellishment for your card. You can stamp directly onto your card, of course.
And like we said earlier on, because these are really simple shapes, if you're not the best at cutting out, you won't have any trouble with this at all.
That's right. So there we go. Now I want a brown, but I haven't got a brown in my ink, so what am I going to do? Well, brown can be created quite easily by mixing red and green. So I've got a little bit of red left. I'm just going to bring across the tiniest little bit of green. That's still a little bit too red, so let's have a bit more green until we get a nice brown. Look at that. Nice nutty brown. A little bit more green. And now we've got a nice woody brown, and I can paint the handle of my umbrella. So these inks, this colour palette I brought for you is going to give you everything you need. You can mix the flat colours with the iridescent colours. Really doesn't have to be one or the other. There we go.
Fantastic.
So
I know we've got a message actually coming through from the artist Jane herself.
Whoops. Hello, Jane.
Hello, Jane. Nice to know that you're watching this afternoon. Not quite sure if you would be able to tune in or not. She says, hello, Gwen and Dave. Wish I could be there too. Love all the cards. P.S. I was born in Germany, grew up in Canada and live in Croatia.
Sorry.
Thank you, Jane.
Got
Brilliant.
that completely wrong.
Well travelled.
Yes.
And she says also, oh, Gwen, just love your cards. Such a happy card indeed.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Nice
Well, it's your stamps that inspired it, so thank you. All right, so I've brought some stencils as well today. You know me, I love my stencils. And I've got this Sky Elements set, which gives you clouds and stars and birds and suns and moons and whatever else it might be. So I wanted to create a little bit of a sky using this and just some oxide ink. So I've got broken china here, which is one of my favourites. And I'm using a blending brush because I want a very, very soft sky. So I've put this, what I love about this stencil is you get the positive as well as the negative. So you get the whole thing. So you can do different techniques by using one or the other. And I'm just going to put that on an angle so I can create some clouds in the sky. Okay.
And we'll give you details of these stencils straight after the demo.
So let's just flick that ink away from the stencil. Go back in and get a little bit more. And you'd be surprised, it looks as though there's nothing happening, but look, you can definitely see you're starting to get an edge there. So I'll go into swirly motions now. I have a bit better idea where I'm going. Okay, and then I'm going to bring that and change the direction of it and move it on a different way so it looks entirely different, and then I can just go along the edge again and build up the sky that way. You don't need a huge amount of colour. In fact, if you put so much colour down that it's really strong, it's going to look a bit not quite right.
False.
Yeah. And then we've got this little individual cloud, which I absolutely adore. So let's have a fluffy cloud in the sky here. I'm just going to go all the way around this in the same way. Just gentle brush strokes. And underneath as well. Look at that. How cute is that?
Yeah.
And
so
then
effective.
you can turn this over so you've got a cloud in a different way, different direction. And just go around the edge of that. And it doesn't matter that some of this is blended into the previous clouds, because that's what clouds are like.
Exactly.
They're fluffy and they all blend together.
They're random.
And just lovely. So there we are. That's our sky. And then I want to put in a bit of a sun. No, I'm not going to do that on this one. I'll do that on the next one. Let's leave the sun out of it. All right, so that's our sky. So let's bring in our stamps, and I'm going to use, from that lovely set, You Are My Sunshine. So let's get that off the stamp sheet.
And these are, you know, suitable for adults, for youngsters, everyone can
anybody.
enjoy them. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sometimes when you see characters, you kind of think, okay, that's just for the kids. But no, these are for adults too.
Oh, definitely. So I'm just going to pop this up in the top left. Look how crisply they're stamped. They are beautiful. So that's our sentiment. And then I've got all my little elements here already coloured. Look at that sun. The sun comes with faces. So you've got two different faces and a little heart there that you can put.
I'm glad you pointed that out. I wouldn't realise what they were.
It's the cutest thing ever. So I'm going to put these on my card.
It's like the Teletubbies' son had a face, didn't it? I think on the
yeah, but that was a bit scary, I thought. It was a bit sinister. So we can pop our sun up there, having a lovely old time. And then just start to build your scene. So what I've done with the wellies, see how they come two together and they've got the boot supports inside. So I've cut those off with mine. I've also coloured the sole black because I wanted two independent wellies. Because as I say, I had this idea that the sun's come out and they've run off to go and do something else.
Yeah.
So I'm going to stand one boot up. I'm going to lie one boot down. It's just been landed where it was kicked off. The umbrellas scattered upside down. Mm-hmm. It's what kids do, isn't it? They just drop stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And off they go.
Don't
so
put stuff away, they just drop it and run.
That's propped up. Let's just tuck that under the edge of that welly. Propped up on the welly, like so. And then we've got these lovely little tulips, which I've coloured again with a couple of those inks. And we'll just have one there and one at the other side. Like so. And then that onto the card. So what I'm saying is these can be really beautiful but quick cards.
Yeah. And also, obviously, you've stuck them flat there, but if you wanted to put like some foam down to give it a bit of height, you could do that as well.
Absolutely. You could put them on wobblers. That sun on a wobbler would be cool,
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
yeah,
It'd be,
would.
you know, dancing in the
Absolutely.
sky.
Yeah.
So there we go. There's the original one. And
Card
there's
number
the
one.
one I've just done.
Brilliant. Okay. All made from the stamps that are only $34.99 today. Really, really sweet. Now, check out your baskets if you want the main collection. Lots of you have put them in your basket. Vivian, Jeanette, Chris, many, many more as well. Such great different designs with, of course, the packaging being the inspiration for the colouring. You don't have to do them the colour that they've printed on the packaging, but it gives you some ideas, gives you loads of ideas. Now, we've also got the stencils. Now, this is the stencil set that Gwen was using in that last demo. And this is what she was using for the clouds. Also, the sun and the moon is in there as well. But you've got the positive and you've got the negative in there too, which is really, really useful. Now, you're not just going to get that stencil, you're also going to get your floating hearts as well. And as well as that, you're going to get your rays of light. Now, anyone that knows me knows that this is right up my street. I love anything like this. Look at this. Isn't that just the most brilliant effect? Is that gilding flakes on
It
there?
is. I'm going to do something with gilding flakes next.
Wow, okay. So $12.99 for all three sets of stencils. So there's your, I mean, that could be psychedelic, it could be sun rays, it could be really whatever colour you want it to be. But yeah, it could be a close-up of piano keys if you wanted it to be at a certain angle, couldn't it? It could be Abbey Road pedestrian crossing. It could be anything like that.
Oh, yeah.
So we've got these, which are size-wise 9.8 by 20.9 centimetres. You get all three of those for just £12.99, which is really, really good. And yeah, there's, as I said before, the positive and the negative stencils with that particular set. The first one on your screen there. There we go. PW2808, £12.99. We've also got some 6x6 stencils in the show as well. Now these are from Woodware, which is also part of Creative Expressions as well. And I've got some finished cards to show you here. This is the first one. Francois's done this one actually. Francois Reed has designed this. So you've got your rainbow. Yeah, you can see Norman underneath the rainbow, couldn't you? Very easily. Yeah. So there's your rainbow and your clouds. Also, Francois's done this one as well. This one is called Mini Tiles. And that could be like a paving, or it could be a wall or whatever you wanted it to be. And then the last one is this one, which is your bubbles. And you get all three for £12.99. Amazing value for money. I'll show you some finished cards quickly I've got here as well that show you how the rainbow stencil gets used. There we go. And this is the bubbles one, again with some fantastic gilding flakes. Aren't they beautiful? Through that stencil. So use the stencil to put glue through. You don't have to use it with inks and paints all the time, but yeah, and then transfer your gilding flakes onto the top. Absolutely brilliant. So £12.99 for those, and that's NK2861. Then we've also got on the show, this is the Gilding Flakes bundle. Now this is not just gilding flakes, it's also your glue, it's your double-sided adhesive sheets, you get everything. Now these are the hero products as far as I'm concerned with gilding flakes, because these, I don't know how, but they never ever stick to adhesive sheets. But the gilding flakes, it burnishes them and polishes them and gives you a really lovely smooth finish. You get 6 of these rectangular sponges, the sponge applicator. Look at these for gilding flakes. You've got 2 really big pots for here. You've got your golden jewels and you've also got your aurora lights. Both of those you get in the bundle. You've then got, this is, oh, hang on, this is new.
Oh, yes, I'm going to show
F&G
you that.
highlighter.
It's marvellous.
Okay, so that's a new product to me. You've got your flake and glitter glue as well, which is specially developed to be the best glue to use with gilding flakes. And you've got your double-sided adhesive, 4 sheets of A4 double-sided adhesive. There we go, for £26.99. That is your price for all of that today. And they are some of the biggest tubs of gilding flakes you're going to have the chance of working with. 200 ml in each pot there.
That's
amazing.
a lot.
That's a lot.
And when you open the lid, they expand.
What is the F&G highlighter? What is that?
Flake and glitter glue. So it's the same glue, but if you look at the bottle, it's got the most fine brush.
I see.
Which allows you to actually infill areas with your gilding flake. So it's got a really super fine brush on it, and you can paint that. So I've done it. I'm sure you've seen me use it before, Dave, because I did things on the back of acetate. So like stamp a design on acetate, and then when you work from the back, you can fill in with that, put your gilding flake on, and then of course from the front you see the lines of the stamp, but gilded from behind.
Okay.
That's one idea. Okay. I'm going to show you another one now.
Excellent.
As well.
So the whole bundle, if you like it, £26.99, BN2889. Right, Gwen.
All right, so I'm going to start by doing some gilding, and I'm going to use this Scattered Heart stencil. Now I want it at a little bit of an angle, so I'm going to pop it across my piece of card like this, so diagonally. And then I've got the flake and glitter glue, and I've got the foam applicator, and I'm going to use the gold gilding flakes, okay? So the flake and glitter glue is quite a thick sort of gel glue, and it never will stop being sticky until you cover it with something.
Oh, right, it doesn't dry out.
No, so it's perfect for gold leaf. You can use it as a gold size, a traditional gold size. You can also use it, I'm going to use it on the foam applicator through the stencil. So put a little penny-sized drop onto, I'm just using a bit of scrap card because then I can throw it away. Load your foam, but not absolutely lathered in it. And then just pounce that through the stencil. Then add a little bit more. If you're not good at holding and doing at the same time, you can mask this off with some masking tape and hold it down. And I just want to create a kind of, I don't know, confetti of hearts, if you like. So you can see it because it's slightly shiny. So I think I need a wee bit more. So I've got a lump there, just get rid of that. Just put a little bit more on my applicator and I'll just go back. Now the important thing is, once you've done this, anything you've used needs to go straight into water. So my stencil is going to go into a bowl of water down here, and also the foam needs to go straight into water. As long as you do that, the glue will just rinse out.
Okay.
And you can just leave them once they're in there. I'll get rid of that because that's sticky. This on here, you could leave it for a week.
Oh, really?
And come back and gild it. If the foam goes, you can leave it, doesn't matter. So really forgiving. All right, so let's get some flake on here. And I can feel the air conditioning, I'm already
I'm just about to ask you that.
I'm just going to put a little bit down.
Because gilding flakes are as light as air.
As light as a feather. And try not to sneeze on them because that never ends well. All right.
And you get nice chunky flakes in your pots, don't you?
Yes, you do. I just need to grab my sponge. Forgot to get it ready. Here we go. And then you can just start to move that around, and where the glue went, the gilding flake will attach itself. And as Dave said, these foam blocks don't stick.
No.
It's amazing, even on the double-sided adhesive, which is very sticky stuff.
And how? I don't know, but...
Just one of them things, magic. So there we are, we've got a little confetti of hearts just rushing off the corner there, quite like that.
So you get the gold gilding flecks, but in the other one, it's a mixture of, well, all sorts really. You've got some green, orange, silver, copper.
Yeah, and the two samples you've got that show them, they show the colours quite well, Dave, those with the stencils.
Yeah, so that's the Aurora, and then that's the gold. So both of those cards show you both of the gilding flakes. There you are, look. So it's predominantly silver with a hint of colour in that one. And the other one's obviously pure gold.
There is actually more colour than that. I just picked out, because I wanted more silver.
Oh, okay.
So I did pick out quite a lot of the silver, but there is quite a lot of colour in there, and it's beautiful, really beautiful. So any loose bits, you just pop back into the pot to use again. And then we've got this kind of background thing going on. Okay. So I also want to show you, this is the tulip stamp. I've already stamped and embossed and cut it out, and I just wanted to do a bit of painting on it to show you another technique. So this is done on watercolour card, and I wanted to add the ray of sunshine. You can see this is one of the iridescent ones, and then there's also this one, which is red sunset, which is a beautiful apricot, really strong colours. Now these need a good shake. Get that little ball going so that it mixes up all that mica.
Now, all of these inks, the watercolour inks you'll find on the website, they're a pick and mix, any three for $11.99. If you fancy selecting which ones you want, go to hobbymaker.co.uk and you'll be able to see them all.
All right, so once it's dispersed, you can see that's a much darker colour now because all the mica's lifted into the liquid. Okay, so I'm just going to put some of this into my palette. Couple of drops is all you need. These are going to last you a very long time. And that's the ray of sunshine, which it just is. It's like a ray of sunshine. It's beautiful. The most gorgeous golden yellow. I love it. All right, and then I'm going to bring in some water. Now, because this is watercolour card, and I want these paints to blend, all right, so my water's a bit green, so this might go a bit green, but it'll be all right. Oh, it's not too bad. I'm going to wet the area that I want to paint. Now this is a classical watercolour technique, so you can do it on any other sort of stamp or with different watercolour products. But if you wet the watercolour card first, then it means that your inks can float. And when they float, they're not grabbed into the card.
Right.
And so you can colour them really quite beautifully.
What sort of cardstock are you using for this?
It's watercolour card.
Watercolour card, right.
Yeah. So this flower here now is wet, and I'm just going to add in, look how it moves.
Oh, yeah.
It just kind of pings and floats.
A great effect.
It's lovely. And then I'm going to clean my brush, and I'm going to bring in the golden yellow. Now, what I like to do is put my darker colour down take my lighter colour and bring it down to meet it. So I don't contaminate until I want to. And then you just make the two meet.
Yeah.
And when it dries, you'll get a seamless blend, really beautiful. Dead easy way to create blending if you're not confident at doing it. Let's have a little...
In all the years, I've never seen that demonstration before. That's really cool.
Have you not?
No.
Oh, I'm surprised because I do it all the time. So you can see how that's going to, it's still moving, it's still drying. So that's going to blend and it'll soften as it goes.
Yeah.
Let's just pop in a little bit of green. I've got a beautiful, it's called Fresh Meadow, she says. Oops. Where's it gone? Oh, it's already out, duh. And it's already in my palette, actually. Right, so I'm just going to pop a little bit of this into the leaf. Now, I haven't wet the card this time, so I'm going straight in with the ink. The inks, if you just leave them full strength, will take a little while to dry. They've got a little bit of a viscosity to them, so they're a bit gloopy.
Yeah.
But if you water them down, that changes completely. So they're very versatile products. I love them.
And they're only £4 each. And when you bear in mind how much you've got in each bottle, and
Yeah.
how little you use.
Yep. And I just wanted to show you a couple of tricks. So I'm going to bring in a little bit more of this blue. This is the cerulean blue. This is a pearlescent one. I just touch the pipette to the well because I don't want a lot. And I'm also going to use a little bit of yellow. I just want to show you how you can change the green quite a lot. So I'm going to bring in a little bit of this blue. I do want a little bit of water because I don't want it too strong. And I can turn this green into more of like a teal. So you can start to build shade and different hints of different colours in there. Now if I bring in a little bit of this yellow, this is going to give it more of a limey green effect.
Okay.
So, oops, I've got too much on my brush. Let's get rid of a bit of that. So if we take the yellow, can you see how that's now gone quite limey?
Yeah, yeah.
And all in all, just by doing that, we've actually got quite an interesting leaf now, instead of just a green leaf. So that's a couple of tips about how to colour with inks like this. Now I've got this colour, which is stunning. This is Radiant Orchid. This is quite a pink purple. Just put a tiny bit into my palette.
Lovely colour.
It's fab, isn't it? And this is an iridescent one. So I want to shade one of these crocuses. So let's do that trick where we wet the cardstock. And I tend to give it 2 coats because the first coat tends to get absorbed a little bit. And then you want it nice and wet so it's kind of sitting on top. And then again, we'll do that trick where we put a little spot down there.
Give this technique a go at home.
Look how that is
Yeah,
just
it just travels.
floating. It's fab, isn't it? And we can take that up as far as we like, and then we can do the little bits at the back. And then what we can do is bring the water down and just ease that colour towards the tip of the petal. And again, shade. And I didn't do anything really fancy there. I just manipulated the ink really.
But it looks so good and so different.
It works, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
So here's one I've done and finished. I've used a different ink. I've used a lilac, which is, I think it's called Lilac Sapphire, yeah, which is this one, which is more of a lilac, obviously, than the pink, but either or a mixture would be lovely. So there's one I've finished. Now I want to show you that beautiful fine line detailer. So this is our Flake and Glitter Glue highlighter, and it comes with a very fine brush applicator.
So the glue that's in that is the same glue
The
that's
same
in the
that I
actual
used
bottle.
with the stencil.
So if you
yeah,
run out of that, you could decant it into that.
you could. And then what I want to do, you've heard the saying, gild the lily.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to gild the crocus. So I wanted to add a gilded highlight to these lovely blossoms. So I can just add a very fine line on the petal Okay, there's nothing to see. It's not very exciting. But it's really pretty when you do it.
And remember, that's the glue that doesn't dry.
It won't dry.
There's something over it.
If you leave that and go away and come back and stick your elbow on it, you'll be wearing it.
Right.
So I'll just put some flake down. That's quite a lot there. And then smoosh that up the glue.
So it gives you that precision that you need.
Absolutely. So look at that now. Can you see? We've got a lovely gilded highlight onto that flower. And that's a really classy look. I mean, you see it in classical art, where they use a little bit of gilding to make it look extra special. I love that.
I don't know anyone else that does flake and glitter glue with an applicator and a brush as fine as that.
No, me
Not
either.
at all.
And it's just delightful to do highlights on things, to frame things, to edge things. Just fabulous. So I would do that on, not all of it, you can overdo it, but here and there, just add that lovely gilded highlight and it makes it just that little bit more special. So I'm ready to put the card together now. I've got a background I did earlier, and I actually stamped one of the butterflies off the same set and painted it with the pinky paint. And then I've got a couple of different frames. I like doing double frames. I've said this to you before, haven't I? And I'm going to pop my card on here, and then I've got 2 frames. The chances of me getting that all straight are nil, so I'm going to do my frames first. So a little bit of glue around the inside edge of this one. And I've cut these using Sue Wilson's Noble Stitched Rectangles, which are some of our core layering dies, absolute essentials, in my opinion. Really beautiful for frames, mats, layers, you name it. I could have gilded one of these frames as well. If I'd used the applicator and put the flake and glitter glue onto the frame, I could have had a gilded frame. That would have been lovely as well.
That would have looked great.
All right. Now, I've got my flowers ready with foam on the back, so I'm just going to... And what I've done, I've left the bottoms flat. I've got 1 layer of foam in the middle here and 2 layers on the back of the buds, so that it's got a bit of different dimension. It's not just flat, because I think that looks nice to ring the changes that way as well. So I want this to come down here. I was going to tuck it under my frame, but never mind. There we go. So can you see the tops are lifted up a lot more now than the bottoms are, which is really nice, a nice effect, in my opinion. Just my opinion.
No, it looks gorgeous.
And then my second frame gives it a really classy look, I think, with a double frame. Oh, hello. So I'll just pop that on top.
Yeah,
Try and get
that
it
works.
straight. You can have them in different colours, but I like the white on the white. I like the flowers to be the feature on this. And then this can go on the card, and then we can add a sentiment if we want. It's entirely up to you. Or sometimes I make cards and just keep them, and then when I want a sentiment, I've got a card I can just put the right sentiment onto.
All thanks to the stamps.
There we go.
Brilliant.
There we are.
So if you don't want a character for every card you make, you've got the opportunity of using the crocuses and the tulips, the butterflies and the bees as well. Now, £8.50 will get you the tulips and the crocuses on their own. If that's all you want, that's absolutely fine. But remember, the big bundle from Jane's Doodles is where the best value for money is. But if you want that one on its own, if you've been inspired by that demonstration, £8.50 for the tulips and the crocuses, or that's the big bundle you can see on the screen. Jane messaged through again. Hi, Jane. My illustrations are for all ages, she says. Our inner child holds the key to our imagination. I hope my stamps will inspire your creativity and make you smile. Well, that's absolutely the case.
So true.
And she says, I'm talking to the screen as if you could hear me. LOL. Love this colouring technique, Gwen. Absolutely. Nice to know you're watching, Jane.
Thank
Jane,
you,
of course, is
Jane.
the artist, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
So that's your crocus and tulip for £8.50. If you want it on its own, the item number's coming up for you. It's FQ2864 and just £8.50. If that's the only stamps you want to go for today, you can buy them. And remember, you've got 1 P&P per day with us of £3.95. So if you bought something already, that's a delivered price. Now the bundle with all of them, so you're going to get your Noah's Ark, The animals going in 2x2. This is the bigger stamp set. You've got a lot of stamps in this collection with the actual arc as well. There's 63 stamps in total if you go for the big bundle, but they are bigger than the actual illustrations on the front. But the illustrations are great because if you are looking at it thinking, oh, I don't know how to colour that in, there's loads of hints and tips and ideas from Jane on the packaging. But as you can see, lots and lots and lots of colourability, I'd say. Nice and big and open. Then you've got your tulips, which we just showed you a few minutes ago. Then you've got this one, which is, of course, the rainbow. You've got the sun, you've got the clouds, you've got the rain. So you've got a bit of everything going on in there with the open umbrella and the closed and the welly boots as well. And then probably just after that, you've then got this, the dancing in the rain. So they've got their wellies on and they're going for it with their open umbrellas. There we go. And again, great characters, great value for money from Creative Expressions, $34.99 for all 4 stamp sets. There you go, DL2804. Now, we've also got some extra die sets in the show. Now, this would go really well with the Noah's Ark theme. And this is from Sue Wilson, who was here actually last week. Lovely to see her after many, many years. You can watch that show back as well on our app or on our website or on YouTube. This is actually 2 dies in one, and they're calling it the Ocean Waves. Actually, James and I were laughing last week because I always said to James that, you know, Sue is mostly on a cruise most of the time, and he said she doesn't go on that many. Yes, she does. So I'm sure.
Just got off one.
I know she did. I know she did. But this is again inspiring all sorts of kind of water travel, ocean waves. It's 2 dies though. So if you cut one in one colour cardstock and one in another, overlap them, and you then get that 3-dimensional wave effect, which is really cool. $13.99 for both of those. Again, Sue's designs are always magical and very imaginative. Should be $17.99 today. You can have that one for £13.99. And of course, it will take on totally a different look if you use different coloured cardstock. But when it's blues and whites, it really does look like waves. Fantastic. Next one we got for you is this one, which is your bubbles. Now, that's pretty self-explanatory, to be fair. Again, it could be cheese. It could be bubbles at bath time. It could be champagne. It could be Prosecco. It could be anything you wanted it to be. Anything that's got bubbles in it, basically. But there's a card with it on the front. Really cool. It's only $13.99, and that's a big die. A very, very big die. And that's again designed by Sue Wilson. And then the other die we've got for you, again inspired by her travels, I'm sure the beach waves this time. And inside the card, we've then got the beach waves, but that works beautifully well with the Noah's Ark theme with Jane's stamps. So if you want that die, that's $12.99. Beautiful, beautiful die. Really different, really imaginative and really unusual. EO2871 is the product code for £12.99. So that's another die that was in the show. We've got about 10 minutes for another demo, if that's right, Gwen.
So I'm going to show you this one, going to the baby set this time, and our special delivery. And again, I'm using that beautiful stencil set from the Sky Elements. So I'm just starting with a plain piece of white card, and I'm going to start with the round, which could be a sun or a moon. I initially thought this is the sun, and then I thought actually probably a bit hot up there if it was the sun, but you know. So I'm going to start with the blue again and create my sky. Excuse me. So let's have that sort of here, and then I'm just going to quickly scoot round this circle and create some sky. Oops, I've got a blob there. Don't like that, never mind.
And you've got the positive and the negative
Exactly.
of the stencils.
So there's the positive.
And they've been a firm favourite, actually. Lots of you going for those stencils
Just
today.
need to find the other bit. Sorry, I left it down here from previous.
You get all 3 sets of stencils for
Here we are.
$12.99.
So now I can put this on and bring in the yellow, or if you're doing a moon, you could use a soft blue-grey, something like that. And now, I mean, I'm doing this very, very quickly and very simply. The other thing I thought about doing with the sun was adding some of the beautiful iridescent watercolour ink to give it a shimmer, or gilding around the edge with that fine applicator and having a gilded sun. That would have looked lovely as well.
Great.
But there we are. Well, you could use the brush around the edge of the stencil to give you, just to hold your hand steady, and then drop it in water. Look at that.
Very effective.
And that was quick. And now I've got my sky, and now I can bring back that lovely little cloud, and let's just add a couple of fluffy clouds down here. Back to my broken china. Get rid of the excess this time. You see why getting rid of the excess is important, because if you don't, you get blobs like that, and that's not good. So just quickly around this cloud. It doesn't have to be that precise. I'm just holding it with my finger. If you can't do that, just tape it down with a little bit of tape, or put a little bit of repositionable glue, something like a quickie glue pen. If you let it dry so it goes clear, then it acts as a repositionable glue.
Or if you've got any of that repositionable aerosol glue, that would work. Something
that's going to hold it so your hand's free if you do struggle with this type of thing. I'm not great, I mean, it's hurting my thumb now, but I'll be a martyr. So there we go, very quick and simple background that I think anybody can achieve. All right, and then all I want to do is add my elements. So I've already got my stalk here coloured. I've got the little teddy bear, is just the cutest thing hanging in this little basket. I think it's gorgeous. And I've used all the inks to do this with, so nothing extra brought along. There's one in the flat colours that's called Licorice, which is just the most delightful purpley black. It's gorgeous. And I've used that to put the feathers on the stalk's wings. So let's have that going just across the sun. And then from the Noah's Ark set, we've got two gorgeous little balloons. Let's pop those down. I've put them both on the block at the same time. And we'll have those just coming up to greet our little creatures.
I love the simplicity in this, Gwen.
Exactly. I just thought I was going to keep it simple, because last time I was here, we did lots of intricate, complex stuff.
Yeah.
So this time I thought, let's just focus on the stamps, some inks, and let's keep it simple. Because it's nice to show that you can do both. Let's have a little bird also coming up to say hello. Now those I have painted. I won't do that because you've seen me paint, but I've painted with the inks. And then the final thing is just to add a sentiment. So we've got, just removed it from my block. It's a bit silly, wasn't it? I've got special delivery, but equally you could put happy birthday, hello baby, whichever you fancy using. Special delivery on there. And then that would need a couple of seconds to dry. I'm just going to put a little flag end on it. Get rid of some of that excess. And then if you just cut up the middle by eye, and then go from the corner to the top of the middle cut.
Or you make it's like a banner.
Turn it over and go from the corner to the middle of the cut from the other side, and you've got a nice little banner end on it. And then we can pop a little bit of foam tape onto that. You could add more to this, you could ink it, you can use these inks onto a foam and use it to ink round the edge. Use the inks instead of an ink pad. You can do that as well with them. There we are. And then if we just attach that to a simple A2 base card, there you go.
Fantastic.
Isn't that gorgeous?
Very quick, very simple, very easy.
But gorgeous.
And fun.
Hopefully.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful collection.
Hey, love.
Hello,
Rosie.
you
Right.
okay? I love watching you demo. It's just gorgeous,
I know.
so beautiful. It's
Now,
really
Rosie's
fabulous.
Well,
here
you
at
did
5
this with me
o'clock.
last week.
I
didn't you?
did, yeah, we did indeed.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's
Well, they're
fabulous
proving really,
collection.
really popular. Only $34.99 if you want the stamps, but you're coming up at 5, aren't you?
I am indeed, and we have
Thank you for
quite
doing the
the
swap.
evening. Oh, that's all right,
So I wish you'd have been on
anytime.
tonight, and you
Anytime, you know, it's always one of those, isn't it? Let's help each other out. We've got an amazing evening coming your way. How are you doing? You okay? A second look at Eileen Hull's Journaling Essentials with Sharon. This is amazing. I think you pretty much sold
out earlier on, didn't you,
Yeah,
guys?
pretty much.
So popular. But we've got another focus for you as well, which you're going to really love. It's the extra large wrapped journal from Eileen Hull. It's wonderful. And Sharon's, of course, got some fabulous demos for you as well. At 6 o'clock, we've got Carla back with us and that wonderful Fairy Tale Day collection. That's beautiful. And at 7 o'clock, we've got Andy here with an exclusive deal on the Brother label printer. That is its first time to air here at HobbyMaker. And we've got a brilliant saving for you. So it's going to be
That's
awesome.
going to be a tremendous show.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Great. We'll see you in a few minutes.
We'll see you in a few minutes.
Brilliant.
Enjoy. See you soon.
Rosie
Thank
here
you.
from 5. I'm with you until 5. Now, we've been talking about this all the way through the show. This is your pick and mix of these inks. Now, they're £4.75 each, but if you add 3 in your basket, you'll get them for £11.99. So basically, you get 76 pence off each one, okay? Now, Ray of Sunshine, that we've been using a lot of, is limited stock. Is that the yellow one? That's that one there then, I believe. Yeah, Ray of Sunshine.
Yes.
So that's, and that's, remember, one of the ones that's got the pearl essence. So as Gwen was saying, good idea to actually shake it before you actually start to use it, because you can see the actual mica sits in the bottom of the jar. So that's a very popular one. Another one that's very popular is Cerulean Blue, which I think will be this one. Yeah, good guess. There we are. I know, I'm on fire. I'm on fire. So yeah, so basically if you choose any 3, half of them are pearlescent and half of them are the matte colours. Just choose which ones you'd like, and remember you've got that little pipette dispenser, so you can push the lid down and that sucks the ink up into the pipette, and you can just literally add a drop or 2 onto a palette and you're done, you're sorted. Choose any 3, they're all listed on the website if you want to have a little look. If you're not sure about doing it on our website, go to the phone lines, phone the call centre, they'll help you and they'll run through it for you, and they will give you all 3 of them for £12 or £11.99. It does it automatically. If you choose 3, it could be 3 the same, 3 different, doesn't matter. Just put them in your basket and then automatically it goes down from £4.75 each to £3.99 each, which is pretty amazing, isn't it? NL2886. Now, Gwen's been doing some amazing, obviously, demonstrations with these inks, but the stamps are, of course, just perfect to use with those inks. The colours are great. It's like an in-between. I mean, you normally look at a coloured-in project, you can tell if it's been done with either a pencil or whether it's been done with like an alcohol pen. But with these inks, they haven't got that distinction. It's not obvious.
They're quite unique.
Yeah.
They are. They do behave like a watercolour in that you've got that long working time. So if you are more of a traditional watercolourist, I think you're going to really... I have ladies come to my shop who do watercolour and they say to me, do you sell watercolour paints? And I say, no, but I sell these. And they go for them and they come back and they go, I love them, I want some more. Because they are really
you think watercolour
quality.
being solid palettes, don't you?
Yeah,
solid
they're just
cakes.
quality. So they have that. If you wash them down, they dry a lot faster. You can do smooshing off your mat with them, you know, like I was doing yesterday with the other inks. You can do that with these. Put a few drops down on your mat, spritz with water, dip your card in, get a gorgeous background, really beautiful effects. So I think just maybe treat yourself to 3 of them this time and have a go and see what you think.
Or maybe you want to go for 6 when we got the...
Or maybe you want to go for 12.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah. Save. Well, there's actually, how many are there? There's
There
15.
are 12.
Oh, 3, 6. Oh, yeah, 12. 12 in total. So, yeah, go for 4 sets and then you'll save that extra money. But £4.75 each, or any 3 for £3.99
that's
each.
a really
That would
good
be
deal.
That would be all of them for £47.96. Which would be a really good deal.
Yes.
And of course, they're all mixable. You can obviously
Yes.
blend them together and make different colours, of course, if you want to as well. Now, don't forget, at 1 o'clock, we have the other collection that Gwen's been demonstrating from Sam Poole. The journaling that's coming up next is going to be obviously a perfect collection to use with Sam Poole's stamps. Have a look back at that show. That was on at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Another chance for you to see that maybe a bit later on. You can watch it back on our app, or you can watch it back, of course, on YouTube or our website as well. But yeah, we're going to be journaling in a couple of minutes with SIZZIX. But
I got
Gwen,
mine.
just to show everybody your finished cards with these stamps, if you wouldn't mind. There they are. Look, we've got the tulip and the crocus. We've got the welly boots, we've got the umbrella, and we've got the stork arriving with a special delivery. How cute
And that's
that?
just a few of the elements you're going to get in this fantastic, gorgeous collection.
63 stamps in that bundle. Thank you, Gwen.
Thank you, Dave.
See you again soon.
Back in a fortnight.
You're back in a fortnight?
Yeah.
I'm back in a couple of days, so I'm taking tomorrow off. Rosie's on the way, though. She's going to look after you through until 8 o'clock tonight. Lots more to come, as we showed you with that little rundown a few minutes ago. Thanks for watching, and more from, of course, Sharon and Rosie and SIZZIX after a short break.
Not only is HobbyMaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the HobbyMaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with HobbyMaker.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Hello, welcome to HobbyMaker. I'm Rosie, joined by the fabulous Sharon Curtis. I'm excited for this show.
This is such a fun show.
It's amazing. I need to give you a little bit of an update, okay? So the large journal has completely sold out officially, and this beautiful wrap journal that we're about to bring you, 10% has already gone before we've even brought it. So we're going to bring the graphics straight in for you. You're going to absolutely love this. Well done to everyone who's already checked it out. This is a bit of a dream product, actually, isn't it? For so many reasons.
Yeah, this is so fabulous because one pass through and you've got your journal.
Yeah.
It literally cuts the whole journal in one piece.
That's brilliant.
All your score lines are done. So you literally just need to fold the score lines and you've got a journal.
And that's it.
So if you're making journals to sell, this is ideal because you literally can make one in seconds. Lots of different ways you can use this too, because you have got this wraparound design. You can use it as it is, or you can snip it off here along this line. Because you've got your score lines there, it's very easy to just cut along there with a pair of scissors, and that will just give you a plain sort of journal without the wraparound feature. You've got enough space for 4 sort of inserts or notebooks, whatever you want to do. And I think the design is lovely. Of course, because you're using a big die, you can be covering this with whatever you want. You can
Yes.
cover your mat board's always a good starting point because you've got the thickness then and the sort of sturdiness, but you can cover it with texture roll, you can cover it with fabric, felt, leather, and your die will cut and score through both the mat board and a couple of layers of whatever you've covered it with. So
it's just fabulous. And I have to just give you a bit of a stock update already. Once everyone's checked out, over 30% has gone. We've not shown you examples yet. It's not even been on for 2 minutes. And it is going to be selling out during the show. I'm going to take you through a couple of the examples that you brought.
Yeah.
These are absolutely beautiful. And making to sell, oh my goodness.
making sell, making personalised gifts.
Yes.
And I think this is what Eileen Hull does, because this is a design by one of our designers in America, Eileen Hull. She gives you a blank canvas.
Yeah.
Because this is a blank journal. It doesn't matter what your style is or what style you want the journal to be for the recipient. You can tailor make these to whatever style you've got.
You could do that lovely memory book, couldn't
Memory
you?
books, you
little
could do
wedding
recipe
albums.
books,
Yeah, oh, that's a
photo
great
albums. I've done little Christmas books for, you know, with a little notebook inside for present list, a little one for shopping list, all of that kind of thing. So many different ways. That one there I made for my niece because at the time she had green hair.
Oh, I love that. And Ellie's got her hair like this today as well,
Yes.
which I love. And then this is an example of one where you've just taken the
Yeah, I've
part
just
off,
snipped
haven't
along
you?
that score line, which will give you just a sort of straightforward journal.
It's just brilliant.
It's a nice size as well because it's kind of small enough that you can carry it around in your handbag if you know if you want to fill it with
could be an
notebooks.
organiser as well, couldn't it?
It could.
You know, you could get
Yeah, because you've got the 4 spines on it, you could potentially put 4 different notebooks in there. So you can have one for your shopping list, one for menu planning, you know, all the sort of things.
Sorry, I'm shaking my head and putting my hand in my head because half the stock has already gone. It's such a brilliant item, this. We've literally gone 5 minutes into the show and half the stock has already gone. We've welcomed brand new crafters as well. Welcome to HobbyMaker. It's wonderful to have you here. Do make sure you're checking out. If you've got it in your basket, it doesn't belong to you, so do check it out because we've got a lot of people dining through as well. We're welcoming New York, we're welcoming Scotland, and Georgina's there as well, Susan, Jennifer in Perth and Kim Ross, Jill. It's fabulous. Now let me just show you exactly what you're going to get home because this is the big die, isn't it?
This is a big die. Now, the size of this, you can use it with your standard size Big Shot.
Okay.
You don't necessarily need the A4 machine, but you do need the extended cutting pads, which you'll find on the website.
Okay. But we do have the bigs today, don't we? We've got the
We do,
yeah.
because the die that sold out, you did need an A4 machine for, so we've got a good deal on the Plus. So if you want to upgrade, and if you're using this in the Plus, you don't need anything extra.
Okay.
The plates are already long enough.
Okay, perfect. And we do have that coming up and we'll go through all of that a little bit later on. But right now, everyone is just flying in to get this home. Message in as well. What would you use this for? You know, Julie said Jennifer, well done Georgina, well done Deborah, well done Julie in Bristol, well done Jan, Crafters there, June in County Durham as well. It is fantastic to see you. Now, I'm just going to give you a little bit of a heads up to something coming up as well, because this is one of the Thinlet dies, isn't it?
Yes, we've got a set of 3
works with
Thinlet
this.
dies on the show that are kind of accessories for
Okay.
journals. Not necessarily for this journal or the other one, or they can work in any journal. But they're going to give you extra elements to either decorate with or add features. We've got this one included, and this is a bookbinding die. So if you look at this one in particular, you've got your four sort of spines. If you don't want to be threading notebooks through, you just want to put individual pages in, then you would create spines with this, and then you would just stick this inside your journal down this sort of
Great,
spine.
wouldn't it, if you're putting photos in, for
Yeah.
example, or sort of individual pages?
Exactly, individual pages. I quite like to use that if I'm creating an art journal and I want to add like nice thick watercolour cardstock.
Oh, nice, okay.
Because you've got the separation, and if you're adding mixed media where it's going to be a bit thicker,
Yeah.
those are better than pages that are going to be touching because there's a bit of a gap there.
It's great. This is about to sell out on its own, okay? But we do have a bundle with you where you've got 3 different. It has completely sold out. So the bundle will give you this bookbinding die, and it gives you this fabulous.
Yes, you get 2 other sets with it. You've got a set that will give you that waterfall, and as well as the waterfall, you've got 3 different tag sizes in there.
Pockets, yeah.
There's a lot there. And then the page pockets one, you've got florals with it as well. a
That's
blank
this one, isn't
page.
it? If I just show you
Yes.
inside.
Yeah,
There we
you
go.
get that little pocket. The tags come with the waterfall, so you're going to get all of this in this set of 3 die sets.
Wow.
And then if you turn to the back of that journal, you can see a really nice waterfall.
There we go. I mean, how stunning is that? And again, you can tailor make that, can't
You
you?
can tailor make that. The waterfall element gives you each of those individual sort of tabs. So you can do that as long or short as you want to. So it will fit any journal, basically. You can even use it inside a card. It's quite a nice feature if you want to add like a gift card inside a card.
That's a really
to
good
create
idea.
little pockets and things. So great for scrapbooking, great for any journal, really.
Yeah, it's beautiful. That label you can only get in this bundle now. Okay, so the bookbinding die is there for you, and the waterfall, and the little pocket, and about 20% has now gone of the bundle. This is remaining stock EVXC83 for your thin lids bundle, $34.99. You can ring through 0800 001 4433, or of course you can check out on our HobbyMaker website, hobbymaker.co.uk. We've also got the app, of course, which I know lots of you like to take with you wherever you're going. Just remember to check out your basket, okay? But we're going to take you back to the wrapped journal, and we're going to see this in action, because when you look at this, Sharon, it's going absolutely bananas. It's such a beautiful thing. You can imagine at your craft fair. I mean, everybody's going to want to buy it. Everybody's going to want to do it. But it looks like, if you're looking at it, you're thinking, gosh, where do I begin? But it's so simple, isn't it?
It's so simple, and it's a lovely one to work with because it's got that wraparound design. You've got little panels to decorate.
Yeah.
So it's a really lovely one to use up, basically, your 12 by 12 papers you've been hoarding. It works really nicely with embossing folders, so we'll do a bit of that.
Yeah.
Texture rolls work really well with this one. And of course, we haven't even gone into the whole realm of leather, fabric, felt, all of those things as well. I've made journals with this, with felt covered my mat board, and it's lovely.
Nice.
So, yeah, so what I'll do is I'll show you how this works.
Okay.
So let's talk about the die itself. So it's an XL die, which means it's one of the longer dies. So as I mentioned before, it will go through the smaller standard size big shot, but you need the longer cutting plates.
Okay.
You might wonder what this funny little thing here is.
Yeah, what's that about then?
This is because over the years, SIZZIX have had dies that add a pattern called movers and shakers.
Okay.
And movers and shapers, not shakers.
Sounds like a sock. Yeah, it does. It sounds like a sock.
And there were a series of dies where you kind of had a gap and you could put in a die and it would cut a panel. So for this one, it would cut like a design on that inside flap.
Oh, wow. Could that be like an aperture, or would it be? Or like
It would be like
I
I think some of them are like little floral panels that it would just cut and insert into.
Nice.
These are going back a few years, but this die was designed that some of those older dies, which I love. SIZZIX always, once you buy a die, you're going to find more uses as new things come out. So if you've got any of those, they are from years ago, you can pop them in here.
Oh,
and create
message
a
in
panel.
if you have. That sounds great.
And the reason this has been put in here is because sometimes you'll find, it's up to you whether you use that or not, but sometimes when you cut it, you might find that this kind of gets stuck a little bit in there and you end up having to get your pokey tool to sort of loosen it. This stops that, because if you've popped that in there, it just stops your mat board getting stuck in there. So half the time I forget to put it in and it's fine, but it's there if you want to use it, basically.
That's genius.
So that's that. The mat boards I think we've sold out of, haven't we?
It has completely gone. Is there any, if you haven't got the mat board, I mean, you will be able to get some.
It comes in and out of
SIZZIX
stock. Grab
website.
some. You can also use mat board and mount board. Always confuse people. They're the same thing.
Oh, okay.
They
Exactly
say
the
mat
same.
board in America. We say mount board.
Okay, perfect.
So you can buy mount board. I know Keith was here apparently on Monday with some grey board. That would work really well as well.
Fabulous. Look on the HobbyMaker's website, because you might be able to find something there that you can
We
use.
try and keep the mat board in stock, but every time I was here only a couple of weeks ago
It's
and it all
sold out
went,
then,
and now
it's
we've
sold
got more
again.
and it's all gone again. So just grab it when you see it. So I have got some of the mat boards.
Show off.
Actually, I've hardly got any at home, and I'm kind of waiting for more to come in. I've said to SIZZIX, please remember to send me some when it comes back in, because I'm low. Right, let me grab my pen.
I will just let you know for the XL die wrap journal, 75% of the stock has now gone, and that's not including everybody who's currently dining through and got it in their basket as well. So once again, we're in single figures, so check it out to guarantee your place. Okay.
So I've got some mat boards, and I've put double-sided adhesive roll on both sides.
Okay.
Because I'm going to cover both sides. Your big die will cut through your mat board and whatever you cover both sides with in one go.
That's amazing, isn't it?
It is,
the fact
isn't it?
It goes through such a large sort of weight of card
Yeah,
material.
because the mat board on its own is 855 GSM, so that's pretty weighty.
If you wanted a soft cover for your journal, could you just cut through leather or pleather?
You could, and actually if you look at the packaging, it looks like the one on there is from suede or leather.
Oh, yeah, it does actually, doesn't it? Yeah, I'll show you that again. There we go.
I find when I'm using leather on its own is almost too floppy.
Okay.
So I quite often put like a really thin grey board in between, or I will get 2 sheets of leather and put some almost like wadding in between, or something just to give it a little bit.
Yeah. A little bit of.
But experiment. That's the beauty of this, is that you can experiment with different materials, because the big sty can cut most things. Just have an experiment.
Yeah.
Now, texture roll. We've got on the show some beautiful pastels. We've got pink, yellow and lavender.
Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? I love the texture.
It's kind of suede-like, isn't it? The best way to describe it is paper leather. Comes on a roll. Now, we've got the 6-inch roll, so these are already the right width. So to put this on my mat board, it's already cut the right width. I just need to line it up, really, which is hard to do when you can't lean forward too much. So, there we go.
Oh, we've got 5 left of your Excel die wrap journal, so it's going to be another sellout today. I know I keep probably saying, Rosie, you've been here for what, 15 minutes? How many times have I said check out your baskets? But it is really important.
We've kind of hung on till the last show at least, because otherwise.
Yes.
Now the other side I've also covered with adhesive, because I've got some rose gold. The texture roll comes, we've got pastels on the show, but if you have a look on the website, you'll find gold, rose gold, silver, grey, tan. So lots of different options, and I thought it'd be quite fun to make a journal that was gold on the outside and pink on the inside.
Yeah, beautiful.
So I thought we'll do that, and then we're going to also, we've got some lovely embossing folders.
We have
So we're going to emboss some of this as well, because I'm going to show you how to do that, because obviously if you want your journal to be embossed, if I embossed this then stuck it on, it's going to get squashed.
Of course.
So you want to do that afterwards. So the easiest way is to put that on afterwards.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is just cut this as it is.
So that's 3 layers. You've got your mat board, and you've got the beautiful rose gold, and you've got that paper suede in the pastel pink, which we've got on the show for you today. And the big sty is going to go through all 3 of those, no bother.
It will. Now, the thing to mention about that, actually, is about machine pressure and different materials. Because if you think about it, what is cutting this is the pressure of the machine.
Okay.
Now, if you were using the exact same thickness every time you ran it through, then the technology would be easy, wouldn't it? Because you think some lines are going to score, some are going to cut.
Yeah.
If you're running something through that's maybe thinner, like leather, you might find your score lines cut all the way through. Because the pressure, the thickness, it's a bit of a... So there's always a little bit of experimentation once you start doing different things with this. And I'm only mentioning this because I know people get frustrated.
Of course,
There are ways around it.
If you're wanting to just score it, you don't want it to cut through.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you find you have issues, now it's funny because also machines have different pressure.
This is,
The Big Shot Plus has got a little bit more pressure than the standard size Big Shot. Also, sometimes over the years, your machine might lose pressure, particularly if you start using shims and things, you stretch the rollers. So there's no sort of exact...
No.
What works for one person might not work for another. I know when I'm using this with my extended plates in my standard Big Shot, don't need to do anything. Sometimes when I'm using my Plus that has a bit more pressure, I sometimes need to put a bit of card over the score lines, just to protect, just to give a little bit. So I'm not going to do that now because I've got one that I already did, so we can see if it does.
Okay.
So this is just for you to know when you're trying this at home. I don't want you to get frustrated if it cuts all the way through. Just put a bit of card in between.
I mean, the finish on that is amazing, isn't it? Because it just looks so professional.
It looks so professional.
Yeah.
And the way that you can cut through, you can put your texture roll on here.
Yeah.
And it all cuts together, means you haven't got to worry about lining things up.
So
now,
clever.
this literally is the length of the mat board.
Perfect.
So it will just fit. So you do need to kind of make sure you've got it on. And I want the gold to be on the outside. So that means the gold faces the die. Whatever you want to be on the front, you put face down on the die.
Right. Perfect.
And then the sandwich you need is just your 2 clear plates.
Perfect.
And run that through.
And the big shot, you don't need an extendable plate. The plates
No,
you
the
get
plates
here
are already long enough because we've already got A4.
Okay.
You might, as you see, because this is so long,
Yeah.
you might have to give it a little shove to get the rollers to grab it.
Okay.
And then I didn't put those text rolls in it.
These have been massively popular today. A lot of people have come through for the big shot, and I will just let you know, the graphics are on screen for you now. KR1S82. It is really, really limited now. Actually, it's a huge bundle. It's a starter kit. White and grey, should be $229.99, but you can see amongst this huge bundle, everything you're getting here as well. I mean, that's amazing, Sharon, $169.99 for everything you see there on screen.
It's a great price, and you know, if you've got the standard size big shot, this is a good time to upgrade because you know, it gives you the ability to use these bigger A4 dies, which, you know, you're future-proofing yourself because, you know, I know lots of you have bought the machine this week just because of that die, the other journal that we had, because you wanted that. So, you know, if you've got the Plus, you know pretty much any die on the market is going to work through your machine.
Yeah.
So
they're future-proof, aren't they?
Yeah,
well,
exactly
brilliant.
that. Now, that has actually cut perfectly. It hasn't gone through my score lines, which is typical because I was kind of hoping it would so I could show you the difference. But anyway, it's all about...
It's good that you're preparing us, though.
Yeah, I'm mentioning it just so you know. The other thing to talk about as well, actually, when I'm saying about issues you might have and things you might need to adjust with this, on Facebook, Eileen Hull has got a Facebook group called the Eileen Hull Fan Club.
Aha, okay.
Eileen herself goes on every week and does a Facebook Live. She will quite often grab one of her dies and show you lots of different ideas for using it. She's got an amazing design team, so there's always loads of inspiration there. And then if you've got any questions, there's over 8,000 people in there.
Oh my goodness.
That are all huge Eileen fans. Eileen herself is in there. I'm always in there. So if you ever have a question, that's the place to go because someone will know.
And that's the great thing about crafting community like that. You've got so many people holding your hand, so many people you can ask. There'll be somebody else just like you who's not quite sure. So people almost appreciate you asking the question anyway, don't they? Really?
They do. Yeah, they really do. So I've got my journal. All you need to do is fold it on the score lines to create that lovely wraparound design.
Wow.
So we've got 2 now.
I mean, what that's taken from start to finish, you know, minutes.
It's
really.
so fast, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's lovely. It's, you know, the texture roll gives it a lovely finish. But we want to add, we'll just do the front rather than all the panels.
Okay.
But we're going to add some embossed detail to the front cover.
You're going to love these embossing folders, by the way. They are beautiful, and we've got a really special bundle on for you today as well. Just a little note, QU1S26. We've got 2 left. You can see there now there are only 2 left of this extra large wraparound die, so do check out once again. Beautiful.
So what I'm going to do is I've got some of the texture roll and I'm just going to cut a small piece. I don't need to cut the whole thing.
Okay.
Because I only want enough for the front cover.
So you would emboss, so you wouldn't emboss the whole thing? You just
no,
do the
just the
first
bit,
little bit?
just the panel that you need.
Okay.
So I'm going to do the front cover, which is this part here.
Fab.
So I'm just going to place that over and run that through, and then I can trim it. I'll be able to see the score line where that fold is and trim it to size. And then we can emboss it.
Yes. Which one would you like to use? Do you want me to get it ready?
I'll let you choose, actually.
Ooh. Oh, I'm not good with choices. It's like when I've got a big menu in front of me. I'm like, I get blinded. Oh, I do love these keys, though, you know. Oh, no. The cutlery.
The cutlery. It's cool, that one, isn't it?
I love the cutlery.
We'll do that one then.
They're all gorgeous.
Right, let's pop that out the way.
And they've all got a bit of a story as well, haven't they?
They have. So I've cut that, and of course you've got a really clear line there. That's where your score line is. So it's very easy to just trim that.
Okay.
I would trim slightly inside of it, because obviously you want this to go on the front, you don't want it overlapping. And that now is going to fit perfectly on my front cover. You also know which way round it is because the outside, they're slightly rounded.
Oh, perfect.
So it's really easy to line that up. So we'll emboss that. Ooh, what are we going for?
Let's go for the cutlery.
The cutlery.
Yeah, because it's so unique. And I love
lovely,
vintage buttons, vintage cutlery, all these things, you know, you can imagine being in that thrift store or
Yes.
a vintage shop, having a good rummage and seeing all these wonderful treasures. I mean,
They
great.
really are treasures. And all of these embossing folders, Eileen has, SIZZIX have made from things that Eileen actually has.
I love
so this silverware is from old cutlery that, you know, vintage cutlery that Eileen
Isn't that
had.
amazing?
The keys were from a jar, a bowl of keys that she found at her dad's house when they were clearing it out. So they've all got like a real story behind them.
Yeah.
They're not just sort of someone's drawn some keys on a computer and made an embossing
No, they're
folder.
real.
They're real keys
Do you know,
that
you
have been
can
used.
see that, you know, as well. I think it's, you can really see and feel from the textures, the lace as well, these beautiful crochets.
Yeah,
It's
you
just
can see
fantastic.
it's from a real thing,
Yeah,
can't you?
you can, definitely.
So to emboss with the Big Shot, first thing I'm going to do is just spritz the back of this. The back of this texture roll is actually quite sort of, I don't know how to describe it, but it's softer.
Okay.
And it'll just help soften that bit and help us get a crisper emboss. Then I'm going to pop that in the embossing folder.
Right, we've got one left and we've got a little bit of competition on the web. Arena, Heidi, Surrey, Lincolnshire, one of you's going to miss out today.
Be quick.
So just be quick, I know. And hopefully, who knows, maybe we'll be able to get it back in stock one day, will we? I don't know.
I'm sure we will. I'm sure
Okay,
we will.
all right.
I'm sure we will. So that's embossed that. Look at that.
Look at that. I mean, my goodness, the little handles here as well. Just,
Yeah,
oh,
it's fabulous.
that is
The thing you can
divine.
do with texture roll as well, if you wanted a bit of a distressed look, you could sand that.
Oh, okay.
Because it's got sort of a craft colour on the back, you'll expose a bit of
I
that.
actually like it, yeah, I do as well.
You will get a rustic look.
I love that on the other side as well, actually.
Yes,
You get
the
the deboss,
deboss
as well.
is just as nice, isn't it? There's so many different things you can do with it. So, and to stick it down, I tend to use a wet glue so that I can sort of shuffle it about a bit and make sure I'm lined up nicely.
Beautiful.
So I'm just going to use a PVA and be quite generous.
Nice.
And of course you can do all the panels.
Oh, yeah, so if you wanted to, you could do the
Yeah,
whole hog.
you
do
can
every
do the
single
same
bit.
thing because you've got the front panel, the back panel, and then that little inside flap. I'll bring in the one that I did before actually and show you because I've done all the panels there. So you can just let that settle for a minute and that will dry and that will be nice. If you find you have put it on a bit wonky, you can always flip it over and yeah, you can see there I've got a little bit of an overlap. Just go around with your scissors
Okay.
because it's a nice edge to work against.
Yeah.
You can just trim it to make sure it's nice and perfect.
Perfect.
If you're using cardstock, you can also sand it to make sure you've got perfect edges, but you can see how easy that was to line up and to do.
Divine.
And I mean, if you gave someone a journal like that, all covered, let's bring in one that we've done all the panels. So this is the tablecloth.
Oh, yeah.
We did this one yesterday, so if you watch back yesterday's shows, I did actually make this yesterday. So what I've done is I've done the front panel, the back panel and the flap. And with this one, I just rubbed around some Versamark ink and then used gold embossing powder.
Gosh, it just looks amazing,
So it
doesn't
really gives it.
What would you say? I mean, not everybody who watches makes a sell. Some of you
No.
are making these for gifts, some of you are making these obviously for your own personal use as well. But if you are making to sell something like this, what would you be selling that for? in
I would
craft
say
shop?
about £15.
Wow, yeah.
I would think
It's
so.
amazing, isn't it? It's so good.
Yeah.
So you sell too, and you've made your money back on the die straight away.
Definitely.
It's
And then in
fantastic.
terms of filling it with your notebooks, you've got the holes there. So if you want to thread elastic through, and then you can just slide in pre-done books.
I like that you've done on this one.
Yeah, that's kind of my favourite thing to do because it's quick. And
Yeah.
you can pick up these sort of notebooks in cheap shops so
They're
easily.
Great. So handy. You could put plain paper in there as well,
You
couldn't you?
can
Make it
put
a
plain
little
paper
sketchbook?
in. And the fact that you've got 4 sort of spines means you can mix it up. You know, you can have one that's maybe a lined notebook for your notes. You can
Yeah.
have one with plain paper for doing sketches. You can put watercolour card in, whatever you want. So
They're quite nice large holes as well, aren't they? So you could put ribbon
They
in,
are.
or you could put sort of different materials, I guess.
yeah, yes, they are. And I'll tell you what I use because someone did ask earlier. The elastic I use
Oh, yeah.
is 1.5 millimetre. I buy on a big roll.
brilliant.
You can get these in kind of haberdashery. They might have them on Sewing Street. I'm sure they
Yeah,
probably
perfect.
do because it's that kind of thing.
It has completely sold out, to let you know, okay? It's completely gone. Please do just hang tight. Maybe we'll be able to get some more. I mean, that's the second time it's sold out, actually, isn't it now? So I don't know if we'll be able to get more back in stock for you, but fingers crossed. But the big shot's on screen right now, and this is just absolutely amazing. The huge stock that you've got here as well in the big shot. You've got so much to go with it. So it's a perfect starter kit, isn't it?
It is a perfect starter kit. You've got a really good selection there. You've got some thin dies. You've got cardstock paper. You've got a basic sort of big die with this particular one. So we've kind of got everything you need to get going straight away.
It's just fab. I know these have already sold out, so apologies because I'm not trying to rub it in, but I just love how they all line up.
They do look lovely, don't they? And I mean, if you were using them to make things like swatch books or things like that, or even catalogue, you know, I know a lot of people have little notebooks where they catalogue all their stamps and things.
Yeah.
These would look lovely lined up in your craft room, wouldn't they?
Exactly. They think I'm being really mean in the gallery for showing that. So well done to everyone who got it, because you can do that.
Yes, you can do that.
Now, do come in for the big shot. And if you've got any questions, of course, Sharon's here today, so she can answer any of your questions. If you've got anything you'd like to know about, how to use the big shot, best sort of configuration with the plates, all the instructions are there.
Yeah, any questions? I know we had lots of questions earlier, so if you want to know anything, ask.
That's it. But you know what? Shall we bring you these? Let's bring you the cutlery that you've just used, because that was just absolutely gorgeous. These are your embossing folders, okay? And they're just wonderful. I love them. Take a little look at this, the silverware. What have you done on this side?
So fabulous. So that side, I've done it on black card.
Okay.
And then I've gone in with my SIZZIX luster waxes in gold and silver. Because that is just beautiful. And then the other one is just on silver opulent cardstock.
It just picks out every single detail.
And it's a bit different, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, if you're creating a nice vintage sort of journal, this is a lovely background. It's also a great background for cards.
Yeah.
And the way that you can highlight that cutlery with, you know, with your waxes and things just brings out the details.
It's fantastic, isn't it? Really beautiful. So your cutlery on its own is ZH1S96 is your product code. It's only $12.99, which I think is brilliant for a 3D embossing folder by SIZZIX. You know the quality is there. That's a tool for life. So it's a really fantastic saving you've got there. That's the silverware. Then we've got this beautiful. There's two different tablecloths. Make sure
that's the table.
Right
that's tablecloth.
Here we go. This is this one.
I think this is the newest one, actually. This is a lovely, again, a vintage tablecloth that Eileen had, that the guys at SIZZIX have cleverly turned into an embossing folder. And you can kind of see the fabric, can't you? You can really see the texture. I think this one's lovely for the journals because it's quite it's not too detailed, so it's quite a subtle background. It works really well as a journal cover where you're putting other things on top of it.
It's just wonderful. I feel like every single one of these embossing folders, because they've got a bit of a story to them, it immediately gives your makes a sort of a story feel themselves as well.
It
just
does.
gives them a little bit of history.
And particularly if you are creating a journal with a bit of a vintage theme. I mean, these are just perfect,
Oh, they are. They're fabulous. Your code for this one, so this is your tablecloth LE1S51. We've only got 8 left of the individual. I will say, obviously come in for the individuals if you'd like, but we do have a brilliant bundle where you get all of them. So hang tight for that as well, because there's a big saving on that one as well. Then we've got these gorgeous keys.
Yeah, the keys that were from Eileen's dad's house.
Yes. I mean, do you know what? If you go around the house, everybody, I think everyone watching and everyone here today, you know, we've all got a drawer with random keys in there.
Yes.
You don't know what they do, but you keep hold of them just in case.
Exactly. Eileen said she didn't know what these keys were for. But when you look at them, you can kind of see they're old keys. And all the SIZZIX guys have done, I think they've taken some of the names off them because they had like brand names on.
Oh, okay.
So they've removed those. But other than that, they are as the original vintage
That's
keys.
it. Now, you need to message in because producer Ellie is like, who has a drawer full of keys? What do you mean? I do. Adam does. Bex, do you have a drawer full of keys? I bet your mum will. And Ellie, ask your mum.
Yes.
Ask your mum. I bet you've got in your house somewhere a drawer full of keys. I've got
a bowl, and I don't know what all the keys are for.
I don't know what they're all for. You've got to be careful with a bowl full of keys, though. It's not on the front door.
Well, that's another thing.
It's been one of those days today. We know what you and Carla have been up to today as well. It's been a very, very funny day. Right, we've got your vintage buttons here as well.
These are lovely,
these are
aren't they?
really
I
beautiful.
mean, everyone's grandma has got a tin of buttons, haven't they?
Well, I've got a tin of buttons. I've got a jar full of buttons, actually.
Yeah, I've got a big glass jar full of buttons like
they
these.
just look so pretty, though,
They're
don't they?
lovely, and I love the mix here because you know, I kind of almost recognise the designs of some of these as vintage buttons.
I know that one there. This one, I remember at my nan's house. She had a cardigan with these buttons on. Were they leather buttons?
Yes.
So I remember those. I mean, this is it. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Remember, the bundle is on its way, but if you want the individual, GB1S64 for your buttons. I also love with this one, you know, you could colour them really bright, bold colours for kids as well.
You really could go any way with these. They could be quite modern as well as vintage. You could go down that route. Yeah,
gorgeous. That's your buttons. And then we also have
the crochet. Yes, this is crochet mandala, and this is lovely.
Yeah,
really pretty.
This is gorgeous.
The detail in this, and when you put your waxes on, you really see the detail, don't you?
They're just fantastic. $9.99, HF1 S68. So you've got all your individuals. If you're wanting individuals, go having a look on the web. They're all there for you. They are limited. But do you know what? When they're all so beautiful, I mean, how on earth do you begin to choose?
You couldn't choose, and the fact they've all got the vintage feel, they work together so nicely.
Yeah.
So it is lovely to have the full collection.
This is it. Now, there should be $53.95 for all of them, okay? This saving you're about to make for this bundle is quite ridiculous, actually. I kind of feel like we need to double check it, but I'm not going to ask Ellie to do that because we want you to get the deal. So here we go. You're getting all of them. Really substantial, beautiful 3D embossing folder. You're better than half the price, Sharon. I mean, that's incredible. Is that 60% saving? That's ridiculous.
It's a fabulous price, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like £5 each,
£5 per embossing folder. Your silverware on its own is meant to be $12.99.
Yes, and I think embossing folders are quite underrated. But when you make a card and you've got an embossed background, it really just takes it up a level. And I think when you give a card to someone, if it's got an embossed background and that texture, they're going to think, how did you do that?
Yeah.
It's quite special, really.
It really is. 10%'s already gone. Now, you can ink these up as well, can't you, and pop them
You can.
through?
Great for all sorts of different techniques, inking, ink blending, your waxes, your acrylic paint, spray it over the top, pick up the details. So, so many different techniques.
They're completely utterly gorgeous. I'm just going to show you the boards once again for everything that you're getting in here, okay? We've got Margaret there, Janice, Chris, Susan, Janet and Alison, loads of you coming through. Just make sure you're checking out. £5 per embossing folder, which is just unbelievable value when you're getting such beautiful texture and detail. And, of course, the story behind each one. You know, these are...
it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, they're just fabulous. Look at that. I know you shouldn't have favourites.
You like that one,
but
don't
I do
you?
love the... It reminds me of London. It was down... hold on a minute. It's down along by the Thames, near the Tate Modern, and underneath the arches where they used to have a mass... I don't know if they still do it. Do they still do it? A vintage bookstore.
Yes,
And then there was
I
all
know,
these drawers full of cutlery, and there was this lady who made amazing jewellery with cutlery. Do you remember it?
I've been there.
Yes,
I know.
it's amazing. Is it still there, I wonder?
I don't know.
I hope
been
it is.
along there for a
no,
while.
I haven't either. But yeah, fabulous place, and that's what it reminds me of. 15% has now gone. Please check out. If it's in your basket, doesn't belong to you. Okay. Now, before we go to a demo, because we're going to see this in action and see how beautiful they come through. We've seen the cutlery, of course, but we'll see some more as well. We've got the lavender texture roll that we're going to bring to you. This is lovely, and you're quite right. It feels almost suede-y.
It does. I've got the pink one here, just to show you the texture. So it comes in a long roll. It's 6 inches high, so it's already the right width to go on your mat board. So perfect for the journals. I keep forgetting the length. It is 48 inches.
48 inches?
I keep wanting to say 12, but it's 48.
Oh, wow.
So, 48. So it's quite long, and all you would need to do is roll out however much you need.
So you could make 4 journals with each roll, which is brilliant,
great,
isn't it? Do you know what? I'll just grab. Was that the purple there?
That was the purple,
lovely.
yes.
Is it all right to get it out? Is that okay?
Of course.
We're getting everything out today, haven't we?
We are.
Yeah, Carla's back in
Carla
the studio as well. We have to watch her today. She's ignoring us.
She's tried to pretend that she's professional over there.
Here we go. I mean, this is great, isn't it? Look at that.
Yeah, look
Just
how
show you
much
the full
you get.
length.
So,
Oof. There we are.
and of course, because you can emboss it, it really does add something special to your journals.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's you kind of can't tear it, Once you've embossed that, put it on your journal, it's not going to tear.
It's really robust.
Whereas
isn't
if
it?
you've done the same with cardstock over time, if you're throwing a journal in your handbag over time, you might tear the card. But this is much tougher.
It's fabulous. $4.99 for 48 inches of your fabulous texture roll in the lavender dust. I mean, that is really, really wonderful, isn't it? And get yourself a couple. I mean, if you're thinking already, okay, my friend's getting married, I want to make her a beautiful... Good. That was for my brother and for my best friend Steph, actually, because I used to do a bit of bookbinding at uni, and for their wedding gift, I did them a little photo album with them, and it just is such lovely stuff. You can use this for so many things, can't you?
You can. It's definitely worth stocking up on. But if
Feels amazing.
If you've gone for the journal, it's just going to be something you will use at some point.
Yeah.
And I know we often bring different colours, and so when you see one you like, grab it, because we don't always bring the same colours each time.
That's it. So we've got the lavender there for you. We're going to bring the pink that you saw in action with Sharon's gorgeous demo. So this is the ballet slipper.
Ballet slipper.
I remember, do you know, I was terrible at ballet.
I would have been useful.
I remember my ballet slippers, and I was so delighted with them, and then I was just a bit too much like an elephant, so
I would
didn't
have been
stick at the
terrible.
ballet. There we go. And I'll show you on the inside as well. It's this lovely pink that Sharon was using earlier. That is beautiful. But do you know what? It's not pink.
No, it's like it's quite a pale pink.
It's like a dusky pink, isn't it?
It's a nice tone, and it does go really well with the rose gold.
And it's kind of vintagey. It's vintage colour.
It does, actually. It does go with the vintage sort of theme, doesn't it?
Do you know what it reminds me of? Do you remember pink wafers?
Yes,
My
it's
granny
that colour,
always had, whenever we used to go down to Sevenoaks, she'd always get her tin out that was full of pink wafers.
That is the colour.
It is?
Yes.
Oh, it's lovely. It's making me hungry now.
I could eat a pink wafer.
Yeah, me too. I love them. I eat more than a few at a time. That's $4.99 there for you. And then we've got this sunny, lovely limoncello colour.
Limoncello is a lovely colour. And you might recognise these names if you're familiar with SIZZIX. SIZZIX have got what's called Colour Story. All the colours match. So if you've got the SIZZIX paints, they're going to match these. So everything is going to work with other things you might already have from SIZZIX. We've got cardstock in these colours, so you know, if you're mixing and matching, maybe you want to use, you know, if you covered your journal with one of these and you've got the cardstock, you can make your pages from the same colour. So
it's lovely. It's lovely to this as well, isn't it? It's beautiful,
lovely,
absolutely gorgeous. I mean, actually, would this work? You know, if you were die cutting flowers and things like that as well, because you
yes,
really
and actually the flowers on one of the journals, I can't remember which one.
Oh yeah,
those are actually texture roll.
Ah, there we go.
Because the texture roll also comes in white. So this embossed detail, this background is also texture roll that I've coloured.
Fantastic.
But the flowers are, and of course, again, if you're throwing this in your handbag, if those were cut from card, they'd tear within no time because I've added a bit of dimension. But they're not going to tear because that's texture roll.
No,
the other thing with texture roll is if you've got dies to make, I know a lot of people make like leather earrings and things like that. Of course, you could use texture roll for that. So there are dies available.
Would you have to varnish it or anything, or would it just be good as it is?
No, it would just be fine.
What a great idea.
So things like that, if you want to make bookmarks to go in your journals, of course, because the texture roll is more durable, it's great for things like
and
that.
your pockets as well, I guess.
Your pockets,
you could That's be brilliant. Lots of you coming through here as well. W01S18. Okay, that's all coming through. But you know, these beautiful embossing folders have been massively popular, so we're going to bring those back on screen for you. And then, what's the best way to do it? We saw it in action earlier, but for anyone who missed it as well,
should we make a card with one?
Let's do it.
Because we've done one on texture roll. Let's do one on card.
Oh, fabulous. Now, 20% of the stock has gone of your embossing folder bundle
I'll tell you what's lovely for a card background is the crochet mandala. So we'll do that. I've got some SIZZIX cardstock here. Now, the SIZZIX cardstock is textured. It's a bit like, so is the American Crafts, actually, because I know you're all familiar with that one as well. It's got texture on one side, smooth on the other.
Lovely.
I like to have the smooth side up with this because I'm creating my own texture here. So I don't need texture on my cards. So I tend to use the untextured size up.
It's nice to have the choice, isn't it, actually?
It is. To have perfect, And I'm going to spritz it with water. Just a light spritz on both sides, because that's going to, you can see instantly it's gone floppy. So that means it's going to, basically, it's going to squish in all those little detailed areas easier because the fibres are softened.
Okay, fine.
So you're just going to pop that in your folder. If you're new to using the Big Shot, or if you've gone for the Big Shot today, your plate combinations are on here. So it tells me here, these are my embossing folders. I just need this grey platform, then my folder, then one plate on top.
Ah, okay.
So you can't lose your instructions or forget what you're doing because it's right there.
Right there. I like that. So I would definitely lose the instructions.
Yes, I would. I mean, I've got no idea where the manual is for my machine because you just either shove it in a drawer or...
Yeah. And then we've got a folder somewhere at home full of manuals.
Full of all the things.
But no one knows
you don't know where it is.
You know, it's like the drawer of keys in the jar, but you don't know what they're for or, you know, yeah. This one, and that's amazing,
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It really does look like material.
It does, and it kind of feels beautifully textured as well.
I
You
love
can
that.
kind of feel, and you can even see like the individual little threads just look so detailed. So that's going to go on my card front, but before we do that, I've got some of the SIZZIX luster waxes with me, so we can have a little look at the colours, because we've got all, I think I've got most of them here, so
Oh, nice.
I'll show you them all while we're here.
Yeah, why not, eh?
So we've got rose gold, gold, silver, charcoal, pearl or ivory, what do they call it? Ivory.
Nice.
And I'll show you a little bit of each because this is a good chance if you want to have a look on the website for these to see them all. Because quite often we use them in demos and we're just like, oh yeah, I'm using rose gold, and we don't kind of show you all the colours together. So let's get a bit of gold first of all. You can apply it with your fingers or you can apply it with an ink blending tool or a bit of cloth.
Gosh, that's amazing how quickly that comes. So tiny little
Tiny
bit goes a
amount.
long way.
And it just, I'm barely touching this. So that's the gold. It also smells lovely. It's got orange oil in here.
Oh, yes. Oh, it really does as well.
It's lovely, isn't it?
That's beautiful. Ellie's in there going, I want to dip my fingers in. I want to have a smell.
It's
Come on out, Ellie.
Come and have a smell. Yeah, I love the smell.
It's beautiful.
And this is the rose gold, so you can see next to the gold, it's a nice...
Ooh, it's really warm, isn't it?
Yeah, I love these two together. Gives you that sort of bronzy look.
And again, just perfect with that vintage theme.
Yeah, picks up all the details. And then we'll do the silver. There we go. I like the silver with dark cardstock.
Okay. Yeah, it can make a lovely contrast.
Because it really, if you use it on black, it really gives you a real nice vintage feel. So that's the silver. And then the charcoal's quite a cool one, which we don't bring on very often. So it's almost got like a little hint of purple in it.
Yeah. Oh, I always think these make fabulous eyeshadows. Please do not put them on your eyes.
Yeah, don't put them on your face.
But they've just got that really high intensity pigment.
The pigment's really strong. And I've got to say, these are the jars that SIZZIX gave me when these first came out. So,
when was that?
Which is a couple of years ago
Oh,
now.
wow. And they're still the same jars 2 years
Because, of course,
later.
you're barely...
You use them a lot, though.
I do, but of course you're barely using any.
Yeah.
Now, before I use the ivory, I am going to just wipe my finger because I've got every colour on there.
Fab. And they come off with soap and water, won't they?
They do, yeah. And then the ivory just gives a really subtle shimmer. I like the ivory actually because it's just a pearly shimmer.
Yeah.
Really, really subtle. Again, on dark cards you'll see it more, but I quite like that. So we've got an interesting background going on there.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Shall we pop that onto a card?
Oh, yeah. And just do what? While you're getting the card ready, we've got a question coming through.
Oh, lovely.
Just asking about the Big Shot. Where can I buy the black plate for using with fabric, please? But I think, Beverly, right, correct me if I'm wrong, Madonna, but I think you're asking, there's no big plate, it is the die. So it's the Big's die.
Yeah.
And that is it fully, right?
Yeah, there isn't a black plate.
Yeah.
The only black sort of, SIZZIX do a crease pad.
Okay.
Which is black, but that's not for fabric, that's for what I was talking about with the crease lines, you know, if your score lines cut through.
So if I'll show you a normal die.
Yeah.
There we go.
So the black plate is the die, I think you're meaning.
So this is the Big's die, and the Big's die, this is why it's a really good idea to get the Big Shot, because the Bigs will go through it. The Big's die won't go through all cutting machines, will it?
You need a machine that's got a wide mouth, because obviously that Big's die is quite thick.
Yeah.
It's probably about, I don't know, a couple of centimetres.
Yeah, 2 centimetres.
So you're going to need a machine. Someone emailed in earlier and said the Cut and Boss has got a wide mouth.
Okay.
So it works, and the E-Boss, Cut and Boss. Big Shot Plus, Big Shot Switch.
Fab. And they're your ones. And this will go through fabric, right, as well?
Yeah, fabric, felt, leather, all sorts of things. So
many
I think that's what you mean. And the fact that it's black, that's...
Yeah, I think that's right. So this is the one. So once you buy this die, you can't buy this die because it's sold out. Hopefully you've come through for it.
If you've bought it.
If you've already got it, you don't need to get anything additional.
No.
That is the die, okay?
Yeah, and a big die will happily cut through fabric.
A lot of people are upgrading today as well.
I'm not surprised because it's the ability to use all these different larger dies and use it with fabrics and things.
That's it.
So I've got that as my background. Shall we have a look at these die sets as well?
Yes,
because these need explaining really, because when you look at them, they don't really look like much, yet they're fabulous. Let's move these out of the way. So I'm going to cut a couple of flowers to put on my card. So let's talk through them first. So you've got your waterfall. I'll open mine. I always put my dies on a bit of card and a bit of magnetic sheet. Yours won't come like this. Yours will come with nice packaging. In the waterfall set, you've got the elements to make a waterfall, which...
I'll just show you in the journal,
the one in the journal.
The best way. It's really lovely.
So it gives you that waterfall. You can add as many as you want to. So the dies will create... You've got your waterfall piece with a score line so that you can lift it up.
I'll just lift that so you can see.
And then you've got almost like a matte and layer on top. So I've used some old vintage ledger paper there.
It's beautiful, so lovely.
And you can create as many as you want. So I think I've got 4 there. But obviously if I'd wanted to, I could have gone right from the very top of that page down to the bottom, because it's up to you how long you want to go.
Yeah.
So it can be used in all sorts of journals, not just this larger one. And also you could use these in cards, all sorts of things. You've got 3 different slots. If you go back to that one, you'll see I've threaded some burlap through. And you've got 3 different size options for creating a little slot at the top to thread your ribbon through.
Oh, that's great.
Which just really makes it look professional. And of course, because once you've added on your photos and things, those kind of have a tendency to lift up. By putting a bit of ribbon around them, you kind of create, you stop it lifting.
This will fit in your journals from today as well, won't it?
Not quite. It's a little bit too wide.
Okay.
Yeah, just a little bit too wide. But it does fit in a lot of... Eileen's got all sorts of different journals over the years. So, and also journals from other brands that fit in, obviously. Then you've got a lovely little scallop detail piece, which is great. It fits at the top of either that or on the matte and layer to give like a little decorative strip.
Fabulous.
Then, on top of that, you've got 3 tags. I would have paid the money just for the 3 tags, to be honest.
I was going to say,
that's a die set in itself. You've got 3 really good tags with the reinforcer pieces to go around, which is lovely, because I like to cut the tag from a plain colour and then use the same colour that I've used on my journal for the reinforcers. So that's the waterfall card set. So there's a lot in there.
And then those little tags you can use in your pocket as well, can't you?
Yeah. So the pocket set. So the folio page pocket and flowers. This is another one that needs explaining.
Oh, do you know what? I'll get that out as well.
This came out with, there was a journal a while back called Folio Journal, and this set kind of came out with that. So you've got your pockets. You've got 2 different pockets. I've used this one here that's got the little score lines, and you can put your tape then, and it kind of sits nicely on the front. Then you've got a plain one.
Hold it like that. You can see.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
Beautiful, so pretty.
Really pretty. So you've got 2 different pocket options. Then you've got some flowers. We're going to use some of these in a minute.
Is that the flowers you've used here?
Yes, yeah. I was going to put some on the card. We might not have time, but yeah, you've got different options. You've even got more layers, actually. I don't know if I've got, but I had one.
Oh, yeah, you've got your card here as well.
Oh, yeah, there you are. There you can see the layers. So you can layer those up. Really nice just for general card making. But these were designed really to go on the front of your journal. That was the idea when this set came out. And then you've got a page. Now, you might think, well, why would you need a square die? I can cut a square die. I can cut a square shape with my trimmer. But you'll notice if I put this maybe on, let's put it on the magnetic sheet so it's dark and you can see. On one side, you've got these funny little arrows.
Oh, yeah.
That is so, what you would do, I'd obviously need a bigger bit of card. You would fold your card in half, a bigger piece obviously to make a page, but then you line up the fold with those arrows.
Yeah.
When you run it through, this side doesn't cut then. So then you've got your perfect pages to slide into your journal under the elastic.
Oh, that's so clever. They literally think of everything, don't
Now,
they?
of course, this was designed for a square journal that came out a while ago, but it works really well with the wraparound journal because, of course, you just need to chop a bit off that side. But it gives you that ability to do the fold and have the, you know, the pages that you can then just slide under your elastic here. So you would just need to trim one side to fit.
That is brilliant.
So that's what that is, because you wouldn't know that from looking at that.
Genius.
Yes.
And then there's more.
And then we've got another set as well, haven't we? We've got the
We
bookbinding
have.
set. So this gives you another option.
This is sold out on its own, by the way.
Oh, so you need to get the
other
collection.
two are very limited as individuals as well. So it's best values in the bundle too, because you're making a huge saving there as well. It's down to $34.99 for all 3 sets.
I've
so
got one
incredible.
unstuck here.
Ah, okay.
So what this creates is a spine. Now, you're not limited at all to the size because basically you cut from a piece of card, then you just do your concertina fold. And then what you would do is glue in between each of these, like so. And it gives you your little spines. So
and then that becomes that.
That becomes that. But of course, before you fold it and do all of that, if you're using a smaller journal, you can trim the top.
Okay.
If you don't want it so wide, you can just trim off one before you glue it all together. But then it gives you the ability to put in watercolour pages. Thicker. If you're going to start creating like an art journal where you might have texture paste and things, if you think about it, when your pages are really close together, you end up with your book all kind of piled up. Because you've got a little space in between, this is perfect for art journaling.
It's great, isn't it? It's
And then
really handy,
they also include a lovely little label.
Oh, look
so
at
this
that.
works really nicely on the edge of your pages as like a little tab.
Yeah.
Or it can go on the cover. It works, you know, it's quite a nice size with this journal for just a little decorative detail along the edge. As I say, if you're putting books in or whatever, it works really nicely along the edge of those. There's a little detail. So just an extra little thing. So
it's such a fantastic set, isn't it? Because as soon as you see these ideas as well, you're making a journal, you think, oh, I'd like a pocket, or you just, it's all there for you then, you've got it. And for $34.99, think of the use you're going to get from them.
It's all the little embellishments, the finishing touches, but
They make
also
a
the
difference.
basics. And, you know, I would pay whatever the price is for all three just for this, because to be able to put your own spine in any journal or any book that you've bought,
it just makes a massive
genius.
difference, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If you were making a larger one, would you just
you could
literally
stack
do two
them,
and stack them together?
to any size. You know, if you perhaps wanted something, I don't know, up to 8 by 8, you would just trim one there and pop it above that one.
Stick them together.
So any size you want, you can create. Yeah.
Oh, you see, that is so handy.
Clever, isn't it?
Yeah,
this
really
is where
clever.
Eileen, with her mathematical brain, is.
Yeah. She's done all the hard work.
She
She's
has.
taken away all the kind of smoke and mirrors. She's just made it possible for you to do really incredible things, really creative things. It's like you said right at the start, you know, she's giving you the blank canvas so you can be the artist.
You
and you
can
can just
make whatever journal you want, be it a recipe book, a seed book, photos.
Seeds as well, little packets of
you
seeds.
can stick, because of course you can glue anything to that. You could even put little envelopes.
Oh, it can be
your
in
seeds
gardening. Oh my. Beverly's just sent a message. Hello, Beverly, darling. She said, I bought a big shot last time it was on because on days that I'm bedbound, I can still safely craft as there's no electricity needed. That is such a brilliant, brilliant shout. And Beverly, lots of love from us. I'm glad you enjoy using it as well and keeps you busy, which is great. Now, the Big Shot is on screen right now. This is the Big Shot Plus. It's the starter kit. You've got so much to play with in here. So many tools for life. It's just brilliant. And it's down from $229.99 all the way down to $169.99. That's on full split pay for you as well. That's totally interest-free, and it's only 1 p.m. till midnight tonight, so just $3.95. If you want to add this to your order or start your order, you're just paying £42.49 to get all of that home today, which is amazing. It's so lovely to see you.
Great, isn't it?
I know we've been having some good old chats, haven't we? With Ellie and with Carla. Up to all sorts of mischief today.
Yes.
These two, you have to watch out. Look at the eyebrow. Carla's just gone. I can't even raise mine that high, I don't think. When are you next back with us, Sharon? Do you know?
Week after next, I
Week
think.
after next. Well, we shall look forward to that. Thank you so much. And don't go anywhere. We've got Carla up next with that utterly beautiful collection as well. So, yeah, all about fairy tales and celebrations. There's lots more to come on HobbyMaker. See you in a moment.
Not only is HobbyMaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the HobbyMaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with HobbyMaker.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Well, hello, how are you doing? Welcome to HobbyMaker. We have a fabulous team here for you today, and we've just been joined as well by Darren. Not really. Carla's here. Hello, gorgeous.
Hi, lovely. Are you all
I'm good, thank you. You and Sharon have been absolutely causing mischief and mayhem today.
I've been
Been
left on my
right
own for days. Like, it's just been me in my head, and then they put me with people, and then all the bad things happen. So I apologise to everybody in the building.
Don't apologise. It's been great fun. It's been wonderful. Right, this collection. Oh my goodness. Really, really seriously, actually, now. I mean, we're always going to have a lot of fun here on HobbyMaker, but this has well over half the stock has gone already.
Yep.
We're straight in on the graphics for you. This is your beautiful Carnation Crafts Fairy Tale Day, and it really is a fairy tale. It's magical, it's magnificent. The artwork, as you'd expect from Carnation, is utterly beautiful. We've had to restock today because so many of you have just been swept away in the magic of this gorgeous collection. It's on a 4-way split pay for you as well. So everything you're seeing there, you are going to get home for £25. It is absolutely brilliant. Carla will take you through all the boards in a moment's time. Before we do that, I just have to say, listen, we've had to restock. This has been massively popular. Dial through 0800 001 4433. Really, really important to get in early. If you've got any questions about split pay, if you've got any questions about setting up an account with us here at HobbyMaker, it's all free. You're not going to get charged for that call or anything like that. You also don't have to wait until you've paid all 4 instalments. You will get it all home straight away. Nothing's coming out of your account until after midnight tonight. So I just say get in early. Now you can dial through. You can also shop on our website. On hobbymaker.co.uk. We've got loads of you coming through already, and congratulations to every single one of you who's already taken advantage. You've got the website, you've got the app as well, if you want to download that to your phone. Just remember to check out as you go along, okay? It doesn't matter how many times you check out, you will. Right, okay, talk us through, because this is magnificent, this collection, Carla.
Huge. It's also one of the carnations that are most popular. So we're talking fairy tales, we're talking horses and carriages, we're talking all of the fairy tale gorgeousness for weddings, engagements, graduations, all of those things. But also we can pare it right down, so it can be brilliant for sympathy cards. It absolutely runs the remit, but it's just very, very beautiful, and you're getting all of this artwork for free, which we like free. So what are you getting? Well, your fundamental die base is the wedding journal. It's gorgeous. It's absolutely stunning. And you've got loads of elements to it. Now, this is the book base for it. So it's obviously in the shape of a book. You also get your corners there, and you've got some floral flourishes, which you can use all in one element. So really pretty. Look at your cut line details. This allows you to fold it in 2 in the middle and then bend those curves backwards, so they just look stunning. But you're going to get free artwork for it as well. So you get that beautiful, excuse me, foundation that's already there for you to make all of the cards that you want to do. That's your card base. Listen, this goes on. It is, honestly, Rosie, this is ace. So this is all, prepare yourself, because this is all one die. Wow. We go from there to your next, this is still on the same die set.
Oh, wow.
That's one die
of the book.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is your wedding volume. So this is all the same die. This is now a beautiful circular piece. That filigree is insanely pretty. You've got your card base and your matte layer. Then you've got your filigree, and you've got your nested dies inside to create apertures, to create layers, to do stamping bases for your sentiments. There's so much going on. And then it still carries on. That's that same die. This is one die. You've then got your bride and groom in your wedding volume as well, which are absolutely gorgeous. Each one comes in various different skin tones for you as well. So you can have your, for instance, if you wanted, you could have Mr. and Mr., you could have Mrs. and Mrs., you can do whichever way you please. It's just across the board. They've really thought it through, and it's stunning, absolutely stunning. All of these pieces and elements. From there, we still carry on. This is your artwork. Look how glorious this is. These are your corners for your fairy tale book. What's going to be inside it? How are you going to work this? Isn't it beautiful for wedding cards, or to get people to sign for wedding cards as well? That glorious rose that sits for that corner piece, which is whimsical and pretty and beautiful and just really, really dreamlike. It's absolutely gorgeous. So many extra flourishes as well. So super, super pretty. And you're getting all of this. That's just one of the dies that you're getting in this
That's
collection.
all of those boards you've just shown us are from one.
That's one die.
set.
Yeah.
That is just sensational. Isn't
When we talk about value with Carnation, they really go to town with it. This is your castle piece. Now, obviously, as you can see, it just looking straight at it. Great for Halloween as well, right? So we can dress this up, dress it down. But it's absolutely beautiful as your kind of palace in the background. So the card that you're seeing on your screen there, where you see things off and away, perspective-wise, in the distance. So you've got your fairy tale castle. Really, really beautiful. As Ellie is saying in my ear, look at that noble steed. Absolutely right. Gorgeous, gorgeous perspective pieces, right?
It's amazing. I mean, every single card is telling a story. Whatever
Absolutely.
you create with Carnation, you just have.
And a gorgeous colourway to boot as well. So something very soft, very dreamlike, very fairy tale. So it works all the way through telling these tales of your fairy tale. From there, you have got your carriage, your gorgeous, look at this. So you've got that beautiful horse and the carriage there. Now, as with all Carnation dies, they're absolutely designed so that you can snip into them, so you can change its relative value, if you like. If I want to remove the horse and just have the carriage, maybe introduce some of Carnation's mice with that carriage, which would again bring in that Cinderella story, you can absolutely do that. You can use the horse on his own as well, whichever way you want to play it. So suddenly the value of the die goes up because we can change it and we can use it in a multitude of ways. So it becomes even more sort of worthwhile having, right? If there's so many things in here, from there, look at these. They're so pretty. The crowns. I love these. There's something about it. So you've got your tiara sitting at the top, and then you've got your two crowns. So obviously one for a king, one for a queen. These can be beautifully paired back. Now, this doesn't have to be a fairy tale, does it? It doesn't have to even be a wedding. We can have these graduation, 18th birthdays, 21st birthdays. They're sort of a card on their own, aren't they? It's just graceful and pretty and beautiful, and they can be loads of gorgeous elements. And we demoed with these in the show with Dave at 3 o'clock, so you can refer back to that show where you'll see different demos for different pieces as well. But those crowns are going to be really important in your crafting arsenal as you go forward, because you're always going to be able to refer back and use them again and again and again. So super, super useful. Then we still haven't stopped with this collection. We're still going. King, queen, prince, princess, everything of and. So, king of everything, king and queen of everything, princess of everything, prince of everything, whichever way you want to do it. Beautiful sentiments. Obviously to be used independently or together, depending what you're doing. So if you've got somebody getting married, to have king and queen is just such a nice card. The one you're seeing on your screen there really sums up an awful lot, doesn't it? And it's nice and paired back. It's beautifully done. These sentiments, again, will go a long, long way for you. They really do sort of help us establish a story point on a card. Gorgeous.
Can I just show this card? Because I don't think this is like a double stepper created with this collection, and it is magical. You've got the birthday there as well. We've not seen the shoes yet. Sorry, giving a little bit of a
Rosie
there. But oh my goodness, I mean, it's incredible.
I know the crafting potential in this collection. Honestly, for the value you're getting for this collection is insane. The amount of metal you're getting in here is absolutely mind-blowing, the way it's going. You've also got the overlook. This has got to be one of Carnation's most popular. The overlook is just incredibly beautiful. So you've got these steps going up, you've got the sunrise or the sunset, depending which way you look at it, and that gorgeous sweeping kind of willow tree that's coming over there that just sets a story on its own. You
So
don't
romantic.
actually, just pop a sentiment on there. You don't need much else. That's always been super, super popular. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous piece. Really pretty elements created with this one die cut. And again, that free artwork. So you're not having to pay for the artwork. That's coming to you entirely free. And we'll tell you all about that, how to get that. We'll show you exactly where you need to be in order to procure that for yourselves. Then the shoes, these glorious shoes with that beautiful detailing up the heel of the shoe. Not that I would know much about heeled shoes, but I know one when I see one. So you've got the heel there.
A lovely pair of dainty stilettos, Carla. Absolutely.
I can't walk in slippers. I'd kill myself. And then you've got the roses sweeping up those shoes. Now, again, they can be snipped into. So if you want to add more, you cut it twice, snips them away, add more in. or you can take them away if you want to reduce the sort of florals on it. Up to you how you do it. Always designed with carnation that you can snip and you can change, so it's craftable. We want it to be craftable for you. Finally, one of the most delightful sentiments ever. Have a fairy tale day. Ugh. It's absolutely smack bang centre showstopper piece of sentiment there. Beautiful font. So you've got the gorgeous fairy tale design. It's a card, again, on its own if you want it to be. It's absolutely stunning. And that can be for anything, can't it? Doesn't have to be for a wedding at all. Any occasion, any celebration, have a fairy tale day. I could send that to Rosie for her going to work tomorrow. Oh, that's all the things. Do you know what I mean? You can just use it for anything. It's
beautiful. Could also, because of the snippability, I mean, that could be on the front of your wedding album, fairy tale day.
Yes.
And it just, you know, all the photos beyond.
Oh,
you know, and then every
pretty
page,
idea.
You could have all the corners. And, oh, it's just, yeah, you could do someone a completely bespoke fairy tale wedding album.
We like that.
Like
that, Rosie.
Yes.
We like that.
Absolutely.
So that's your fairy tale day.
It is. What an amazing collection. We could spend about 3 hours going through all of the different cards, all of the different things you can do with this. It is seriously stunning. And you've saved over £50 on it today as well. So you're getting it for under £100, $99.99, 4-way split pay. So you're going to get it home for £25, which is brilliant. Dial through 0800 001 4433. 20% of our restock has now gone already. Everybody, look, everyone knows. Someone getting married, someone's getting christened, someone's celebrating an anniversary, somebody's getting graduated, somebody is moving to a castle and you know, it's just lovely. And like you said, actually, you can use it for sympathy as well.
Yeah,
it can be weeping willow.
Of course. And I think not being penned in. Crafters don't want to be penned in. We want to be able to use our imaginations. It's why we craft. It's why you're watching HobbyMaker, isn't it? Yeah. And I think that's the joy of this collection, is just the ability to go to so many different places with this, to tell so many different stories, which means from when you get it home to when, God forbid, you stop crafting, there will always be a card to be made in this collection for any occasion that you want it to be for. And that's why they become so important, these collections.
That is the magic, isn't it? It's absolutely stunning. Just going to show you this. Our 2 21st cards, which are beautiful. Take a little look at this as well, with the shoes. Oh my goodness me, the birthday there. A lot of people asking about these numbers as well.
Yes.
And what we'll do is just bring you in this other amazing die collection. So you've got all of these beautiful numbers as well. Now this is perfect with this, isn't it?
So we were talking about this earlier. So everyone's calling this the number collection, and you know, granted it is, and you've got some beautiful numbers on here, and we'll go through the boards. But actually, this one die set is kind of a mini collection on its own. Now, this is not part of the fairy tale day. It is separate, but they marry together so well. It's unusual that you'll find carnation prices as low as this. So my advice is grab both of these. If you can do it on a split pay, grab both of these.
Well, I'm not being funny, but you're getting the fairy tale day and you're getting the number collection
for the same price.
The same price that the fairy tale day should be.
And the number collection, don't be foiled, because the board that you're seeing here with the numbers on, that obviously makes sense, but it's not just that. You're getting a lot more than that as well. So your numbers are beautifully fairy tale-esque. They're big, they're bold, they're beautiful. They've got that gorgeous font to them, so really pretty. They stand out, don't they? There's something really, really stunning about them. But it doesn't just stop at the numbers, because we also get this beautiful frame that's like a cameo frame, and it's got all of that gorgeous filigree work around it. Now, it's really difficult to see on camera, but you also get this really intense embossing here. So this really pretty detailing through. Oh, wow. So it's gorgeous. Show it to where? To camera. They're saying things in my log hole. I tend to ignore them most of the time.
We all ignore Jimmy.
There you go, Becky. So you can see all of that stunning embossed detail on the centre part of it. Now, while we've got the camera there, sorry, Becky. Well, Elliot, just let me find my bearings. While you've got your camera there, hold on. See where my finger is there? There's a little pip mark. Can you see it? So there's a line, and then there's a bit that's not cut there. That's designed there all the way around for you to cut through. So if you want to remove that centerpiece and keep the frame, it's designed so that you can do that with the greatest of ease, which means you could maybe put photos behind it or something that you want to put behind it, and you could use it in that kind of way. And again, that's not the only thing either. So you're getting the numbers and you're getting that, and then you get anniversary, birthday, communion, holy, years, congratulations,
Come again. Sounds like you're singing earlier.
Shush. Yeah, so you get all your ordinals as well. Everything on that one board there. So you've got all of your elements there. So you can have Holy Communion, all the pieces going through. So you've now got something for every occasion. It just works really well.
Sorry.
It's not the day to set me off.
Sorry.
Did I not tell you I've not had company for 12 days? So don't make me laugh because I just might not stop.
I just love some of these numbers, how they work so beautiful. I mean, do you remember right at the beginning, the first die set that Carla talked us through? This is that beautiful round from that, isn't it? And so you can really pare it back. You can go really simple, you can go, but everything looks elegant. Everything looks so
I think when we
intricate.
talk about Carnation, one of the things that stands out for me and has always stood out for me since I first started demonstrating for them is how every single piece that you get is a showstopper. So it means that no matter kind of which piece you pick up from whichever collection, you can make that the central focus of any card. And I think the value of that for us as crafters, because this one collection from Carnation, without ever repeating any of the steps, I think you'd be able to make so many different types of cards. Yeah. And that's before you even start repeating bits of ideas. So it's almost, you know, infinite, the cards that you're going to make with a collection, especially a collection this size. And so that's where we start getting the value in the bargain. So if it's okay for me to just tell you, you need to download some artwork to go with Carnation dies. And you need to go to the Carnation Crafts website from that. You can't get it from HobbyMaker, you get it from Carnation, and that's www.carnationcrafts.co.uk. When you go to that website, there's a banner menu, and across the top, one of the options is downloads. You click that and go to free downloads. Now, Carnation have been very good. Whenever we do a back to wear, they will put that collection at the top of the list, so it's easier for you to source. You don't have to go searching. So you'll find Fairy Tale Day very early up on the list there for you to find. And all the artwork's there for you as well. So what you do is add that to your basket and you check out. Two options, check out as a guest or create an account. My advice, create an account. Carnation are not going to do anything nefarious with your details. It purely means that it remembers everything you've ever downloaded, so you can go back at any time, re-download. Then you're going to print those out on your printer, use ProPrint paper if you can, and then you're going to stick your die on top of it, chuck it through your machine, Bob's your uncle, you've got your die cut, you're going to start card making. It's that easy. And Carnation are quicker than quick things on a quick day when it comes to posting these out. So they'll get the orders tomorrow at 8 a.m. and they will pick, pack, post, and it'll be with you as soon as possible.
So go and download now. Go and download this evening. Print it all out, and you can do your double vignettes as well.
You can do your mirrored vignettes, which
mirrored
is double-sided vignette. That means the artwork is on both sides, so you get double for your money. For instance, you know, we were looking at the horse, so you've got your carriage and then the horse looking that way. I can flip him. And you wouldn't normally be able to do that, but that means I can have the horse facing that way and the carriage. I can have my choice. I can have that facing either way. What does that mean? Well, if I put foam tape on that, so that won't help. Here we go. There's your castle. There's your castle with your steps, and it's super, super pretty. But I can turn that around and have it the other way. Now that becomes really, really important when we've got something like this, because I am now stuck with the die, because a die is a die. It's not going to, it doesn't change shape. So I'm stuck with it in that position, but because it's Carnation, I can have it facing the other. I just doubled the value of my die, because composition-wise, I can now work from either side. And that's really important.
Do you know, can we show at the top of the stair over there, with a, that was a stair,
I saw a mouse.
Where?
There.
The stair. Just over there, there's some beauty. You can see how you can then create this beautiful heart shape with that beautiful tree. I mean, look at that, it's amazing.
That's stunning.
Once everyone's checked out of this, our restock, half of it has gone, okay? So please make sure you're checking out. Remember your 4 split pay. That means you'll get the entire collection at home for £25. It is absolutely brilliant. Huge saving you're making today. You're saving over £50, which means that if today you want to add your numbers in, you're going to basically be getting the numbers and your Fairy Tale Day collection for the same price, which is superb, absolutely amazing. Now, we've seen all these gorgeous examples. Carla, we want to see it in action, my darling. So what are you going to create for us?
Okay, so let's have a look at that wedding journal. I'm going to try and get as many elements as I can in from this. I'm going to try and get 3 demos done for you today. We can try the things. So having a look at that wedding journal, the big die that comes with it, and I'm looking at the book shape for this, I've cut it twice, and that means that I can create a card base from it. So scored down at 3/4 of an inch there, and then take my red liner away, push those down and face it towards my body. Take the t'other and shuffle the 2 together, place it down and place it upon, and that's my card base taken care of. Now, I just want to talk to you about this piece very, very quickly. I was trying to explain this in the earlier show, but I had foam tape, so I couldn't do it. But this beautiful piece of artwork that you get, which is your vignette, so you're going to download the artwork, cut it with your die, and that's going to come out. And it is obviously mirrored. I can use it on the other side. Now, Nick has put really, really indented score lines here, which means I can completely fold it, no problems. Now, that may not mean much of anything, except for when I then choose to place that down, I can then curl my pages and stick further in. So once I've got it done, I can curl them and I can create these gorgeous dimensional as if the book is opened. Now, how that will then transpire itself is that.
Wow.
How beautiful is that as a card? Isn't that really stunning?
Gorgeous, yeah.
So don't forget, just simple shaping out is going to take your carnation dies even further. You're going to get all of these gorgeous ways of playing that are just insanely pretty. So don't forget all of the bits and the bats that you can do. Now I'm just going to chuck some wet glue down on this one. So bear with. Let me just, oh, way up, that squirted all over.
It did, didn't it? Got rather excited with that one.
Oh, Rusty!
Getting all out and flustered.
Then I'm going to use my applicator, small amounts of glue. So small pieces just in those corner elements, placing through. Oh, it's been a day today.
It has, hasn't it? Sharon was talking about her bowl of keys as well earlier.
I can't even. I can't be mean about Sharon. She brought me a steak bake this morning.
Sharon is fabulous. She's wonderful.
I love her.
She's one of the most wonderful people on earth, actually.
I'm keeping
along with
her
your good
forever.
self.
Eh?
Along with your good self.
What, that you love?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Yeah.
It's reciprocated.
Oh, thanks, babe.
That's all right.
Eat it.
Right, let's place this on here. I can't see what I'm doing because I haven't got my glasses on.
They're on your head, love, if you wanted to put them down.
Feels like a lot of work right now. I'm very tired. It's been a day. Right. What are they saying about steak bakes?
Ellie can't eat them. I know. She can have baked bean pasta, but she can't have a steak bake.
Who can't eat a steak bake?
Oh, I see.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I thought you said you couldn't get it down you. Oh, no, she can eat it. It just drops down her front. I'm sorry. Right, okay, I misunderstood what she was saying. Okay.
This
Anyway.
has all gone elsewhere, this whole conversation.
For those of you who are wondering, at home, okay, Ellie is our producer. Okay, she is in the gallery.
A fabulous human.
Fabulous human, one of the best. And she's talking in our ear and she's blushing rather a lot in the gallery right now because things
are coming out of her mouth in a way that maybe shouldn't.
Yes.
Right, snippability with carnation. So I'm just taking away the element of the sun on this piece just to really show you the snipping possibilities.
That could be the moon as well, couldn't it?
It
Could be the
could.
sun, could be the moon.
There's an example. You see how that's just attached by almost a thread there, isn't it? There's barely anything holding it together. It's because it's a pip mark. So when I talk about pip marks, that's what I mean. So
Okay.
theoretically, I can just pinch that and pull because it's just a little pip mark and it removes it. And now I'm left with just the bench. So it's changed the story, right? Yeah. So suddenly I'm not at sunset necessarily or nor am I at sunrise. It can be whatever I want. So it's up to you whether you want to keep those elements or whether you want to change them. And I love that. Yeah. I love the fact that my storytelling for my card is the thing that takes over the, the artistry of it rather than something that I'm sort of stuck with. Carnation gives us so many options and it's really important for us as crafters.
So I'm just going to place tiny amounts of wet glue on here. I won't bore you like I did earlier, Rosie.
But glue
with
is
Dave.
sticky, isn't it?
Oh, honestly, Rosie, the best thing happened to me when I was on holiday.
Oh, yeah?
I found out all about glue. I did.
Did
started
you?
researching
On holiday?
glue when I was on my holiday. I started researching glue.
Okay.
Oh, it was like
Tell us what
it was
you've
like my
learned, Carla.
fantasy world. I won't do it again because I did explain it on the earlier show. But honestly, I went into like a little. Oh, I was so happy.
Did you learn about the intricacies of why less is more?
No, I learned about the intricacies of how much water is used and in which industry, and why it's important in certain industries of how much. So
Okay. God blimey. Right, we've got a message, Carla, my darling. This is from Valerie. Hello, Valerie. How are you, darling? Are you okay? She says, good afternoon. Can you let me know where to buy the book Die, please? Well, Valerie, my darling, that is all part of this collection. It is available on its own on the web. It's a huge die. It's amazing. It's $49.99 on its own. But what I would say is, obviously, $49.99 for the individual, and it's a beautiful collection of dies that you get in that. But then for the entire collection, you're paying $99.99 and getting it all home for £25. So you have got the book die on its own there. I say on its own, I mean, it's a sizable die. It's huge, really, really huge. But obviously, when you're paying £50 for that, you can get the entire bundle for $99.99. It's in here. I would come and grab it before it sells out again. So well done to everyone who's got involved. Over half the stock has gone. Thank you for your question, Valerie.
I think it's just really pretty, isn't it, Valerie?
Yeah.
That the book die is something, I think, because as crafters, there's so much we're going to do with it, right?
Yes.
It's an endless possibility to have a book and then to be able to tell those stories on it. Added to the fact that if you're canny with it, you could potentially work out how to print on it, and you can make actual books on it, because you wouldn't need to just put one page on, because it folds with those lines in between. You'd actually be able to do several together to make a book. So those pages would turn and you could create on each page of those. And I think that's a really nice place to be as well. So the possibilities with it are endless. Now I've got the carriage and the thus here, and I've got lots of foam tape on it. So I've took the castle behind those steps. So now I've got the story of, if I walk up these steps, where do I go? Do I go round to the castle? Am I going somewhere else? We're telling the tale. So from there, I'm going to add the thos, and I'm going to add in the carriage there at the front. And we sort of did something similar with this earlier, and it's just to add that perspective. Now, this piece where you've got that gorgeous framing of the book, which comes straight from a fairy tale, doesn't it? It's the fairy books. Certainly my generation will know the Grimm's fairy tale with the Arthur Rackham designs, which are just stunning, and that kind of idea of that whimsy and that beautiful pieces coming through. But he needs to be on foam tape. I need some rise there just to allow that shadow, because that's what's going to give me the idea of perspective. If you think in terms of physics, the fact that we've got gravity, that provides a shadow. So if you want something to stand forward at the front of your card, just chuck a bit of foam tape behind it. It'll give it the idea of gravity. It will make it look like it's further forward than anything else, and you've got that gorgeous detailing through it. So there you go. I don't know if it's easier if I hold it on overhead for you. So if I hold it there, so you can see it all in its glorious, glorious detail. Super pretty, right?
It's utterly beautiful. And what Carnation does, I mean, seeing what you've done there, that gorgeous composition, telling the story, that wonderful tree in the background.
Yeah,
what I've never seen happen before in dies is a sense of movement.
Yes,
like that tree.
Flow.
Yeah, and that tree is flowing. It's
He's
moving.
very good.
It's so clever.
It's almost like you give the card its own rhythm. But I think as well, we talk a lot about the mirrored vignettes, and I will say one thing for Carnation that I love, and it's important to me. You know, when we cut a die normally, and you've got it, and you look at it, and it's really beautiful, and we might colour them in or whatever. When you turn the card round, you've got all the white elements behind it. I love the fact that I don't have the white elements, but in fact, anything that overlaps on my card has actually got the colour behind it. It somehow gives it a finish. And the reason that's important, and I think it's a small thing, but it is aesthetically important. If I go to, say, somebody's house, or they come to mine, and I've got this sitting on my mantelpiece at an angle, you can see the backs of the card. If you're sitting in a certain point, you can see the backs.
isn't it nicer to have detail there rather than to just have the overhang of those kind of white cuts? So I think you get yourself double the detail. And I think that's an extraordinary card for no work.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. And it kind of creates interest wherever you're looking at it from. You want to see, it piques your interest. You want to go and look, you want to go and turn it around, you want to sort of see. I mean, it is stunningly beautiful. And the gorgeous thing with this, I mean, right, it's here for you. So G59, C35, you need to be checking it out. Lots of you have this in your basket. 75% of our restocked stock has now gone. This has been tremendously popular. Anita's on the phones right now. Well done, Madonna. If you've got any questions about the split pay, if you've got any questions about how to get involved here at HobbyMaker, please don't think as well. You can see your original price there, scored out, and then today you're getting it for $99.99. You don't have to be a member. You don't have to be a VIP. You don't have to be in a members club and sort of pay a monthly subscription. That saving is for every single one of you. We are totally inclusive here at HobbyMaker. That really matters to us. If you're just hopping on to the channel here today, this saving is for you as well. You're saving a huge amount. In fact, you can add in your numbers dies as well, and you're still actually making a saving from that original price. So it's superb. Linda's in Kent as well. We've got Pembrokeshire there. If it's in your basket, remember to check it out, okay? Anybody can take that out of your basket at any time unless you've checked it out fully. So if you're on the website, hobbymaker.co.uk, if you're on our app as well, check out your basket. But of course, if you've got any questions about split pay, anything else as well, ring in. It's a free number, 0800 001 4433. Georgina's in now as well. Denise is in North Yorkshire. Brand new crafters joining us. And we are... So, I mean, this is the way to do it, Georgina. Well done. You just straight in, check it out, and you're absolutely in. It's fabulous. But this is the thing. I don't want to put any pressure on anybody, but this, I believe, is going to sell out today. So it is really important to come in early if you want to get it home. It's just magical. It really is. Denise, crafters there. Kent, well done. Congratulations to every single one of you. And don't forget to share your makes with us as well. When you get this home, we love to see what you craft and create at home. Now, gorgeous Carla, my darling, what are you going to make for us this time? You are looking very cheeky today. Ellie's just said, why are you looking so cheeky, Carla?
No reason at all.
No reason.
Let's make a card base.
I love, right, talk us through this, because you do this really quickly, really brilliantly. It's such a great way to make a card base. So just, you've done it now, haven't you? Sorry, my darling. We'll talk through the next one.
I did explain it on the one before as well.
You
If we get to the third one, I'll show you again. Now,
And it is on
okay,
repeat.
I'll
You
show
watch
you the
on repeat.
process here. These are good. So perfect papers, by the way, we've got perfect papers,
We do.
I think. And perfect papers are something that Carnation do, and you get 6 colours and you get 8 of each. So you get 48 sheets, 300 GSM, really beautiful papers. Now, what Nick does is when he's created the artwork, he colour picks. So he takes a colour picker on something like Photoshop, Illustrator, one of those things, and he literally takes the colour off the vignettes he's created, and we get the perfect papers. That's what it's born from. That means you cannot clash. So your colour theory is all taken care of. Colour theory is a pain in the bum at the best of times. We literally take that headache away from you at Carnation and say, do you know what? Let's not worry about that side of things. Let's just create beautiful art. And so that takes care of it. So grab your perfect papers. You won't regret it. You get a ton of stuff in there. So you'll be making with these for ages. They're perfect for your mats and layers. They're beautiful. They're really, really stunning papers.
It's 300 GSM as well, isn't it? So you can do fairy tale boxes,
you
fairy
can
tale
do little
chocolate
pieces.
boxes.
I will say construction pieces. I'm going to be totally straight because I wouldn't want to dupe you in any way. I probably wouldn't use them for construction personally because it's a white core and it's white on the reverse. And you'll get a crease mark, and I think you'll see it, and it might crack. Try it. I'm not saying don't. I'm saying I would probably err on the side of caution with that.
So maybe decorate your box with them.
Yes, absolutely.
With your die cuts.
100%. And listen, you're going to be using them with all of the dies that are on here for all your mats and layers. So it's not like it's going to waste. You'll go through your perfect papers. Lots of people go back and have to go and rebuy them from Carnation because they use so many of them. They're just beautiful.
They are. Well, we've only got 2 of the sets left, actually. So do make sure you're checking out if you want the perfect papers. There we go.
So I'm changing up the idea of my mats and layers on this. Normally when I do a mat and layer, I will always create it so it'll maybe have, say, 1/4 of an inch inwards on the first one all the way around. What I'm doing on this one is incrementally going in, but only on the long bits rather than on the widths. These are staying exactly at the edge of my card, so I'm creating a band. Now I've got my foam tape here. I'm on a 3mm, which is a nice high one. I use great big whacking rolls of insulation tape from window glazers. It just makes it easier and I can choose my sizes. That's not really the thing I'm supposed to say, is it?
Yeah, but did you know what? I love the honesty. It's good. And they're hacks as well. They're crafting hacks.
They're crafting hacks. It's insulation tape from double glazers. So I've got this here and I've got that and I pull it halfway down. That means this is still slippery because I've still got my piece on there. So it's not sticky, but this obviously is super sticky. That means I can move around until I get to the point where I want it to be and I can get it fairly much exact. Now I can't move my head any further forward, otherwise you're just going to see all my grey hair. So I've got to guess. So I'm going to go there and then pull that.
It's pretty
that gets it in place, okay? So that's a really nice, easy way of doing that. Now I've got this one here and I'm going to put this down with wet glue and I'm just going to lay it because I want it to be absolutely flat. Now, alternatively, I could go in with a 1mm, which is what I've got here, but it's got half of my cat attached to it, so let's not go there. Otherwise, you'll see. Miss Phyllis, who likes to sit on, because it's insulation tape.
Of course, it's warm and cozy.
So it's warm, so she sits on it, and then I've just got like half of her attached to everything.
Well, that can add some texture to your makes, you know. A little bit of realism.
Little bit of Miss Phyllis's bottom in everything I make.
Right, I do just need to give you a little bit of a warning. I'm so sorry, but I will give you updates as we go through. We've only got 3 left of the big collection.
Oh, no.
3 left. So you really do need to check this out if you want to get it home. This is a restock as well, don't forget. So
no, we
it's
can't
sold
get any
out
more,
once
I
it's
don't
ready.
think. I think that's it.
That'll be it, won't it? So
Right,
check it out, so important.
Let's look at some of these elements. So we've kept that precisely as a band rather than your mats and layers. I really love bands. I think they're really pretty. I think it gives it a different visual. It's such a simple, different change, but it's really beautiful. I'm going to come in here with my rose piece. I'm going to turn it over. I know, isn't it pretty? I'm going to turn it that way.
You can see that double vignette, the mirrored vignette there.
I know, isn't it beautiful? Take my ball tool, work in a spiral to the middle so that I'm just creating that domed edge. And then I've got another one here. So I'm just going to do the same thing. Just work outside, break your fibres, work to the inside. That's going to create this beautiful doming that we want. And I'm going to place that around. So I'm just going to fill that with some of this business here.
We've got 2 left now.
Large
collection, I know.
Put that there. And then I'm just going to, I've got one on foam tape. This one remains flat, so we're just decoupaging this up on one on foam. And then the last one I did that was curved, which I'm going to use silicone gel glue. This is going to give me loads of gorgeous dimension. It's going to really lift it. So placing that through and on. So I've got beautiful lift on that, okay? You can already see it, can't you? That dimension coming through, the power that is Carnation. Now, I've got my wadgum here for the Have a Fairy Tale Day. Make sure you get it the right way around, otherwise it makes absolutely no sense at all. And then I'm going to hold that, place tiny amounts of glue. We don't need much because glue is sticky. So just placing in. And so, I wish you could sometimes hear the conversations they had in the glow. Ellie just said, "He's that guy in Oliver Twist," and Jimmy went, "Oliver."
Oh, who are you meaning, Ellie? The mean guy? What is his name? I've forgotten.
Bill Sykes. Or did you mean Fagin?
Fagin.
Fagin's not mean.
Is Fagin not mean?
Fagin's not mean. Fagin's lovely.
Oh, hold on. I'm thinking.
In this life, one thing counts. In the bank.
Oh, he is the nice one. I'm not thinking of Fagin then. Who's the meanie? No, Ellie was thinking of Fagin. There we go.
I sounded like Fagin. I don't believe I ever used the word wagon, Ellie. I no.
Everyone at home is going, what is happening?
I'm saying that.
I was saying that too. Right, we've only got 2 of the large collection left. Okay, GS9C35. You really do need to check it out. You're getting every single beautiful element you see on screen here, and you're going to get all of that for $99.99. Massive saving.
Such a bargain today.
It's wonderful. That is just have a fairy tale day, and just how stunning that you can see that just because of the drop shadow you've created there, how you've mounted it. It's beautiful.
I'm just really excited for people who are getting to have a go with Carnation for the first ever time, because it's such a really beautiful journey to go on, and you can create stunning elements. Now, this is obviously very pared back, very cool colours, very, very pretty, delicate kind of work. A lot like my good self. And that allows for some really beautiful shadow play to come in. So if I place this just very, very softly on that foam tape over the top,
wow,
to bring in those 2 details together and merge. So I've got lift between the 2 of them. So I create shadow, then I create shadow, and we get that really full dimensional element at the side there. Really easy to do, but it gives it a really beautiful sense. And then to cool that off with the white on white sentiment there. So it's really beautiful, very delicate.
Divine.
It's an Australian card because I did that bit upside down, but we won't worry about that.
That
but you
is
can see all of those
gorgeous.
elements. Really pretty, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. And like you said as well earlier, you know, you've created that dimension, but you also see through to the colours. There's no sort of bits that are missing. It's just perfect.
Well, you kind of, when you put 2 things, if you place things on top of things like you have done there, not only do you create double shadow, which is really visually very pretty, but you also give it a depth of colour. And by depth of colour, you get a real sense of presence when it's there. So depth of colour is a really nice thing to play with, and it's easy to do just by adding one on top of the other.
It's gorgeous. The lovely thing is as well, because the artwork is so beautiful and masterful. I mean, you can create so many different things. Look at the breadth of different cards that you can create with this one gorgeous collection. You know, it's birthdays, it's anniversaries, it's communion, it's sympathy. You can really pare it back and create very simple cards. But everything that you create, I mean, look at this. Every single element here. There's your gorgeous tiara. Then the wonderful shoes that we've just seen Carla using as well. That amazing circular die as well that's in that book die collection as well. It's just phenomenal. And you're getting all of this for $99.99. Now, you're seeing these numbers as well. You're seeing those large numbers. They are in the numbers collection. And actually, because of the huge saving Carnation has given you today, you're making that saving. You're making a huge saving still with what you've saved. You can then get the numbers collection. So it's absolutely brilliant. And like you said, Carla, you know, little update on the numbers as well. We've got teens left, okay? We're very, very limited. $49.99.
Not actual teens.
Not actual teens.
Not sure we'd have
hold on.
any of them.
No. We've got less than 20 left. There we go. $49.99. OP9C57 is your code. 0800 001 4433. Just make sure you're checking out. It's very, very important. If it's in your basket, it doesn't belong to you. Somebody else will take it today, okay? But these gorgeous numbers, that lovely font is amazing. And do you know what? We're going to get your 3 demos in, Carla.
I know, right?
We
I've got
are.
a really itchy right hand, though, so you just have to wait a second.
Your right hand is itchy.
Yeah, my right.
Do you want me to scratch? Why?
No, don't scratch. That's like scratching the sole of somebody's foot. You can't go round doing things like that.
Can you not? For you, Carla, I would do anything.
I don't want you to.
No, okay. Does it ick you out a little bit, does it? Just
I don't know. I want to go. Can I go home now? I've peopled too much. Right, let's make a card. Let's look at that circular card shape that we're getting in that gorgeous wedding volume. So whenever working with circular cards, you need to flatten the back of the card. If you don't, it's going to rock from side to side, which I learned to my detriment very early on. So in order to do that...
Unless you wanted to create a rocker.
Unless you wanted to create a rocker. So where you've got the card and you've cut it twice, Obviously on this one, I have obviously cut that edge off so it'll stand at the back.
Okay.
Now, what I've also learned, and it took me a long time to realise this and then realised how ridiculous I was, so you may all know this at home, things sometimes take a little bit more time for me, is if you actually take the cut off first before you score it, it's much easier to butt that up against your scoring tool and then score it. If you score it first, it's really hard to line it up and cut a straight edge there for the two to go together. I don't know if that'll help somebody, but honestly, I had no clue. It helped me. So this here, we've got a score line, we've got red liner tape. This is what Rosie was talking about earlier. I'm going to take that score line, I'm going to fold it back on itself and burnish. Then I'm going to take my red liner tape, remove it, fold it down, and then place it toward my body, okay? Then I'm going to take the next shape above it, slightly different this time because obviously I've cut off the bottom of it, so I can't shuffle, but I can get it exact. So once I've got those exactly placed, I can then just push and that will hold that card base together. That's my 10th fold done. And it means that because I've flattened that back bit, it'll stand. If I hadn't, that would rock and it would go from side to side. So we're just protecting ourselves in that way. So once we've done that, it's okay, I shall cause them punishment later, Rosie. Right, so one thing Carnations sell, which is really beautiful, is something called blush cardstock. And the one that I'm going to use for this one is the rose. So they do three. There's a rose, a blue, and it's not called vanilla, but I always call it vanilla natural. And they're really, really pretty. And what it is an off-white colour. It makes it a very dense, creamy colour. They're very pretty. And so it just adds a little element to it. So I'm going to use that in this card because I just want to warm the tones of the bride and groom. So I'm just going to place this here. Make sure I've got it whizzy right. This is where my brain stops. There we go. So I'm just going to place it just uponst thither, and then I can take this away. There you go. I'm useless with measurements, Ellie. You don't need to be good with measurements to craft.
Well, when someone like Carnation does all the work for you...
Carnation does everything for you.
Yeah, you'd have to think about it.
If it was to do with maths, I wouldn't be on air. I failed maths GCSE twice. I got an E.
Okay.
I cannot
do far off, though.
I cannot do the maths.
Look at that. That's amazing.
Look at that. Can we just talk about the shadow?
Wow. Gosh, it plays, doesn't it? It's just beautiful.
That beautiful depth.
Oh.
It's so pretty. Put that on some foam tape and let it sit. That's a card in itself.
Yeah.
Do you know what that reminds me of? You know how, see when we make cardigans for newborns?
Ah.
And it's got that really sweet, it reminds me of that really sort of beautiful, newborn sort of element. Now, I'm going to take the two crowns that we've got here and I'm going to lay them in side by side. So I'm just going to overlap slightly. These are going to be the grounding device for my bride and groom. For those of you just starting out in crafting, if you don't know what a grounding device is or why we use it, it's to make sense of the floor and of the elements we place on. If I don't have a grounding device, it will mean that my bride and groom are literally floating in mid-air. And so what we do is just add a device on the bottom of the card that allows things to stand on it, and that makes it make sense. Otherwise, they're just floating. It doesn't matter, but it's just, it's sort of a visual and it's a prettier way of doing it. From there, I'm going to take some foliage, little bit of glue, not much. I'm just going to tuck behind the crowns and go to the edge just to create that framing out. Now, because I've used that rose colour, these won't show too much, but it will warm it all up. Instead of using just the blues, the cold tones, I've now got that warmth and it brings in a little bit more depth of colour because we're bringing out more of the purple than the blue because we're using a pink below it. So it just gives a little bit of an extra. From there, I'm just going to take the two roses and I won't go to town on these too much, but I will just shape them out. Always work from your outside edge, break your fibres, work to the middle and go in. That gives me my two roses, and then I've got my chap here all ready for his big day. Now he's going to recess at the back and just seat there. So now he's got his little feet are on that grounding device. So he's now not floating. Otherwise, there's nowhere
for him to be, you know, so you've got to kind of ground them out. I'm going to take her, the pleats that are on her dress are all done with cut lines. I can fold, then fold, and fold, and fold. And that allows me to kind of concertina out her dress, shape her up, just like so. And then I can place in a good amount of silicone gel glue, and that's going to allow her to stand above, and it'll look like she's standing just in front of her groom.
Look at that.
So just placing, lifting her forward like that, so she's seated just further forward, and then we're just going to add in the little rose details there. So nothing difficult at all. You know, making cards with carnation has to be one of the simplest things. So I can just place this here, just down the bottom, one at the other side. So we've got this beautiful wedding card, really simple, easy, easy artwork. Just put my finger right in that. Just there. Easy, pretty card making.
So
right?
beautiful, so pretty, and so versatile. You know, it's impossible. You can't make a bad card, can you? It's wonderful, just lovely.
Do I have what?
Really, really gorgeous. Yeah, let's see all the 3 cards that you made, because they're all so different from one another.
Well, one of them's Australian, so I'm getting way up.
Shall we hold? I'll hold that one up. Here you go. Look, here we go.
Here, Rosie, grab that girl.
I'll hold that. There we are. So they're all so different.
Yeah.
Hiya. You're right, gorge. Missed you all the way over there.
Did you? Were you lonely?
I was a little bit. I like, you know, I like being in the action.
They don't like us standing next to each other.
No,
Rosie.
they don't. They try and keep us apart, don't they?
Yeah.
It's just the mischief doesn't happen. Still happens though. Absolutely beautiful. 3 completely different cards, all crafted by our gorgeous Carla. You're so clever. You really are. It's
Carnation,
amazing.
clever, not me.
It's beautiful. I need to let you know, right? Okay. Kathleen, you've got yours well done. We now have one final opportunity left. Now, there's a bit of bother because Carol's got 2 in her basket. You're not going to be able to check 2 out, my darling. You might just want to check 1 out anyway, so just check that with you. Maureen's calling through on the phones. Now, Maureen will get through quicker, so if you don't check it out, it will be gone, okay?
Is that what T means?
Yeah. Yes. So T is telephone, B is...
Bravo.
Bravo, yeah, maybe.
Basket.
No, hold on, basket. There we go. And then the W is you have checked out.
Well done.
You have done it. Well done. Absolutely. Catherine in West Midlands as well. You're now with this in your basket. Amanda's just popped it in her basket as well. I don't believe we can. Yeah.
It's not enough for all of you.
There's really not. Please do make sure you're checking out. We're over allocated.
Tap fast.
Yes. And if you're on the phones, be tenacious. Keep that phone in your hand and stay where you are. Look at all of this that you can create, okay? And I will also just let you know, you can still get your numbers as well, although they are now very limited as well. So if you're wanting to get that beautiful large number collection, which of course also comes with that
frame.
plaque, the frame.
It's got all the words,
Yeah.
the Holy Communion, all of the things. And it also, do you want me to find the board? Just
Oh yes,
one
please,
thing?
that would be fantastic.
Numbers,
please,
numbers, numbers. So
Numbers, your
you've got
medals.
the actual numbers themselves.
Beautiful.
Then you've got that gorgeous cameo frame. And we explained earlier, the middle part can be cut away, so you can use it absolutely independently. It's so pretty. Can we see the emboss in there?
Oh,
if I just
yeah.
show that? How beautiful is that? Really, really stunning, isn't it? And then from there, you've got anniversary, birthday, communion, holy years, congratulations,
There we go. Back to your hobby.
Ordinals.
Again, the ordinals.
the ordinals. They're all there. So really, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, can we flick through the big bundle
see,
as
no,
well?
much
Is that
to do,
okay?
we'll be here
We
all
will just take you through. So congratulations to every single one of you who's come on in, who's checked out. You now own this and you're going to be crafting with. Don't forget to download all your vignettes. You can do that right after the show today, so you've got them all ready for when you get this home. But just come on in. There's so much in
Let's
here,
fast
Carla.
flick it, okay? So you've got your gorgeous wedding volume with your free artwork there, which we saw in the first demo. You'll also see all of these at 3 o'clock as well. So you have got 2 chances. Although if you go back to watch the video, you may miss out on the actual collection. There may not be enough. So that's that there. I'm just whizzing these to you, Rose. Just dumping them on you. In
That's
that
all right.
same die, that same one die, you then get this beautiful circular frame, which I'm so in love with. You've just seen me working with it. You've got the bride and groom that I've just been working with as well Each one of these comes in all skin tones as well as their matte layer as well, so you're getting plenty of bang for your buck there. Then you've got your gorgeous pieces to decorate that book with. So you've got those side elements, you've got that gorgeous rose, you've got your flourishes, everything there, and the massive Mr. and Mrs. Remember, this can be Mr. and Mr., Mrs. and Mrs., or Mr. and Mrs. Then you've got your castle as well, which is just beautiful. Obviously, as we said before, it can translate over to Halloween. It can be your fairy tale. There's so many different ways of using the castle. Then you've got your gorgeous horse and carriage. And this is beautiful, easily snipped into to separate the carriage from the horse, so you can use them independently. Get those carnation mice out, find a pumpkin, and then you'll have the whole Cinderella fairy tale. You've got your crowns here, so the king, the queen, and you've got your tiara as well. And they're really pretty. These are beautiful, paired back just as a card on their own. They're really stunning to use in different elements. And again, go across all celebrations, don't they? Anniversary, weddings, 18th, 21st, graduation, you name it. King, queen, prince, princess, everything of and. So that would be the prince of everything, or the queen of everything, or the king and queen of everything. You've got all the pieces there, which I love. I love that board. I think that's just really clever. Then the overlook, one of Carnation's most popular, that beautiful sweeping willow, and then the gorgeous sunset with those steps. You've seen how you can take the sun away if you don't want to use it, snip into it, make it your own. These are your dies. You frame them how you want them to be framed. Lots of uses. The beautiful wedding shoes with that gorgeous detailing up the heel, really pretty, and then the embossed flowers coming all around across the shoe there, and then your gorgeous die-cut rose at the top, which can be cut into if you want to. Stunning, stunning pieces. And finally, that showstopper, that absolute blinding showstopper of a sentiment. Have a fairy tale day. So pretty, so elegant, very, very sweet. This is an insanely awesome collection. Fairy Tale Day is just an absolute must-have, and I'm so excited for those of you who have managed to get hold of it, because you are about to have craftastic times.
There's one final opportunity. Can I just say as well, now I'm up close to this one too. Up close. It gets better.
I know, right?
When you sort of see something and you think, well, that looks amazing, and then you get up close to it and look, you can see through the shoes, you can see through because of that gorgeous artwork. It's just absolutely amazing. Take a little look at all of the different cards you can create, and of course your imagination is going to take you everywhere with this as well. Spot the difference. Did you see? You have so much joy that you're going to be able to craft with this collection. It really is. You're going to enjoy making the cards, the books, the box, everything with this, but you're also going to enjoy giving them. They're amazing.
Yeah,
seriously stunning. You are wonderful. When are you next back with us, my darling?
Next week.
Oh, right.
But I don't know when.
Okay, well, we should look forward to that.
One of the days.
Okay, fabulous. Well, we can't wait to see you again soon. Beautiful, Carla. Thank you so much, clever girl. We've got our very own Andy Love.
Very own
More
Andy Love.
mischief to be made after this show. We've got a brand new item for you here at HobbyMaker. It's from Brother. You've all been talking about it. You've all been wanting it. And I can tell you, you are going to get the very best deal here today on HobbyMaker. It's on the web. Go and check it out right now. But Andy Love is up next. Thank you, and see you after this.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account, and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details, and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Not only is HobbyMaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the HobbyMaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with HobbyMaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Oh my goodness me. Well, what a grand finale.
Grand finale,
this is going to be today on HobbyMaker, Andy.
It is. Hello, by the way.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Yes, very much looking forward to today. This show has been, well, it's been quite some time since we've actually brought you a special show courtesy of Brother, and I'll give you the full history of that. But yeah, we haven't had one this year yet.
Have we really not?
Nope.
Oh my goodness, we've been saving it for this moment.
We've been saving it for this moment. So let me give you a bit of background. Hello, my name's Andy, by the way, in case you haven't had the pleasure. I'm the head of sales here at HobbyMaker and sometimes presenter when there's no one else available. But
well, we're not doing a good enough job.
No, that's never the case. That's never the case. All right, so those of you who've been watching HobbyMaker, we have just passed our third birthday. 2 years, full years operating.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, and I always say it's down to you guys. You know, this without you guys would be a big waste of time. And because of the support you've given us, it means that we can actually go to companies now and we can work on exclusive offerings, exclusive pricing. You know, from their point of view, it's great to introduce products that normally might just sit on a shelf somewhere.
Yeah.
And we did that with one of the items we actually got back in stock on this show. That is the Scan, Print and Cut. Right. Now, that was something we first came across about 18 months ago now. And it is, to my mind, a printer that is designed for crafters.
Yeah.
Okay? And we have been able to renegotiate, courtesy because we're able to sell such a large amount of stock in a small amount of time. We've been able to negotiate exclusive pricing.
Okay.
So whenever that happens, those of you who've bought it before, you know you need to get in early because we don't have huge amounts of stock. But it really is an opportunity to treat yourself something extra special. If you haven't seen that before, that's come up for you next.
Okay.
An amazing printer designed for every crafter in mind. It's fantastic.
It's on the website, isn't it, right now?
You'll get that on
on
pre-sale on the website. You'll be able to check that out. All right, but because we knew this show was coming up, we were talking to Brother, and they're very, very keen to bring us items that have very much a crafty angle. Brother, of course, are a ubiquitous company. You'll have heard of Brother. You'll know Brother scanners. You'll know Brother printers. And so this item that we have for you here, this is the Brother labeler PTP300BT RE1, to give it its full title.
Okay.
Now, what this is the updated version. Now, if you've watched shopping TV for quite some time, you've watched Jewellery Maker, and I know you would have seen HobbyMaker as well. Remember the handheld Brother labeler that had the QWERTY keyboard on board and that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Always proved very, very popular. This is the next edition of it.
Okay.
So this is, to my mind, much, much simpler to use. You'll notice there's no keys on it. There's in fact only one button, and that's to switch it on.
Can I just say that straight away, actually? When you look at it, it's incredibly sleek. I mean, it's like that very well-known company worldwide. You know, it's very simple, very clean, really elegant, actually.
It does look very smart. It does look very, very smart. So it's Bluetooth enabled.
Okay.
So that means
no wires.
You don't need to worry about wires. You can plug it in if you want to. I'll talk more about that later. We've got batteries in ours. Take 6 AAA batteries. The benefit of that, of course, it means you can use it anywhere. As long as you can Bluetooth it, connect it to either your phone or your tablet. We've connected it to the tablet.
Okay, brilliant. So it's really easy to use. I need to give a stock update straight away.
I've heard.
We've got a lot of you coming through for this. 10% has already gone.
Okay.
And we've not even dropped the price yet. So I'm just going to let those of you who are sat at home who are maybe new today as well, maybe you've tuned in especially for this, you've heard about it. Once it's gone, it has gone. This is an exclusive deal to HobbyMaker for you today. Once it's gone, we don't think we're going to be able to get more, especially not at the exclusive price today, or we might have an update on that.
Well, no, I'll tell you exactly what's actually happening. We have an exclusive offer for 2 weeks.
So, it's for, okay.
So for 2 weeks, okay? Now, if it sells out before then obviously it'll come to an end in 2 weeks.
So the amount we have is the amount we have.
2 weeks. We've got this show today and we're going to do another one in about 12 days' time. So if we have any left, we'll bring it back there and then. But the one thing I want to talk to you today about the price is it's an amazing price, but that is not the only exciting thing. The other exciting thing will reveal itself when we reveal the price to you.
Okay.
There's a little bit of a bonus in there. That wasn't meant to happen, but it has happened.
Oh my
I'll get
goodness.
to that in a couple of seconds. All right, so I'll give you a quick overview in terms of what it does. I would get in early on this one because honestly, we've got a market-beating price with a little bit of extra HobbyMaker magic.
We love the little extra sprinkling of HobbyMaker magic. Just a little bit of how-to for those of you who are not sure how to get involved. You've got different ways of doing it. You've got our free phone number, which is always free. It's always free 24 hours a day. 0800 001 4433. Our call centre are fantastic, so do give them a ring, especially if you're new. Sometimes it's quite nice to be speaking to somebody on the end of the phone. We're heading to 20% checking out before we've even revealed the final low price. You can also use our HobbyMaker website, hobbymaker.co.uk. You've also got our app, which you can download for free and you can take us anywhere. Check it out though. This is the little bit, I have to explain this a lot, we all do, don't we? If you don't check out your basket, it doesn't belong to you. When you go elsewhere, you'll check out, oh, okay, Beverly, you've got 10 in your basket there. Just double check that, darling. You might want, just double check. You can buy 10 if you want to.
You can have 10 if you want, gladly.
Absolutely.
That doesn't leave a lot for anyone else. But no, that might not be your concern. Either way, yes, so
there we go.
check that out.
But check out your baskets. More on that in a little bit. But tell us more about it then.
All right, so once it's set up, it's connected by Bluetooth. So if you ever connected anything by Bluetooth, it's operating the same way. You simply switch it on, you switch Bluetooth on your phone or your tablet, and they talk to each other. That is it. It is now set up.
Okay.
As I mentioned before, you can run a power cable to it. Now, it doesn't come with a power cable, and Brother have done that on purpose because the idea is this is designed to be portable. So whether you're downstairs, you can use this. If you're upstairs, you can use this. If you're garden, shed, your craft room, you can use this. Designed to sit there, ready and waiting when you want to use it. First thing you'll want to do when you get this home, you want to take the box.
Yeah.
Actually, it's on the machine itself. On the side of the box, you'll see there is. In fact, if you want to, if you can get your phone near your TV now, scan that QR code. What that'll do, that'll take you directly to the app. So you can download that app straight away, the very app I'm going to talk you through.
That's brilliant. Is that free to download?
That is free to download. So we'll keep that on the screen just for a couple of seconds. So if you get your thing, I've done it before, get your camera on your phone. If you hover that above that code, it should come up with I use an iPhone, might be different on other phones, but it'll come up with a little yellow tag. Hit that, it'll take you to the website and you'll begin the process of downloading. Completely free.
There we go.
So once you've done that, you then have the app, and the app will appear like it does here on my iPad.
Okay, perfect.
I'm well aware how many people have got this in their baskets already.
There's so many of them, just keeping it live. Please do not leave it there. Alison, Lynn, Heather, Jenny, Bridget, Janice, Caroline, Carol, Elaine. You're off the bottom of the screen. There are so many of you with this in your basket. That is not your final low price. That is not your final low price, amazingly.
Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll speed up this demonstration, we'll get to that price. Okay? All right, okay, so here is how the app appears. As you can see, bottom left here, I open that, and this is how it appears on an iPad. On a phone, it'll be full screen.
That's all very sleek as well.
Now, what's really clever about this, with the previous labeler, you had to be the designer. You had to decide where you were going to put it and how the fonts are going to appear and all that kind of thing. With the app, it does it all for you. And it actually gives you serving suggestions. So
Look at this kitchen.
the first thing it gives you is, where do you want to create labels? So we've got create labels for the kitchen, for gifts and entertaining, for storage, for garage and the garden, for the home office, for school identification. These are kind of pre-designed labels. So, because I know the majority are going to be looking for ways for you to store items, we're going to go into storage. Now, this is where you've got a number of templates that you can use straight away. All you do from this point is choose your label and choose the writing. We'll get to that in just a couple of seconds. So we've got contents label, a recycling bin label, medicine containers, under bed storage, good idea there, shoe boxes, children's toys, wardrobe shelves. Now this one I think will be really useful for crafters, and that's storage drawers. So once you get onto that, it has a preset size, a preset font and a preset length. You can change all of that utilising the print settings. It's actually got, if I go onto here, on here you can actually set everything up automatically. Oh, this is a clever thing. It's not just printable labels. You can get from Brother cassettes, and there's ribbons, for example. Oh, sorry, I don't keep thinking of things. If you've got the labels or the cassettes from the previous P-Touch, they work with this.
They work with this as well?
They work with
that's
this.
Brilliant.
Okay?
We've got them on the web. If you haven't got those yet, we do have them on the web and coming up on today's show. Go and shop ahead, go and grab them now. It is incredibly busy right now.
That one, sorry to interrupt, Rosie, that one you've got there, that one that our producer is highlighting, that is white on black. I'm demonstrating black on white.
Okay.
All right.
And we've got a choice for you on the show, haven't we? So
that's the only one we've got in stock at the moment for this particular machine. Those other printers, you're getting ahead of that.
Okay.
Other
I am. I'm jumping ahead.
But anyway, we've got those available. Right. So let's go back to the demonstration. So if I come back out of here, now I need to make sure that first one I'm connected. So if I switch my Brother machine on, there's a button on the back. Push that on, a light comes on at the top. You should start to see that flashing. And that is now up and running. Then, when it comes within here, it then says check, make sure that you're within easy reach of it. If it doesn't pick it up that way, if we just go for search, there it is, it's found it already. I've already created the relationship here, Rosie, they're well acquainted. So once that's then set up, that'll then say you're connected, and now I'm controlling what's within there. So let's print something. So I know that the ribbon I've got on board is your plain black on white. So I'm just going to scroll down to that, which is this one just here. So that is matching up with exactly what I've got on board. Okay. Now this is where it gets really, really impressive. With the previous Brother labeler, you had a certain amount of fonts. I think it was 10 different fonts. This has a whole range of different fonts within here. If I go within here, you've got some presets. If I start to work my way through those, all of these different fonts are on board.
Wow, that's amazing.
Now, this is just the beginning. If I keep going, all of these different fonts are there that you can now print onto your ribbons, you can now print onto your tape, you can now print onto your labels using this machine. So let's choose a nice clear one. Let's go for Damascus. Okay, so within there, so I've chosen that is the font that I want to go for. I want to change what's on there. The default setting on here is 55 millimetres, that's 5.5 centimetres. Okay. So let's see if we can fit Rosie's stuff. All right.
Okay, that could be anything.
That could be anything, couldn't it? All right. So Rosie stuff in there. Again, I can add. I can also add emojis on there if I want to. If I go within here, you'll start to see other things that you can add. But all I'm going to do is simply print that off to show you exactly how it works. Now, number of coffees. I only want the one now. Cut options as well. This is where you can actually have cut marks. It'll cut the last label for you, or, and that's the part I haven't shown you yet, it's got it on board. But so let's just go for the default right now. I hit print. And what will happen is that will then send that through. Now it's telling me that the colour I've chosen doesn't match what's in the cartridge, but that's fine for this particular demonstration. Hit print, and that will then send that across to that machine. Now, if you can see,
how quiet is that as well?
So it's just coming out the front.
Wow.
At the top here, I have my scissors, and there is Rosie's stuff. Now this is where you need to be my able assistant. Okay. Because you can take the back off. I haven't got the nails for it.
Okay.
But you can take the back off, and that becomes a label that you can then use anywhere around the home. It can use it to label, obviously storage is ideal for the craft room, for the kitchen, for the garage. And it's a great way for you to get organised all the way around the home. In any kind of style that you like, you can start to incorporate those icons and emojis as well. So it becomes that much more personal. Now, I've just seen how many people on the phone are. So listen, I promised you an extra special price. Do you know what? Yes, let's bring a clock. Let's bring a 1 minute clock if we can. Because I think when we bring it down to this price and I reveal the other surprise, I think we're going to be very, very low on stock.
The stock, just tell me as well, we're nearly over allocated, Andy.
Okay.
So you said we've got 12 days.
Yes.
Have we got more stock if it sells out today?
It's 7:15, I'll try.
Okay. I mean, at the moment, we are almost over-allocated and you haven't seen your final low price yet and you haven't seen the additional surprise that Andy's talking about. You've got 39 seconds to start checking out and get in for the final low price. Now, if you check out now, you will still get the final low price. So don't think, oh, wait until the price is in because I want the best deal. You all get the best deal. Alison, Sarah, Derek, Crafter, Elaine, Margaret, well done, Karen, Lynn, Erica, congratulations, Amanda. And listen, if you have any questions at all, Andy is here, okay? He's here, he's got the know-how, he'll let you know. We are seriously over-allocated now. We're welcoming new crafters in as well, Andy. Beverly's in, Elaine, well done, Margaret, Alison, so many of you coming through.
Okay.
What are you going to do for us? What is the exclusive
For those of you
deal?
who've been doubting Thomas's about whether or not, well, if I come in early, what's the benefit? Here's we're going to reveal the benefit. First, we're going to take that price down to £49.99.
You're going under £50.
We're going to go under £50 on this. So every single person who's coming already, you saw this at £89.99. And let's be honest, you thought,
it's
okay,
worth
it's
it.
going to be good value for money.
Yeah.
You're going to get it for £49.99. So we're going to drop that price. But that is not all of it.
What have you done?
Because what you should see coming in just a couple of seconds below that, unless it's changed.
It's not on a three-way split pay.
It's on a three-way split pay.
It shouldn't be on any split pay at all. Under £50. How on earth? So you're going to be getting this home for £16.66. Now, you don't have to wait till you've paid all 3 instalments, okay? You will get it home. Nothing's coming out of your account until after midnight tonight, okay? That's £16.66. You'll pay that again next month, okay? And then the month after, you can pay that again, but you will get it home straight away. This is an exclusive deal for you from HobbyMaker, okay? 12 days we were meant to have this deal for. It is looking very likely it is going to sell out within minutes. So we're not even at 20 minutes past the hour.
Here's the thing, normally in this situation, I'd be upstairs and I'd get a message saying, oh, we're going to sell out. My computer is actually set up for the next demonstration.
Okay.
So
you're going to need to go and see.
No, I'm going to try. I can do it there.
Okay, we can do it here. Okay, fabulous.
We'll try.
What we are going to do, our call centre are ringing off the hook, understandably so. That is a fantastic saving you're making here today. Here's a little bit more about our call centre. Please make sure you are checking out. Do not leave this in your basket. Do not leave it in your basket on the app. Remember, it doesn't matter how many times you check out today. It's still only £3.95 for your postage and packaging. So just check it out before it's too late, because I think it's going to be completely selling out today. We've got 10 left.
Okay, all right.
That's
well,
it.
Listen, the call centre, I think are going, they probably need a little bit of a break. So
yes.
Should we take a break?
Yes, let's do it. Let's do it.
Oh.
Right.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Not only is HobbyMaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the HobbyMaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with HobbyMaker.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker.
Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Oh my goodness me. Welcome back to HobbyMaker. I'm Rosie Wells, joined by Andy Love, and we are demonstrating the fantastic Brother labelling machine. Congratulations to everyone who's come to get it straight away. Just hang tight on the web, hang tight on the phones as well, because Andy has just managed to get
a little bit extra stock.
Extra.
A little bit of extra stock. The pricing that we have, listen, the pricing commitment that we have from Brother is that this is going to be an exclusive offer. And by the way, the exclusive part is not only the price, it's also the fact that we have split pay as well.
Yeah, 3 split pay.
And all day post and packaging. Here's the thing, because we do our price comparison. Ellie's producing this show, in case you're wondering who to complain to. And it's a standard line, Ellie, don't take it personally. Now, because we were price comparing, we did actually find, full disclosure, we did find this printer at a lower price.
Oh, okay.
But it was in Japan.
Right.
And it was £20 to get it sent across.
Okay, okay. And then how long would that take as well? Yeah.
If you wanted, what was it? If you wanted like super quick delivery, Ellie, what was the price? Do you remember? It was like £100, £70. £70. £77 if you wanted it super quick. So we did do our price comparison.
So with our P&P, with the saving you're making today, it is by far the most affordable way to get hold of your Brother labelling machine right now. And I mean, if you've already come in today, if you've already joined us throughout the show, you've already paid your P&P anyway, right? $3.95 is fantastic. Now, for all of you who've already confirmed, for all of you who've already come through, you might just want to see that demo another time, or maybe have a little look through the app and see what you're going to be getting.
So tell you what to do. I'm going to flip it around once again. On the side of the machine, you can do this now. If you can get your phone close to your TV screen, we'll zoom in nice and close. There we go.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Hold your phone up and get that QR code. That will take you directly, depending on where you get your apps from, it will take you directly to the place where you get your apps, and you can download P-Touch Design and Print 2.
Brilliant.
That's a free app. You can download that now.
Perfect. So you can start having a look through, you can familiarise yourself with it before you get it home, which is brilliant.
Absolutely. So that's on the side. So if you ever lose it, accidentally delete it, it's on the side of the printer itself. It is a portable printer. Now, it doesn't come with a plug, which first you might think, well, that's rather strange that it doesn't, but it's a 9-volt adapter. You can pick those up very, very inexpensively. But the reason my brother did that is because it is designed to be portable.
Yeah.
So you can take this with you in the kitchen, I said the bathroom. Then why would you do it in the bathroom? Don't answer that. But if you want to take it to the garage, if you have a craft space, if you want to take it to the kids' school, for example.
Can you take it with you when you're on the train? Can you take it with you when you go to the caravan? As long as you've got Bluetooth.
As long as you have power, and we've got 6 AAA batteries in here at the moment.
Wow, okay.
And you've got Bluetooth, you can print anywhere.
That's amazing, isn't it? That's absolutely superb.
And it automatically switches, as you saw at the beginning of the show, it does automatically switch itself off. I think it's about 5 minutes. If you don't do anything, it automatically switches itself off. Anyway, so once you've got it connected, we've got the iPad here. This is how the app will look to you. And this is what I think this is possibly the reason why a lot of people have gone for this today. You know, we've got a great price, it's great technology. But the fact that when you've got like the Brother labeler, you kind of have to be the designer. This gives you a number of different serving suggestions. So where you might use it. So for example, if we go to Garage and Garden, tool organisation, how many of you look at e-suggestion thinking, I'd love to have that?
Yeah.
I'd
Need
love
this for my husband.
to have all the screws and the raw plugs. I must admit, I've done that myself in my garage. It's brilliant.
you?
There's a huge sense of satisfaction when you've
Game
done that.
changer.
You know, switches and fuse boxes, labelling those,
Yes.
for
Oh
example.
my gosh.
What goes in there? You can see storage bins. How many crafters would like to have something like that? It could be, you know, you're recycling if you separate the recycling elements as well. Plant sticks.
Oh, that's genius.
So if you think about that, because the thing is with these, with the labels that you get included, and that's what we've used so far, it's the black on white. And if you do go for the one that's used there, and that's what we do have on the stock, which is the white on black, it is not indestructible, but they are waterproof.
Okay.
I'm not saying it'll stay there forever, but you know, after a period of time, most things just outside.
It stays there longer than the label you usually get with
100%.
the plant. You know,
So it'd be
it fades really
ideal
quickly.
for labelling, as you can see there. And also tool identification as well. So that could be, put your number on there kind of thing. I don't know if that is someone's number, should we call it? No, let's not. Okay, let's look at storage bins. So given storage bins, it gives you a serving suggestion. You don't have to do it like that. These, by the way, at the bottom are all the variety of cassettes that fit this printer.
Wow, black and gold.
So
in
you'll
there.
see, now if we scroll down, the first time we bought you that previous labeler, you did have, you have printable ribbons.
Yeah.
And if you have got the cassettes of those, they will fit inside this.
That is
so you're not getting rid of any previous ones that you might have bought. But there's so many choices now. In actual fact, within the app as well, you can actually check those out. I'll show you later on. In fact, if I come back out of here, that at the bottom, see that shopping cart? You can go to brother.com and it shows you all the different
Shows you all the different choices.
of ones you've got
Brilliant.
there. All right.
I just need to give a little stock update,
Yes.
Andy, if that's okay. Over 60% of our stock has now gone. That's including the restock.
That's our new stock. Okay.
Yeah,
all
so
right.
do make sure. I can see so many of you with this in your basket. Check it out before it's too late, because somebody else will get there before you if you don't check out your basket. Okay, it's a free number as well. Don't forget to call.
Now I'm just going to reconnect, because again, we haven't done anything with it.
Yeah.
So it automatically switches itself
Conserves
off.
the batteries.
So round to the SPAC, you'll see there is the on switch. That is the only button on the actual machine.
I like that. Simple
Push
and
that,
easy.
light comes on the top. That lets you know that is now searching and the light is on. So we go within here, confirm that Bluetooth is on. We know it's on. If you can't find it, we'll hit search for your P-Touch. Give it a couple of seconds. There we go, it's found it. Light if you
It's all
connect
so quick, isn't it?
earphones or speakers or that kind of thing. So that's now connected. Now, this is interesting because this is within a subcategory of larger storage. Its default, it's gone 60 millimetres, which is 6 centimetres. That might be a little bit too big. You can override that. So you can actually set it to something exact. So if your particular storage box has a space that is 45 millimetres or 4.5 centimetres, or you can actually bring it all the way down. So if you need it to be 45 millimetres, which is 4.5 centimetres, you can even down to millimetres.
Yeah.
You can set the actual length of it. So
That's great. You know when you buy like the drawers and things where you put traditionally you put a label in. Hazel's got a set, but all the labels have fallen out.
Yeah.
So you could stick them in there,
perfect for
exact size.
So you can override the automated system if you want. So if it's a particular length you want, you can do just that. It actually gives you the range down at the bottom from 25 millimetres to just under 50 centimetres.
Oh, okay.
All right. So we'll go with that. So at the top, again, it's already got the white on red. We haven't got white and red in here. We'll let you override that, but let's go back to what I would suggest you use. This is the one I suggest you use when you get this home. You want to look for the, bear with me 1 second, it is the black on white flexible, which is that one there. That's the one you want to go for.
Okay.
Just because that's what you've got in your machine as a default.
Perfect.
Okay.
So that'll come with it.
That'll come with it. Yeah. So we're ready to go. We can now personalise this. So we'll take out painting and decorating. Let's put in...
Adam's Cave is a suggestion from
Adam's Cave. That's really odd. Okay.
I think it could be his man cave in the back of the
Less said about his man cave, the better. Let's change the font. All right, this is for Adam. Do you have a particular font? By the way, you can also justify it left and right, that kind of thing. Now, what it's actually showing me there is it's too big to fit on the label. So if I reduce that down to about there, hit central, it'll always be central. So do you have a particular font you would like, Adam? Bernadette.
Ooh.
The one down to the one that we were just about to use. You sure you don't want to show one right near the bottom after I show all the fonts?
The Copenhagen or the Helsinki? Let's go for Ping Fang. Just
Ping
I like the
Fang?
name.
All right, let's go for that then. Let's go for Ping pong there we go. So let's go there. Adam's Cape, it's already in italics. We can lose the italics, but we can make it less bold as well. That fits, that's ready to go. So the length fits. We can also add, now the tape width, that's default. It knows it's a 12mm width. It sets that as default. You can change that as well. You can get thicker labels, but we'll go with that. Oh, actually, no. And sorry, you can save that as a design. So if it's saved for the kids, you want to use it time and time again, you can do that. But ready to print. Only want one copy of that, and it will then set that through. Now, it can go on for basically as long as you have left in terms of the label. So what it does is, it then cuts off automatically, pushes down, and there.
So simple.
You have what?
Genius.
And those two dots show you where to cut.
Okay.
So if you cut along those two dots, that is a perfectly aligned label.
Wow.
With whatever you want on it.
Isn't that genius?
As you highlighted earlier, it's self-adhesive, but the front of it, if you can see it on the light, is actually...
So it's wipeable, isn't it?
Wipeable, that's a good way to describe it. Wipeable. So again, not indestructible, won't last, for a million years or anything like that, but it's something that is durable. That's going to last quite some time.
So in your freezer, when you've got all your Tupperware and you've got your stock, the date, all that kind of stuff, you know, keeping everything organised, it's just absolutely brilliant. The toys as well. All of those photos that you've been meaning to organise and sort through, that you want to keep sort of tucked away so you can bring them out, those journals and things like that. It's just fantastic, isn't it?
I'm going to say something that we don't normally talk about till much later in the year.
Okay.
But I'm going to say it. This is going to be perfect in the run-up to Christmas.
It really is.
And not only in terms of, September, October, November, December. When you're starting to get organised for Christmas, because crafters start early when it comes to Christmas, this is going to be ideal because remember, it's not just about the labels. There are ribbons that you can print onto as well. If you like the idea of creating personalised ribbons to wrap around your gifts or to incorporate within your card making as well. If you're someone who makes cards and makes and sells cards, making your own labels, which maybe have a website on, an Instagram tag or something like that, I don't know, just looks that much more professional.
It does, doesn't it? Can I right, this shows how sad I am, but you just want to get very excited then. Can I just show you this? Because I was there before picking away with my nails. You don't need to, because actually on the back, it's got a split. So have a look.
I didn't realise that.
On the back, do you see? It's got a double split, so you don't need to worry about getting your pokey tool out. You don't need to worry about having long nails. You don't have to worry about any of that because it's basically done for you. So it's in. Isn't that brilliant? Don't you worry, Adam. Adam said, "Oh, you ruined my cave sticker." I will put them back on for you, my darling, so you can take it home. Okay. Nice. Oh, we can print you another one. There we go. We've got. Did you want to show something?
Just very quickly, just one on, because I know another reason to go for this today is not only from a crafting angle. It has so many applications for you to use around the home. This is a sub-menu within here that I know that you'll really like, because you're a mum and an outdoorsy mum. It's almost like it's made for you, this. Camping equipment labels.
Perfect.
Mask labels. Name tag for toothbrush.
Oh my gosh, you can put it on material.
Name tag on handkerchief. Now, you will need a specific label for that, the fabric label, which again available from Brother.
Can I tell you how much I spent getting personalised labels for my kids?
Go on.
I think they were £10 each for a sheet.
Okay.
And then that was it. That sheet was done.
Right.
And you can be doing it yourself.
You can do it, just by going for, you'll need the fabric ribbon.
Okay, fabric ribbon.
Not the one books and diaries, clothes labels, you do need iron-on tape for that, which is one of the options that Brother do. We don't have it for in today's show, but they do it to fit this machine.
Oh my goodness, it's just incredible. There's so much in your home that you can be just really using this for. Your craft equipment as well, put it on your scoreboard, put it on your boning tool, all of that kind of stuff. So you've got it all there ready when you're going to your craft groups and things like that. Yep. Our call centre is inundated with calls right now, so we just need to give them another little breather. Please check out if this is in your basket, and I can go through all your names, but you know if it's in your basket and you haven't checked out yet, do that now, because there are so many people calling through as well, okay? Don't miss out on this fantastic deal. 3 split pay, 1 P&P all day. Here's a little bit more about it. $16.66 to get it all home, Andy.
Yes, very good. The split pay is what makes us different here at HobbyMaker, the all-day postage and packaging. What makes us different here at HobbyMaker. And I must just personally say thank you very much to the team, to Shay, to Paul, all the guys who've made this possible from Brother. Yeah, absolutely. I extend that thanks as well. And huge thanks to you at home for coming in, for joining us. Just don't forget to check out your baskets. Here's how.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Oh my goodness me, it's all go, go, go.
It is go, go,
It's
go.
just,
Very exciting show. Thank you so much for watching and thank you so much for ordering.
Absolutely. Now you are bringing us here the Brother Printer Scan
Yes.
and Cut. Now
Yes.
this is genius, and you kind of feel like it's been designed specifically for crafting.
Yeah,
right?
this is, I'll give you a brief story behind this. Apologies if you heard this before. This was an item that we didn't know existed. I think it would have been December 2022.
Okay.
And it was a product that our friends at Brother said, listen, we've got this item that sits on a lot of shelves of a lot of retailers because a lot of people don't really understand what it does. Do you think it might be something of interest to you guys? And first of all, now, we know that a lot of you know about Brother. We know a lot of you know about the Brother Scan and Cut. Well, this is the Brother Print Scan and Cut. And
Wow, okay.
in all the years that I've been speaking and, you know, we've been speaking about digital downloads, it amazes me that nobody has thought to bring out a printer for crafters because crafters are using more digital downloads and imagery than ever before.
Yeah.
I think this is just about as close as you can get to a printer for crafters, but it's also a great household printer as well.
Okay, perfect.
So we've got an extra special price on here. Again, same thing, 2-week exclusive price available on this. So listen, we're going to come in with that price at £249.99. So that is...
It's already going as well, by
Okay.
the way, because
Now-
this is a really good deal. This is fantastic.
I don't know if the people who've gone for this already, and thank you very much for doing so, you know where we can go on this, and you know, hopefully, the way in which it works here. We're going to do an extra special price. If you've not seen that before, you think, well, I don't know if you're going to drop that price. I'm going to tell you now, we're going to do 3 price drops on this.
Wow, okay, so we're giving you a significant save. 3 price
We're going to do 3
that
price
on
drops on
HobbyMaker.
this. No, absolutely. We're going to do 3, all right? We're going to do 3, so we're going to come down in price. Okay, so what essentially is it? It is a printer that has a guillotine on board. So what that basically means is an excellent quality printer and scanner. You expect that from Brother, and it prints absolutely superbly. Now, we'll do some printing, but I just want to quickly show you an idea of how well it prints.
Wow,
Just excuse me to show this photo again.
Oh,
that is my dog Dallas, and that was a photo that was taken by a professional photographer. So an excellent photo, but you know,
the detail.
yeah, the detail's amazing.
Oh my
It's an amazing
word.
photo. So that was printed out on this printer. Now the printer is a quad core ink cartridge. What that means is some printers have all the inks in one cartridge.
Right.
This has 4 separate cartridges. We do have spare cartridges available for you on the show.
Okay.
You do get a full set with your purchase, okay? So you can
Okay, so
start
it
to print
comes
straight
with
away.
straight
Comes with
away.
it ready to go.
Okay.
It is a wireless printer. However, because we're here in a working TV studio, it's very, very difficult for us to connect things wirelessly. Sometimes I have wired it in. You can do that as well.
It's good to have the choice, isn't
Good
it?
to have the choice, but it is a wireless printer, okay? The other thing that makes this really different, and this is the first point why I think it's relevant to crafters, it can print onto, now if you're not a crafter, this won't mean anything to you, but if you're a crafter, it will. It can print onto up to 300 GSM cardstock. Now, a lot of printers that you come across, they can't go that thick. Now, 300 GSM is used in a lot of card makers,
It's a construction way as well,
exactly
isn't it?
right. So this can go up to 300 GSM. So that's one reason why I think crafters absolutely love this particular printer. Another reason, so you
Sorry, I'm really excited
So
about this.
what I've done here, I have got, now when you get hold of this printer, you get given some software that you can download it from the Brother website, and you get this. So you should be able to see this on your screen in just a couple of seconds. This is a template library. And within here, you have a number of different projects that are designed very much with crafters in mind. So that everything, now you've got business tools in there as well, papercraft and origami, cards, invitations, calendars, party decorations, learning activities, brochures and leaflets, colouring pages, that kind of thing. There's educational elements in there as well. So this is, the point is, this is not just a printer that you buy and it's, well, best of luck. Brother want this to be as fun to use as a printer can be. Okay? And we're going to show you exactly how that is in just a couple of seconds. So let's get into it. So in terms of printing, you'd expect it to be able to print. It can also scan as well. You'd expect that from a Brother. In fact, before I get into this, how about we do our first price drop?
Oh, yeah, go on.
Let's do our first price drop. So at £249.99, our first price drop we're going to go down to, and it's also reveal another bit of HobbyMaker magic as well. First price we're going to go down to, we're going to go to £219.99.
Wow, okay.
That was the price that we first brought this at when we brought this to you.
Wow, okay.
I think it was at the end of 2022 or the beginning of last year. I can't quite remember.
I mean, that's amazing. It's really significant.
So down to, so already there's people who've already gone for this. You've saved yourself, what's that? £30. £30 you saved.
And I'm just on that note, Andy, just to say, over 10% of the stock has already gone. Okay, so all of you are making this saving. All of you will make the saving that Andy brings you later on as well.
It's been told it's since July last year was the last time I had a show feature this. Gosh, wow,
it's gone fast, hasn't it?
It's gone fast, isn't it?
Wow, okay.
Okay, so by the way, also, don't know if you notice, 4 split pays.
Yes, £54.99, but that will be going 2 more times. Remember?
2 more price drops coming your way. All right, so let's get into some printing. So now you've seen what a printer can do largely.
Sorry, see, this is so clever. All your learning activities. I mean, this is a business here.
Absolutely. And by the way, that's not all of them. You can see more just by flicking down there. You've got, now this is all free. This is all able for you to access and really discover once you get this home. But let's actually do some printing. So if I go on to, let me think here. If I go on to, say, this, for example, this is a sheet of artwork from Linda Chapman.
Okay, yeah.
So what this would do, it would print it out onto A4. I can also change the settings of it as well if I so wish to. But I want to show you where you can start to use some of the technology that's on board. If I come in here, and I'm going to share my desktop with you here, and if I go here...
Charming image there, isn't it?
I had to tidy that up quite a bit. I have to tell you some very sensitive information was on there. All right, this is something that I designed using the onboard software, okay?
Ah, nice, okay.
Now, you know, HobbyMaker.uk, the tastiest deals around. Now, let's say, for example, you run a craft group, you run Cubs, Scouts, Girl Guides, you run a craft group, you run a group that maybe has to create like a newsletter or something like that, or you're looking to promote something, you should create your own pamphlets. Now, what you can do is I can print that out on A4, and I can distribute that as I want to. However, this is where it starts to get a little bit clever, because if I go within the printer settings, actually one thing I need to make do is switched on, because we haven't touched it for a while, and there we go. 20 years of shopping TV experience tells me to check
there it is.
that it's on. All right, okay, so it's on. So if I go within here, the second thing to do is to make sure that you are connected to the right printer.
Okay.
Which I am now. So if I go within here, and all of this you'll discover starts to play with it. This is where you've got the special properties, and this is where it gets really, really clever. Cut, print. If I select that, what that's going to do is it's going to print it twice and cut it in half for me.
So for your flyers, for anything, that is brilliant.
But it also means that you can. It also means that you can use less card stock as well.
Okay, gosh, that's absolutely amazing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I'm just getting word that our call, we need to give our call centre a little bit of a break.
Okay, fine.
Andy. Okay, so what we're going to do, remember, we have 2 final price drops for you. £219.99 is incredible. No one is paying that price. So you dial through now. You're not going to be paying that price. You check out now, you're not going to be paying that price. We just need to give our call centre a little bit of time to catch up, give you a bit of time to see how to come and join us here at HobbyMaker as well, and we'll be right back on the other side. So please do not miss out on the savings that you're about to make. Maybe you've got your printer at home that's maybe, like ours, I have to say, gathering dust. It doesn't do a huge amount. It only does one thing, which is to print your things out. Maybe you've got a scanner and a printer, but actually you'd like the added benefits that this is giving you. Maybe you just want on all the projects as well that you can use with this amazing piece of kit. And I have to say, it's really nice and compact.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know, when you've got so much going on in a printer and a scanner, you sort of think it's going to get vast and you have to have a huge amount of space to put it.
Oh, okay.
But actually, it's perfect, isn't it? It's absolutely brilliant.
One thing it hasn't done is print. I don't know why.
Ah.
Maybe because it was switched off at the beginning. Oh, there you go.
Oh, there we go.
It's done the one of them. But the idea is it'll print both and it'll cut it in half. I don't know why it's done that. I obviously haven't prepared it properly.
That's
but
great though, isn't it?
Do you know what we'll do? I think there isn't... Oh, yes. Let's go to a quick break and we'll come back and we'll do some more price drops.
Perfect.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Not only is HobbyMaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the HobbyMaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with HobbyMaker.
When you purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
It couldn't be easier to watch HobbyMaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
If you're shopping here at HobbyMaker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, then simply pop the code in the discount box and click Redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us via the phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
my goodness me. Lots of excitement still to come. We've been so busy. Well done to every single one of you who's got this home already. I mean, my goodness. Maybe you got this actually with us back in July. Message in. How have you found it?
Yeah, absolutely.
We'd love to hear your experience of this as well. You've also figured out what you need to do to print out the two, don't you?
You basically need to say you want 2 copies. That's the thing I forgot.
There we go.
Yes, sorry about that. I was trying to do numerous things at once. Do you know what? To make up for that, let's have another price drop.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right, so we went to £249.99 to £219.99. Yeah. We're now going to go down to £199 and 99 pence.
Right.
That is not your final price. But, and the one thing I will say, with this stock we have on this, that is all we have for now. But we will bring it back sometime between now and I think it's the 13th of April is the actual last day of our exclusivity.
Okay.
So we will bring it back at some point.
That's if they don't all go today.
But tonight, that's it.
Yeah, check it out. Look at your split pay right now, because we've got a 4 split pay, and that's totally interest-free. You're going to get all of this home for £50. Now, over 10% of our stock has gone, and it's just, it's genius, because when you think about what you can do, it's a business in a printer. It's amazing.
So that's what it's done. So it's now, because they could be menus, they could be inserts, they could be, you know, running orders for craft events,
your
that
wedding
kind of thing.
stationery,
Wedding stationery, all
order
taken
a
care of.
service.
It doesn't have to be what you've designed in the software. You might do far more intricate designs than that. You can still print in the same way.
You could scan your phone. If you've made a card that you're particularly proud of, you could scan it and you could print it out and make that card a number of times.
Shall I show you the #1 reason why I got rid? Now, everything I've shown you so far are reasons to get excited.
Yeah.
I'll show you the #1 reason why I got really, really excited about this. And I think every single crafter who's watching right now, particularly if you're a paper crafter, you'd have faced this situation. And this is how this printer can get you out of that situation.
Okay.
So let's say, for example, now this is again some of Linda Chapman's artwork. You have got a sheet. This could be something that you printed out, could be something that you've bought, okay?
Okay.
But let's say for example, it's something you printed out. It's upside down. How come I'm the only person to notice that? So upside down. So that I've got that sheet. Now you think, I've got the perfect cardstock to match that card. I have got a sheet of blue, black, red, wonderful cardstock. Here's the problem. That's the only sheet I've got. Can't get any more, and I need to make a few cards of this. A design that's proved popular, it's someone's particularly asked for. How can this printer give you more blocks of colour?
Okay.
Well, now I'm going to have to come around to the front here to do this, because this is where the scanning function comes into its own. Now, let me just make sure there's nothing in there. There isn't.
It's not going to repeat. Is it going to repeat that?
At the front here, you've got the ability to scan single documents, but if I push this button here, what this does, it actually allows you to create, to my mind, you know, you can buy complete cards that are in one sheet. Hunky do it from time to time. You can make your own with this. So let me show you exactly how that's done. So I'm going to take my first A4 sheet. I'm going to place that into the top like so. And I'm then going to ask it to colour start. Okay, so I've got my first document within there, so I do colour start. And what it will then do is nothing. Why isn't it working?
It's live TV is great for this.
Here we go. Okay. So what it's now doing is it's now copying it and storing it within the memory.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because what I'm going to do, and to go create another one. So that's done the first sheet. Okay. So once it's done that, I take the original sheet off. And I then take my last sheet of that perfect colour at the bottom here.
I mean, I'm intrigued by that.
I drop that down and I then continue. So it's now going to do the second one. So what it's now going to do is it's now putting on one sheet my toppers and also my cardstock. Now it's going to make it smaller. But with more and more people making smaller cards now, it means that you are, in essence, creating more stash out of stash that you already have, simply by having this particular printer. And if luck should have it, what it will do eventually, it's just done one, it's cutting it for me. I don't know if you can hear it, it's actually cutting it. I'm not touching this. So you'll see at the bottom, it's now turned my A4 sheet into 2 sheets, everything I need to make my card. So that means when it comes to block, now listen, you need to be careful that you're not copying other people's designs.
Okay.
But when it comes to blocks of colour, you can use this printer to create that matching. Now, you might not need another sheet of A4, but an A5 would be just right. It's another way in which you can make your stash go that much further. A lot of companies, as long as you bought the original, if it's for home use, you know, you can't stand at a craft fair and sell these on. But it's for home use, to make a card. A lot of craft companies are more than happy for you to be able to do just that.
Imagine as well, you know, when you're doing your paper embroidery, with add some sparkle, because they are really generous with letting you photocopy your designs so that you can use them, again, for personal use.
Absolutely.
But make things bigger, make things smaller.
Because it's not just I use a PDF there, but it could be a JPEG, could be a photo that you've used it in there that you can start to incorporate. You don't want to use your original photos, you can do that just there.
So good. Right, Andy,
yes.
I mean, this is genius.
I just
We've got
noticed
so many of you in. I know, it's just run away with us today. But we're not stopping at $199.99.
No. All right, so listen, I'll tell you what, let's do another minute and then we're going to do the final price on this. So I want to see more of you getting on the phone lines. Plenty of you have done already. Thank you so much for ordering. If you came in earlier at 220, where do we start?
249.99.
Thank you, 249.99. You've already saved yourself about £50.
Yeah, which is amazing.
Which is amazing. Incredible. 4 split pays as well, which makes it unique to us here at HobbyMaker. We don't charge you for that, by the way.
It's totally interest-free.
Completely interest-free. So it's available to, when it's available on products, it's available to everyone.
Also, it's just 1p&p. So, it's, you know, for a machine like this, which has obviously a certain weight to it, it's a certain size, it's still only £3.95. So if you've already joined us today, your postage packages already taken care of, so you don't have to add any more to your postage packaging to get this home. This is amazing, Andy. So many different things it can do, and we are going again in price. You've got 20 seconds to guarantee your place in this auction. Just check out. It's really important. If it's in your basket, it doesn't belong to you. Somebody else can get it. Yvonne, Paula, Somerset, Merseyside is through as well. Grab your phone and ring the free number if you've got any questions about the split pay. And if you've got any questions about the print, scan and cut,
you've got 3 minutes to get them in.
Yes.
There is also, very, very quickly, on the top of the printer as well, there is also a QR code. I can't lift it up and show you, but there's also an app. You don't have to use your computer. You can use your iPad or anything like that. OK, let's go down to an extra special price. We've got, blimey, not long left.
40 seconds.
£169.99 on 4 split pays. That is about what's that?
I have no, I mean, well, we'll see
40 something pounds. They'll run through. We'll wait for it to run through. 42.50, I think it is. 42.49. There we go.
£42.50 you're going to get this home. That is absolutely astonishing. Come on in and grab it. Well done to everyone who got their label maker as well.
Well done.
Thank you for bringing these brilliant deals today.
Thank you
and
very
to everyone
much.
at Brother for making this happen.
Yes.
Thanks as always to our fabulous team, to Becky, to Ellie, to Adam, to Jimmy and to you. We'll
Most
see
important
you
to
again.
you. Bye.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.